Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the EGC Masters Winter. Today we are going to be saying goodbye to a handful of other players as we reach the final double elimination playoff stage. Here, of course, I'm Lidicor, joined by Dr. Dapston, and we're going to kick this day off with an absolute banger here. Wham versus Beasty coming up first.
Yeah, exactly. As you said it, a few are going to be going home today. We're to the final 8 into the quarters, and we'll end up catching those two losers bracket matches today. But first, we got 2 exciting series ahead of us.
We certainly do. We are going to kick things off with Beasty versus Wham. As we highlighted, this is the upper bracket part of our double elimination bracket. As you can see here, we have Beasty versus Wham, Marine Lord versus Vortex, Papipa versus Baltoon, Louis MT versus Anatan, and then the losers of these matches will go down to the lower bracket, and we will take a look at both elimination matches from the first round of the lower bracket.
Yeah, and obviously most of them, if not all these players have been here before. They're used to it, but it still doesn't mean you're not a little nervous. Hands don't get a little bit sweatier when you know it's lose and you can end up going home today.
It's gonna be rough, right? Every time we look at the group stage, you kind of have a safety net, and to a certain extent, you still do. You still have the lower bracket right there to save you, even if you lose your initial matchup. But once you get down to the lower bracket, there are no second chances. You either win or you go home.
Win or go home. That's the way you always want it to end up being. Money on the line too. So that's one where you mentioned it earlier. Wham versus Beasty, first series we're starting with. I know that's one of the big hype names, another hype name that everyone likes to watch. And it used to be, you know, this was always Beasty favored, but not so much always anymore, as Wham has risen up the ladder plenty of, actually quite a time ago now, and so it is a much more even matchup here.
It is. I actually have some very intriguing stats about Beasty versus Wham, but just a little teaser about that. So these guys have played against each other so many times. They actually have combined for 20 or so sets against one another across all tournaments, but we don't really have much time to talk about that because it looks like we do have our first matchup ready to go. A classic here. Himayama wide open, French versus Jeanne d'Arc. So it really looks like Beasty and Wham kind of went with the same approach here to this map, saying, okay, I want this feudal age knight civilization, French versus Jeanne d'Arc. Very similar mindsets here. It's going to be interesting to see the play styles going into game number 1 here. Just a little note on the other maps. Dry Arabia, Boldlands, so quite some open maps. Some cheesy ones or cheesier ones, Cliffside and Lakeside, but in general, a very standard map pool here. Nothing too crazy about it.
Yeah, and I love the start. We can't really get any mirror matchups, but this is as darn close as you could get it. We got JD versus French, and usually this is just one where we will see Royal Knight after Royal Knight after Royal Knight out on the field.
Well, game number 1 is ready to go. Beasty versus Wham, an all-time classic here in the winner's bracket of EGC Masters Winter. Here we go into game number 1. It is Himayama with Jeanne d'Arc facing off against the French.
Sheep already being brought back in. Wham in the color red as JD. Beasty in the color yellow as the French. And now we're going to see how these scout openings and the sheep gatherings going.
Indeed, a bit of a lag here, if I'm not mistaken. Hopefully that's gonna get fixed. But yeah, I was gonna tease you with some stats here because there are some very intriguing details about this matchup here. Bear with us, folks, for just a second while the tech stuff is fixing the lags. Should be all good. It's a little PowerPoint right now. Luckily, it's just Dark Age, so hopefully it's gonna get resolved in a second.
Yeah, we're seeing, you know, those typical openings. It's nothing too exciting right now. This is usually when we're having to fill the void with talk anyways. But, you know, hopefully by the time action's going on where we're seeing those Royal Knights come out, we'll have it all cleaned up and looking nice and again.
Indeed, it's going to be an intense feudal age here. You know, both these players, they are exceptional when it comes to their knight micro. And that's going to be a key element of this game going forward. Both of these civilizations are capable of making knights in feudal age. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I guess we're making up for all those lost frames now.
Yeah, we could just blame this on a Age of Empires 4. You know, he didn't pause and replay it like it used to be, or, you know, it fixes it all up again or something, you know?
Anyway, so what was I gonna say? Knights, it's gonna be a big thing here. I think we are good now. Yeah, we should be good now. Thanks a lot, everybody, for bearing with us. Should be good now on the frames. So, Night War in Feudal Age. A lot is gonna come down to little details. I kind of feel like this takes us back to the very early days of Age of Empires 4, where you had so many French mirrors, French versus Rus matchups, and every single game we talked about the fact that it's going to come down to whoever is going to lose less villagers. When you have Knight versus Knight matchups in Feudal Age, you're almost guaranteed to lose villagers. It's just a matter of how many you lose and how many you kill in comparison.
Yeah, and I mean, that's one where you want to be able to protect your villagers at home, but you also have to be aggressive. So you see a lot of times where different raiding parties, 1, 2, 3 different knights get split apart, but outposts on the goal will be key. But the problem with that is there gets to be a point where if your knights get out of position, the group of knights can just go burn down that outpost and you lose 5 villagers very quick. So I always feel like these matchups come down to some of those outside food resources. Who's able to actually go out on the deer, or more importantly, like we all know now, professional scouts that deer back in. And so that's really one where, is it going to be an early investments into professional scouts? Maybe you sacrifice a few early royal knights to do so, but then you come on with a flurry.
Just looking at this matchup here for a brief moment while we still have this relative peace here in Dark Age. So these guys have played more than 20 sets against each other across all tournaments, and Beasty leads by a very confident margin, 15-6. So you would just go into the set saying, okay, Beasty is the favorite, but wait a minute. When you look at major events, S tiers and A tiers, Wham actually has the edge. In fact, I'm sorry, Beasty still has the edge 4-3, but the last time Beasty was able to win was June 3rd, 2023. The last 3 matchups in major events between these two were won by Wham. So it's actually a rather balanced matchup when you look at it from this perspective.
Yeah, and I mean, that's obviously one where if people are using some recency bias, they're definitely going to be leaning one way that most people, I would say, is not the favorite. But, you know, that's one where time goes on, people improve and come along quite quickly. We're seeing those mills go down. So this is going to be the point where, what are those early researches going to be out of the mill? Is it just early wheelbarrow, or is it more importantly going to be, you know, professional scouts? Maybe queue up a few of those. And sure enough, Beasty has queued up professional scouts as well as a knight in queue. Meanwhile, Wham is just now finishing his mill, but probably thinking the same here. And there it is. Sure enough, the mirror matchup is coming to fruition.
I feel like we're watching day 1 Age of Empires. French versus French, or something alike. French versus the French variant. Professional scouts and feudal age knights play. This is really day number 1 Age of Empires. And now, it really is going to come down to essentially the control of these small groups of units. Can you deny your opponent from picking up some carcasses? Can you potentially get away with some villager kills out here? Those are going to be the key details moving forward, because in terms of the build order, we are actually seeing an identical build from the two players.
Look at that little maneuver by Wham. Was able to dodge the scout around the tree line. And this is going to be a villager pickup, most likely. Night charge comes in. Quick auto after. Beasty. Oh! Wham doesn't fully commit for it. Once he keeps the knight alive and healthy, more important, and on the other side, he's the one distracted a little bit, and the one actually taking some damage. Good micro with the villager, jumps inside himself, but the JD, not sure if one ended up going down there. It looks like it did not.
I was just going to go back to that very moment where Wham pulled off the knight. I think in any other matchup, you commit and you get the villager kill. But Wham needs to be careful here. Same goes for Beasty. You take damage on your knights, that's going to be problematic when you face off against the opponent's knights here. In these knight v knight battles, the condition of your knights, the HP that they have, is going to be a big factor. So the players will need to be a lot more careful diving underneath town centers and committing against villagers, because even if you get a villager kill, if you lose most of the HP on a knight, that's going to be troublesome. Obviously, once you have chivalry, it's a different story, but initially, you're going to have to be very conscientious about the HP of your knights.
Yeah, good thing for Wham, though, he does have JD, so doesn't have to invest into chivalry as early. Will constantly be able to, not constantly, but occasionally be able to have that healing activation used on the knights as they get to low health. You really want to use it in, you know, one of those bigger engagements, healing up a lot of your knights. But for now, she's just passively healing on up. You can see she is in a vulnerable position, uses an AoE and stays alive just barely. Wham pushes away the Night Mass with his... Even though he's being outnumbered right now, both players also just slowly faring some deer home behind this.
Oh, what a micro from both sides, really. Beasty leveraged the fact that Jeanne d'Arc was a little exposed, and he actually landed a beautiful charge on Jeanne d'Arc, but Wham was able to pull her off just in time. Low Knight versus Knight micro here. Remember, JD does have that area damage, which is actually very good against clustered up knights like this. So for the time being, it's just a little back and forth. Here being ferried back home. One difference here is that Beasty is up to 4 scouts. Wham just now finished making the 3rd. So Beasty does have a bit of a head start when it comes to the scout numbers and ferrying in carcasses.
Yeah, and I think that's one where Wham is just trying to keep... I feel like this is always one where you want to keep your opponent on the back foot. You want to be the one being the aggressor, because if not, you slowly start having this idle time. Slowly, you know, have this way that your opponent's eking out the eco lead, and he's trying to deny some of that scouting, some of those deer faring as we speak, but at least keeps Beasty's Night Mass on his side of the map.
Let's not forget, in a matchup like this, it's crucial that the French do get a villager production bonus. So Beasty is up by 5 villagers as a consequence, pulls off the villagers from the gold in time, and actually sandwiches these knights really well. Wham needs to pull back. A lot of these knights are so badly beaten up.
Yeah, he splits off one of the knights trying to distract Beasty's mass, and it does at least make the group charge on over to the other side, so Wham should allow himself to pull the 2 low health knights back, get healed up eventually. Knight numbers still somewhat even. Wham still needs one more to come out to queue, and it will be 7-7.
Wham did go for a mining upgrade, by the way. It just goes to show how much both of these players will commit to feudal age warfare. You go for a mining upgrade here, it means that you need a lot of gold. Chivalry coming in for both of these players. So this is the stage where you will be able to start healing up your knights, and you can be a little bit more committed to picking off villagers. Because even if you take a lot of damage, you can heal those knights back up. For now, it looks like Wham is going to play a defensive game, though he needs to fall all the way back. And that means that Beast is able to start picking up these more exposed deer packs.
Yeah, they both have kind of been gathering up the safe ones, gathering up the ones on his side, but now Beasty makes the move out for the ones in mid-map, and even making a move out for the ones on Wham's side. So if you're able to not only secure up some extra deer, but also deny your opponents, this is going to be a huge, huge benefit in that mid-game point, force an earlier food transition on Wham's side.
And now we're getting to the stage where you can start detaching knights from the main group. We're going to see smaller and smaller groups of knights roaming the map and looking for villagers to pick. Beasty is the one to start. And this tower is not enough to garrison everybody in here. Remember, now you can heal your knights, so you can commit under the TC here. Nice little micro by Wham to just body block these knights out here. At the same time, Jeanne is a little exposed. Beasty is just going to ignore her, and now it's Wham launching the attack on Beasty's gold.
Yeah, just like Wham took a little bit of a raid, Beasty doing the same, but just able to garrison, move those villagers on back home, and still somehow it is 0 villager kills to 0 villager kills. I did see, I think a scout has gone down on either side so far.
It's remarkable. Destroyed value is 70 versus 70. Not a single, basically not a single unit was lost, except for that one scout on each side that you mentioned. Just goes to show how good the micro is. I'm saying that the first true kill of this game goes to Wham. Remember, I think this is a good point to mention that Beasty does have a couple of extra villagers because he gets the French villager production bonus. But at the same time, Jeanne d'Arc gets the discount on the knights with the consecration. And also, Wham gets the benefit of getting XP from kills for Jeanne d'Arc.
Yeah, exactly. Over the course of time, all of a sudden, if JD gets that level 3, it is a huge, huge upgrade. Wham actually moving out for a dock onto the mid-map and also cutting off Beasty's knights that were chasing off another. So 2 pickups now for Wham. Meanwhile, Beasty has not killed any unit other than that single scout. Circles around JD. JD does get a huge AoE, falls to the knight circle, but ultimately, I feel like that could have been worse. Those knights still taking a lot of damage over from Beasty's side and took that AoE swing. Will get healing on the way out, though. You can see Wham's trying to split his group, trying to cut some of those off, make the pathing back home that much harder.
Yeah, Wham is actually low on gold here. He's floating 1,000 food, but he's out of gold. Kind of the same goes for Beasty here. He's got a lot of food, not much gold going on. Difference is that Wham only has 1 knight in queue. Beasty has 5. Beasty is actually handcuffed in terms of production. He's got more resources than he can spend right now.
Yeah, up to 18 knights now. Wham, like you said, only a few more into queue. So Beasty was setting up a counterattack, but Wham, he knows better. He pulls back on away and goes back to another spot. 2 knights have fallen on Beasty's side, only 1 onto Wham's, but this is now when the game starts opening up. Knight masses start to split. Engagement happens. A few falling on either side. Beasty trying to pull back. Looks like Wham has the numbers, has the health here, and takes another successful fight and engagement.
Yeah, Beasty detached some of his knights. I think he wanted to just go for distraction. He's going castle. He was super heavy on gold, and he was piling up resources for castle. Wham might lose a villager to that wolf. That would actually be the first villager killed in this game, by the way.
So Beasty's going castle, but you also saw right as he was aging up and doing that, he ran out of his gold vein, and that's what I was just about to mention. So he's going up to castle, but now he's going to start lacking the knight production, and he's not going to have that huge gold influx to immediately queue up some of those necessary resources if Wham continues this aggression. Beasty, he does everything he can to protect that gold, and he forgets about the berry villagers. Huge raid coming in onto the French villagers, splits off a few, goes over to the woodline as well. Beasty taking some damage onto the economy now, as well as losing some knights. Greedy castle play maybe not paying off here.
This is dangerous for Beasty. Look at his resources. He's going up to the Royal Institute. He actually hit it all the way at the back. I don't think Wham knows that he's aging up just yet. He's going to get the notification now, and Wham is probably going to look for an engagement. Here's the thing, though. Veterancy is a reasonably quick tech for Beasty to get. Royal Bloodlines isn't. He went with the Royal Institute, but Royal Bloodlines takes forever to research. And Wham is not going to engage. Instead, he's trying to catch up in Castle Age timing. He's playing a dangerous game now because Beasty is going to have the veterancy when he reaches Wham's base, and Wham will not.
Yeah, he's running across that mid-map. Wham will have full vision of this. Doc gives him the knowledge, gives him the information he needs, and gives him a little bit of timing as well. BC says, no, I'm not going to allow free eco on this mid-map. You can see the upgrade has come through. Wham does not want to take this fight. He just wants to stall Royal Institute about 80% of the way up. It's being built on the front side, though. Beasty can force this, but he doesn't want to. Royal Bloodlines is on the way. Wants to wait for a key engagement here. Wham runs out of the gold as well. This is the timing I thought was going to be a struggle for Beasty, but instead, he is punishing Wham on the exact same thing on the other side.
Wham needs veterancy, then he can fight. Candle Settles is coming in for Beasty. Royal Bloodlines is still halfway done. If you're Wham, you have to take this fight before Royal Bloodlines comes in for Beasty. You will not catch up. He's trying to take this fight, engages just a little before the upgrade comes in, and this is not a good fight for Wham so far.
Not at all, and the villagers this whole time have just been standing and watching, trying to get onto the gold. No knights in queue. Meanwhile, Beasty, his queue is back to full. Royal Bloodlines is almost finished. This timing counter attack was perfect. It felt like Wham was playing the game so well, but the castle timing has come through, and Royal Bloodlines is in queue for Wham as well. Must have dropped a market behind this.
It's going to be too late, though. Beasty is going to commit with Royal Bloodlines. Wham doesn't have the tech, but he needs to fight. He cannot win this fight here.
JD trying to help out with the AoE. He knows that he's pulling back, but loses so many knights. Look at the destroyed value now. Beasty all of a sudden up 2,000, and that will keep climbing. Will be a full wipe. I don't think Wham will be alive much longer. Already down 15 economy now. JD falls yet again, and Beasty's Night Mass is as healthy as could be. Takes game number 1, even though it looked like a good start for Wham.
We talked about this since the beginning of the game. A French versus French matchup is a story of error margins. It's all about missing lines on plots like this. No, it's all about small mistakes on either side. Those are the things that will decide the outcome of games here. And when you look at Wham, I think the big decision point for Wham was trying to chase Beasty into castle. Beasty aged up. He had the head start in grabbing all these decks, and Wham decided, instead of trying to just punish Beasty for that early age up, he decided to age up himself, and he was playing catch up all along. And as you mentioned, just when that started happening, he ran out of gold inside his base, and Beasty was able to punish that. He had the tech advantage, and he just decided, okay, if you're not fighting me, I'm just going to deny your gold. And just look at that snowball at the very end. That difference in the castle age timing is what made the difference here.
Yeah, the economy count's always going to be a bait because the French is going to be ahead just due to their passive villager production lead. But JD slowly is able to consecrate a bunch of buildings, consecrate, you know, all those stables, the royal, and just make all those royal knights come out that much cheaper. But overall, Beasty, he saw the timing that he almost got punished for. He had to move off of his gold. Wham actually saw it for a little bit, denied it for just a second, but Beasty was able to resecure it, went over to the other side, and did not ever allow Wham to get back onto gold. Just didn't allow any more knight production, basically. Delayed the royal bloodlines, delayed the castle age, and just played the perfect timing that he needed.
Well, that puts Beasty up 1-0 here, and this, again, was a game of very tiny error margins. For the first 8 or so minutes, we had basically no casualties on either side, and this was really the first moment where Wham was able to leverage his position on the map. I would say he got a couple of villager kills, and then as Beasty was aging up, he had the tech advantage, and it was just too late for Wham now. It's a tricky choice. I don't think Wham had a lot of options, but trying to play catch-up was just not a thing that worked out for him.
Yeah, and this is the thing that's so hard. Obviously, we have God vision. We can see everything going on. So we're like, why didn't he do this? He should have done this. And it's like, well, the key here is scouting and knowledge. He should, like, if he had known that BC was aging up as early as he would have probably cut 1 or 2 nights earlier, been able to have his own timing a little bit quicker and not been punished as hard as he should. But that's just one where lack of knowledge, lack of information is really what was the detriment to Wham. It wasn't like it was a skill issue or anything like that. But fortunately for him, game number 1 is all that it was. Now we can already see the matchup. Game number 2, we're going to go ahead and get both of the quote-unquote water maps out of the way, even though Himeyama doesn't really count as one at all.
Yeah. Himeyama being called a water map is a slight exaggeration, I feel. Lakeside, it's a little bit more watery, but from what we've seen, it's really not one of those water maps where, okay, we are non-stop water fighting. There is emphasis on land, and frankly, the most significant thing you get from that pond, if you secure it, is the ability to transport units to the back of the enemy base, which actually we've seen quite a lot. Japanese for Beasty and the Order of the Dragon for Wham here, 2 civilizations that we do not commonly see on this map.
Yeah, and you mentioned transporting units across. Usually it's not just a unit. A lot of times if you secure up the water, you'll transfer over a villager, build over a dock on the other side, because with Lakeside, it's one deep sea fish right in that kind of tucked over corner next to the ridgeline mountain on the water, and so you're able to go secure your opponent's deep sea fish. Doesn't seem like much, but it definitely has a massive impact over the course of a game.
It does, but again, in comparison to other water maps, Lakeside actually has very, very little fish to harvest. So at the end of the day, this is not a, okay, I secured a pond and I have an infinite source of food type of a setup. It's really more along the lines of, having a map element that is not just pure land, and it allows you to get a little extra eco in terms of fishing, but it's also a portion of the map that's not possible to wall. So again, opportunities later on to land are definitely there. Remaining maps will be Dry Arabia, Boldland, and Cliffside. Just looking at the civilizations real quick, Beasty does have the Mongols, the English, and the Malians still available, and the Delhi as well, of course. And on the other side, Byzantines, Ayyubids, Abbasids, and Ottomans. So a lot of berry civilizations on the side of Wham.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of those with the berry civilizations have definitely grown their favor over the course of time, especially some previous patches with Abbasid. They really just they found their sweet spot in this meta where people, utilizing the mobility of the camels, utilizing the timing, the eco boom that Abba can have, and same thing kind of goes for Ayyubids, but more of a timing and less of that macro civilization. But meanwhile, on BC side, you mentioned a couple of his very, Delhi comes into the picture as that aggressive, moving out on the map, take the map control, take the berries as well, but also just go up to castle and end the game there.
Well, let's see if he can end the game in a castle. We head into game number 2 on a lakeside. Here we have Beasty versus Wham. Beasty up 1-0 with the color yellow as the Japanese. And on the other side, Wham is in command of the Order of the Dragon, playing as the color red.
And as we are not surprised at all, seeing those villagers move out to the water, I think we need a little bit of the pause and playback again here going on. But we'll get that cleaned up again. We're just allowing the little skip of the dark age, the skip of the boring timing,
It's the calm before the storm, okay? The suspense. I just want to highlight that Wham does have a little fishing boat, or is it a demo? It's definitely a boat here coming into this map for his little statue for the TC.
Yeah, I think it is just the boat. Having a demo up there, I'm not sure if they have one, but now you're giving the devs some ideas over here as maybe a new challenge to make. Kill a certain amount of ships with demos, and you get a nice old statue at your TC.
All right, we should be able to get back on track here, folks. Next stuff is fixing the frames, and we should be good to go in just a second. Bear with us for just a moment. Okay, there we go. We are getting our frames back. So, dock expansion coming up here for Wham. This is how he's kicking things off. And on the other side, there is no dock coming in from Beasty. Or is he trying to go towards the middle? I don't think so. Actually, there's a little yellow dot to the north.
I think, there's a dock on out there. I think he's just a little bit delayed on the fishing boat, which sounds surprising being Japan, and now it's not that delayed. It just was in queue all the way up. So fishing boat's going to start being produced, and this is really where Japan, they love to mass out a ton of fishing boats because of how cheap they are, but also they like to make a few, cut production, and just use the little bit of extra eco, the cheapness of those fishing boats to vault themselves up to the next stage just that much quicker than their opponents.
Now, here's the question. If you're playing with Japanese on this map, do you go Koka Township and try to play with early Shinobi? Or are you just going to say, okay, I'm going to play mid-late game and I'm going to leverage the fact that I'm getting a bunch of extra farms from the Kura storehouse?
The thing about the Shinobi is you don't have that benefit of being able to immediately go over to your opponent's dock and deny any production going out unless they move to that mid-map control. I still think Shinobi are a great kind of timing to force a reaction from your opponent, to force resources on out. Yes, the Kura storehouse gives you some of that eco bonus over the course of time. You don't have to build a lumber camp. You can tuck it up next to the wood line, get some farms over time. But Beasty, I don't think food's going to be his problem early on. I really think getting some Shinobi out on the field would be a huge benefit for him.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I think when it comes to Shinobi, you can shut down that dock from Wham. And remember, Shinobi do a decent amount of damage on villagers, and you're looking at dragon villagers on the other side. If you can get 1 or 2 Shinobi to surprise these vills, there is so much value in killing even just 1 or 2 of those villagers out there.
Exactly, and both players now have started the age ups, and it will not be Shinobi, it will be the Kura Storehouse play. So Beasty says, yeah, you were correct. Shinobi, he's played this map more than I have. I've only watched it. I have not played it myself. So he says, no, they don't play out as good as it seems. You can't really deny the docks, you know, take advantage of that water, take advantage of that timing. And I feel like Shinobi are really a timing play. If you don't get something with them early on, they just fall off so hard.
Yeah, Wham is going to be the first to feudal age. He will be able to get some combat ships out to harass Beasty here. But just going back to the Kura Storehouse, Beasty placed it such that it's very close to a lot of wood lines. A lot of the farm spots are blocked. So once the farms spawned, he's actually going to get a really nice wood trickle from this. It's definitely more of a wood-focused Kura Storehouse and less of a farm-focused one.
Yeah, allows him to, you know, save the wood on the lumber camp, immediately get on over to that. Obviously, farms will be the things generating, but still saves himself resources over time. Meanwhile, Wham obviously has that chapel, you know, tucked up next to the wood line, next to the gold vein. All of his villagers, you know, able to drop off next to that. So essentially the same exact idea for both landmarks, just be a great drop-off location for all those villagers.
First combat ship is coming out here for Wham. He opts to go for a galley, no surprise on that front. Galley is just so much better when it comes to hunting these fishing boats. The distance to cover is pretty substantial though, so if Beasty wants to get himself a combat ship out to defend, he can actually do this. But Beasty is just going straight castle here, it appears. He's actually still on gold. He's not queuing up anything. And at the same time, Wham went for some stone being gathered. I presume it is going to be for some weapon emplacements. Maybe just emplacements on the dock in general. Beasty himself is just going to go for the emplacements. One convenient thing about the shore fish and the deep fish on this map is that it's very close to your dock. So you can just do what Beasty is doing right now. Garrison your ships, garrison your fishing boats, and when the enemy ships are gone, you can just go back fishing, or worst case scenario, your boats will just be idled.
And it looks like both players might have the same idea. Emplacements on either side. Wham's the one that's at least denying the fishing for the time being, though. So might be able to catch up in resources just a little bit. But emplacements on either side. And now resources being saved up for Castle Age.
Wham is trying to do the same thing here. He is going to be a little bit on the back foot, though. One thing to highlight, however, is what's going to happen when you get up to Castle Age. First of all, as you see, Wham needs to invest into farms. For Beasty, that is where the Kura Storehouse comes into play. Getting a bunch of extra farms for free is actually a huge boost to Beasty. And then Mounted Samurai will just absolutely obliterate the HRE Knights. So I think one of the big questions for Wham is how he's going to deal with the inevitable Mounted Samurai push that Beasty is going to put together.
Yeah, the big difference here, Wham has at least gotten wheelbarrow. He's getting a sprinkled ship as well, so he wants to at least deny this water. He might be a little bit delayed to castle as we see Beasty floating gate on the way, 10 villagers on it. Wham delaying his up a little bit. He spent resources, like you said, into those farms. He's also made a galley. He's also made a sprinkled ship now on the way, but has some knowledge, has some information here, and will not be too far behind. Beasty not even halfway up to castle yet, and Wham on the way, but we saw how that worked out last game. The big difference here is Beasty doesn't have 20 knights out on the field to immediately be upgraded.
Well, he could get a lot of Mounted Samurai out very quickly with the Yorishiro. Wham opts to go for the Burgrave Palace here. Now, he could go Ragnitz, but keep in mind, Beasty is likely going to have a head start going into Castle Age, and he's going to have the Shinto Priest out immediately. So, I guess to a certain extent, this Burgrave Palace choice is more about the fact that he doesn't anticipate to secure 3 or more relics here. At the same time, one thing I forgot is that Wham is playing OOTD and not standard HRE, so he is going to have the Gilded Knights, which might actually have a decent matchup against all these Mounted Samurai.
Yeah, and obviously that's one where people underestimate running into the spears of the Order of the Dragon as well. So 1-2 spears go a lot longer way against the Mounted Samurai, although obviously they will have that nice old shield that they get right off the bat.
Yeah, the deflective armor is immensely valuable against Order of the Dragon spears. Those guys are absolutely insane. They get something like plus 46 bonus damage against cavalry.
Ooh.
One hit and you lose half of your HP. So having that first hit negated is just so valuable here for Beasty. Wham is actually committing to a second warship out there, by the way. He went for a Hulk, so he really intends to secure this pawn for himself. And so far, Beasty didn't really bother making any combat ships here. It looks like he might just concede the water.
Yeah, it looks like he is going to concede the water. Wham brought a couple fishing boats over to heal up as well. This is where the spears come into play. Brace already goes down. For some reason, the other spear decided to run all the way around the gold vein instead of probably being able to connect another 2 hits. That knight, or the mounted samurai, might have gone down if not for that pathing.
The mounted samurai did get staggered, though, so you see, it's just one mounted samurai and it's already half HP. And it looks like Wham is going to have a decent start here to Castle Age, moving out to the Spearman, going for the relics, and things seem to be going reasonably well for him. Oftentimes, when you face off against the Japanese mounted samurai, we see players crumble in early Castle. It's just so difficult to deal with these guys, but so far the Gilded Spearmen have been doing this job well.
And we said that Wham, you know, he might be conceding the relics, might not be able to get, you know, 3 or so. Thought that Beasty might be able to get more, but I think the play was Burgrave, so he gets the map control and is able to secure up more of these relics for himself, as we already see him bringing some back home.
He has a relic all the way at the back, so that's going to be safe. And if he can take this one back home, he's at least going to have 2, which I think against the Japanese and the mounted samurai opening, it's kind of a win.
Yeah, not only that, has been able to deny the water on the other side. Spears deterring the big group of mounted samurai back towards Beasty's base. So whenever you can make the raiding unit, that mobile unit, go back home, it's always feeling good to Wham, yet again finding himself in a pretty solid position. But we said the same last game. Onimusha transition for Beasty. That perfect unit to just start sniping out spears, sniping out mounted units, sniping out any armored units. They're just that great mounted range unit to kite.
Wham is going super heavy on the spears, and he needs to be careful because Onimusha will tear these guys apart from a range. It's a bit of a weird matchup because if the spearmen can close distance, they will obliterate the Onimusha. Those are very fragile cavalry units, which means that spears will get bonus damage against them. But again, right now, Wham just has spearmen, and that is basically it. So if he doesn't start making anything against the Onimusha, Beasty could just go for a large clump and again kite away from these spears. Looks like Wham is piling up a lot of resources, though I wonder what his plan is here. Is he thinking Imperial, perhaps?
Potentially. Unit control so key for Beasty here with the composition he has. He's starting to make some of those Yumi archers as well, it seems. So Beasty's wanting to stay in castle, stay aggressive. Meanwhile, you just mentioned Wham starting to bank up some resources. He's got a lot of resources starting to pile and actually starting to transition archers himself. Great raid on his wood line, though. 5 villagers, and those are Order of the Dragon villagers that just fell.
That's a catastrophic loss here for Wham. This would have been bad even for any civilization, frankly, but when you're the Order of the Dragon, your villagers have an amplified significance. And I was looking at that wood line just before the cavalry arrived, and I was like, wait a minute, those villagers are so far off. They're far away from a tower. It would be difficult to protect those villagers, and fair enough, Beasty leveraged that huge swing here, because now Beasty does have a comfortable-ish eco lead.
Yeah, Wham at least is feeling good as far as the relic play goes. He has gotten 3 relics secured for himself, just picking up that backside one. Beasty going for yet another raid. Arrow slit outpost is all that really can help snipe down the Onimusha. Spears, though, get a brace onto one of the mounted samurais. One falls, but so does a spear.
Yeah, keep in mind, these are very expensive units, so there is merit in healing these spearmen with the monks. And at the same time, looks like Beasty wants to capture both sacred sites and say, okay, if you're not coming out of your base, I will just force you out of it. Starts the sacred site victory condition countdown. He does have a huge mobility advantage, but I don't think he sees the spearmen here.
Wham able to connect onto a few of those units. Looks like another mounted samurai, and Onimusha goes down. So villagers were falling for Wham, but now he's trying to make up for that with some good military trades. He's got triple relic for himself. Blacksmith just now being dropped, but Beasty, he's ahead of him on that step. Already has ranged armor, already has ranged damage.
Here's the thing, if you're Wham. Now you're getting Gilded Archers out. The Gilded Archers will obliterate all the Onimusha and all the Yumi as well that are coming out for Beasty. Beasty is making Yumi now. I don't see a single Bannerman though, and that means that these Yumi are just kind of underwhelming. Looks like Beasty wants to push into this though. He's making a ram as we speak. Army count on paper is better for Wham, but keep in mind that these OOTD units count as 2. This is a risky move from Wham. He's venturing into the stealth forest without vision. He doesn't have a single scout here. He's playing with fire.
Trying to deny Sacred Site on the other side with a unit, but in reality, we see what's coming. Beasty, he dropped a ram. He is ready to put some pressure on, has a big mass of Yumi archers building up. And meanwhile, Wham just now sprinkling a few men-at-arms into the mix, which will prove to perform greatly if he can snipe down those 5 Onimusha very quickly.
Wham is behind on blacksmith upgrades here. Beasty has been prioritizing those quite a bit. But as you said, men-at-arms, that's going to be a really good front line for this force. Again, both these players are lacking scouts, so they are somewhat vision deprived. They need to be careful pushing into the forest, but we're reaching the stage where these Onimusha become somewhat obsolete. The archers will pick them off from a distance, and there's not a single armored unit out there for Wham. Onimusha do get bonus damage against armored units, and there is just none here for Wham. Beasty does have the mobility advantage though. Wham has the walls up, and I don't think Beasty knows about it. I think Wham is picking up momentum here.
Yeah, and the key, you mentioned Wham didn't have any armored units. Now he does, though. He's transitioning into those men-at-arms as the Onimusha number has thinned out. Engagement looks like it's starting to play. Yumi archers moving forward. Villager masses even move forward. Prelates here to help, here to heal. And the Spears are happy to be the front line, take the engagement, and get the support from the back line. Wham, though, doesn't look like he has enough here. The numbers, they're always deceiving with the Order of the Dragon. The ranged units deciding to just run away, deciding to leave that front line mass alone.
This is a terrible fight for Wham over here. He's losing a lot of super expensive units. And part of this was the fact that the Spearmen weren't controlled perfectly. A lot of the Spearmen were fighting the Yumi. He didn't get that gigantic bonus damage against the enemy cavalry. He started with like a dozen or so gilded Spearmen, yet all the cavalry from Beasty is still alive. And remember, Wham is on a countdown here. 7.5 minutes until Beasty gets a victory from the Sacred Sites. And now Wham is reset to essentially step number 1. He lost his advantage, and now Beasty is starting to say, okay, I just want to fight. I have the Sacred Sites. What if I start fortifying these and I just force your hand?
Yeah, and that's exactly what he's doing. He just says, all right, you have to come out of your base. You're going to have to come attack me. And this is a very defensive game, Age of Empires 4. Very easy to start reinforcing location with outposts, getting some outpost upgrades, sprinkled emplacements, things like that. That also allows him to get some extra vision into these stealth forests here, which gives him that extra advantage. But the big downfall for Wham there is I felt like he even just left his front line out to dry a little bit earlier. The fight, yeah, it might not have been going his way, but I felt like the trades could have been at least a lot closer if he didn't just turn tail and run with his 15, 20 ranged mass pretty early on. Didn't kite at all and just ran.
Yeah, I think he was concerned that he was just going to lose the game. If he loses that mass, he loses the game. So I felt like he just accepted the fact that he lost that battle and fell back. What was a little puzzling is that he could have waited just a little more. He had gilded crossbows coming out. He had a couple of gilded men-at-arms coming out. And as you said, there weren't very many Onimusha out there. If you have 4 or 5 more gilded men-at-arms and a couple of gilded crossbows against those mounted samurai, that fight could have been so much better for Wham. Now it's 5.5 minutes. I think we're getting to the stage where Wham is going to have one shot at decapping these Sacred Sites. And it's going to get increasingly difficult. I just don't see him being able to do it right now. Because, again, his losses were massive and it takes time for him to regroup.
Yeah, now this is where Beasty, he wants to just keep the pressure on with the mobile units. Meanwhile, he keeps the slower, the more immobile units back near the sacred sites, ready to just stay safe, defend, and have the mounted samurai come and, you know, have that nice flanking maneuver if Wham decides to move out from his walls. But I feel like this is one of those times where Wham, his only chance is waiting for the last, like, 2 minutes of the sacred site and doing one big final push then.
I love how Beasty is using the cavalry still. Offense is the best defense, as the saying goes. As long as you just run around, you know that Wham's army is a little slower. So if you just keep probing these walls, Wham is going to have to be busy chasing you. And every second that he's chasing you, he is essentially delayed moving out of his base and decapping the sacred sites.
Crossbow number for Wham, though, is starting to build up, so those mounted samurai are not going to be as good as a front line as they were before when it was just mainly an archer mass, just mainly that, you know, spear-ish mass. There's 2 spears left, but the crossbow, they can start sniping those down from range.
One thing that's a little worrisome for Beasty is that he's very heavy on the Yumi. And sure enough, Yumi is great in huge numbers, and Beast does have 46 of them, but this is really a quality versus quantity matchup. Against, let's say, 15, 20 gilded archers, 46 Yumi might not be enough, especially when you supplement these with a dozen or so men-at-arms. I think the worrisome detail is that Beasty doesn't have a direct answer to men-at-arms. The best he has are a mounted samurai. Now, this could be dangerous. Again, no vision for Wham. He's running into the stealth forest kind of blind. And if he loses this army, it's game over. He's got 3.5 minutes left to go. Beasty knows about the position of this army. Wham is oblivious of that flank from the cavalry.
And look at all the outposts. Look at all the vision that Beasty's able to provide himself during this Wham. He knows he needs some vision, knows he needs his own reinforcements. You saw an outline of an outpost, and we'll see if that does end up going up. He's moving forward, trying to get onto a point where the sacred site denies, starting to tick on down. But Beasty, he's ready to defend this here. Fight is going to happen, and oh my gosh, is there a lot of units here from Beasty. Wham. Crossbows are not turning tail and running. Archers are not turning tail and running. But are there enough units here this time to actually defend the location? Frontline is absolutely just getting demolished. Wham's trying to kite, trying to move on back, but now it's just the Yumis attacking the crossbows, attacking the range, and BC is going to look to clean this up and take a 2-0 lead on this series.
It's a true matchup of quality versus quantity, and quantity wins here. Yumi are being buffed by the Bannerman, by the way, and that is not something that needs to be or should be overlooked. These Yumi just flooded all the gilded archers. Beasty started with like 50 of them. He's down to 30. The majority stayed alive, and now it's just a cleanup operation. 3 minutes left to go. Really, when the dust settles, you look at that initial engagement between Beasty and Wham, and that's where you say, okay, that was it. That must have been it. In this game, Beasty never took a bad fight. Wham did, and that seems to be a difference between the 2 players in this game.
Yeah, losing those 5 villagers on the woodline too, you got to think that, you know, that's another 10, 15 units probably over the course of this game that Wham could have out, and that is definitely a huge difference maker over the course of time. But, you know, that's where BC able to just slowly eke out that lead, make those differences. You can see the resources gathered. Overall, wasn't as tilted as you'd still expect, but still 3,000 extra for BC over the course of that game.
Yeah, just looking at that fight at about 15 minutes, that is where things started to swing in Beasty's favor. From that point onwards, he always had the military lead, and then this final fight was essentially a cleanup operation. 2-0 win here for Beasty so far. It is match point now for him. Wham, if he loses, he's going to fall down to the lower bracket and face potential elimination. And for Beasty, he's going to be able to punch a ticket for himself for tomorrow and for the semifinals of the winner's bracket if he wins the next game.
Yeah, we just saw that first big villager loss there. Wham able to pick up a few units after that here and there, but it just wasn't enough of a difference. And this is that first big engagement we're talking about. The numbers, it looks good for Wham with the bar, but remember, Order of the Dragon units, they count as double. And so that is one where engagement's starting to happen, spears getting kited down, mounted samurai able to dive back in, and this is the point where the archers, they're about to just turn and run, just completely decide to not attack anything. I guess Wham, he's thinking he's about to get circled, which looking at it, there is still a ton of mounted samurai left, but no kiting at all, no units being taken down on the backside, just all unit losses.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at this final fight over here, sure, you have some premium troops if you're Wham, but just looking at this whole image, the massive numbers advantage that Beasty has is huge. And those towers were equipped with Spring Golden placement. You had healing as well from the Shinto priest for Beasty. He knew fully well that Wham is going to have to go, and he was just waiting it out.
Yep.
2-0 lead now for Beasty. We are heading into a match point game. It is going to be on a cliffside, and Wham is going to bring out the Byzantines. On the other side, a civilization that I honestly don't remember when I saw in Beasty's hands the last time. Mongols. I honestly don't recall any recent game where Beasty played Mongols, but it might just be my memory.
I mean, even still, Mongols is a near and dear civilization. There was a time where everyone played Mongols. Everyone had to play Mongols, so it's not like it's a civ that you don't... it does have a different play style than every other civ, but once you learn how to play it, you don't forget it. They're a very, very fun and interesting civilization. I'm wondering, you know, Tower Rush maybe deny some of that berry placement on getting that early olive oil growth going, and might not have an optimal winery positioning.
Yeah, I just looked at the logs here real quick, although chat was quicker. Indeed, Beasty did play a Mongols versus Demu, but that was the only time he played Mongols in this tournament. He actually lost that game. That was the only game he lost in the Beasty versus Demu series. It was a French versus Mongol matchup on Hill and Dale, and Demu won that. This time around, it's a fundamentally different setup, though. Byzantines on the other side from Wham. Remember, Wham won his group, by the way. He is the champion of Group D. Anatan was second place, whereas Beasty came in as the second place player in Group C. So it's actually going to be a setup where if Beasty wins, the second place in their respective group takes out the winner of a different group.
Yeah, exactly. And that's one where, you know, obviously you never know how the seeding, how it all ends up playing out. Hindsight's always 20/20. It's like one of those where sometimes you wish you could have lost a couple games, gotten matched up against someone else. But either way, these have been close games, even though the score is 2-0. And now we're jumping into game number 3. Wham does not want to get sent down to the loser's bracket. He wants to fight up for this top spot. He's playing the Byzantines in the color red, and in the north, Beasty's playing the Mongols in the color yellow.
Mongols versus Byzantines here. Wham did play Byzantines against Muhodo in the opening round of the group stage. It was against the Ayyubids, and he did win. At the same time, Beasty did lose the only Mongols game he played in this tournament so far. It was against the French on Hill and Dale. But we haven't really seen this particular matchup a lot, so I'm curious how Beasty is going to approach this. And I'm wondering if he's going to put some early pressure on Wham here. If he can get some early harassment going, he could throw off these Byzantine builds quite well.
Yeah, and I already see a production building being built next to his Uvu, I believe. I'm assuming barracks is on the way, and indeed, barracks is on the way. And the thing about Cliffside, it's a pretty short rush distance across to your opponent. So your spears, your villager, it's able to get there that much quicker. And looking at the spot, it's like, you know, BC has the option, deny the gold, deny the berries, and my choice, my thought process would definitely be delay the olive oil gathering, delay that first income coming on in. So put this outpost right there smack onto the berries.
Get scouted immediately by Wham.
Yeah.
Oh. Just clubbing it down casually, but most importantly for Wham, he knows about this villager coming in, so he's got to be able to prepare. It's just a matter of, again, if Beasty can start dropping towers here, if he can land it on the berries, he could make that grand winery become so much less effective.
And sure enough, that does look like that is where Beasty is wanting to go. Wham had vision of it. He followed it with the scout for a good little bit. Obviously, Byzantines, they have the ability to, move under their cistern, activate the cistern for the Akratoy defense, and then try to defend up that way. I'm wondering if it's going to be utilized maybe on the spears here, but Beasty is just trying to drop a sneaky outpost onto the berries.
Interesting move here. You don't really see this very often where the Mongol player splits the spearman from the towering villager, but this time around, that is exactly what's going to happen here. And the torches being thrown towards the mining camp means that you cannot just delete it now. Villager falls here for Wham, and this is the perfect start for Beasty. Wham deletes the mining camp, but that means Beasty gets the bounty.
I mean, this is just one where we're absolutely falling apart right there early on here for Wham. Maybe he's a little bit tilted from the game before, maybe just a little bit off forgetting. Oh, and now he pulls the villagers late to see if there's the outpost on the berries, distracted by the spears, and the outpost on the berries goes up. And I believe Wham will still be able to get maybe 1 or 2 berries before an upgrade comes through, but Beasty, he's already gathering the gold. He's ready to go up himself. He's already going to go ahead and put the spears into that outpost. And Wham, the Grand Winery goes up, but he is not feeling good about the start. Mongols is up in economy, and that should never happen. Usually they're already down a villager or so based off of their placement of their TC early on. But instead, with that villager kill, he's up now.
Range coming in here from Wham to try and deal with this, but okay, you get the range out, you start picking off those spearmen. Once the tower is complete, you need to find a way to destroy it. You could always try pulling villagers, but it could get tricky, especially considering that a lot of your villagers are beaten up. You see, Beasty is not that far behind in terms of aging up. By the time the first couple of archers come out, Beasty is going to have some troops on the field as well.
And Wham knows this. He knows the timing is key. He's getting textiles now. He's going to go for a huge villager pull. I'd assume he probably has 10 villagers out on those berries, and probably, yep, there we go. He's got a bunch of villagers out on those berries. Textiles has finished. Archer is there as well. Oh my gosh! And he goes over to the next set of berries and already gets a huge bit of damage onto those villagers. He's going for the pull. He needs to micro these villagers back as they get low health. Textiles has come through, though. Archer gets focused down first. One archer falls. Villager now starting to get focused down. Wham pulls back the wrong villager. One of the villagers falls. Another villager about to fall.
Wham pulled the wrong villagers twice, I think. He's trying to pull
2 villagers down. 3 villagers down during this pull, even with textiles. Now spears pop out. Villagers have to run. And every single spear is now up. Wham is down 5 villagers at the 5-minute mark. This is just...
Oh my. It must have been a misclick by Wham. He pulled...
Multiple misclicks by Wham over here.
He had... Twice in a row, he pulled a full HP villager, and the low HP one kept torching the tower. It must have been him trying to get the low HP villager back, but it must have been a misclick, and it costs him 2 villagers, and then he ends up losing the 3rd one as well. 4 villager casualties by the 6-minute mark.
And look at, Beasty, he's just still keeping up the aggression. There's so many low health villagers still. Spears are here. The Khan's still just poking and prodding on those berries, not allowing easy gathering at all. And just wait another 30 seconds or so. Keshiks are on the way.
Oh man, this is looking grim. You're looking at a setup where the berries are being harassed. The villagers, you didn't just lose a bunch of villagers. You had to sacrifice 1 for textiles. You had to idle these villagers a lot to make this tower disappear. And now, you have absolutely nothing against the Kashik here. The spearmen are still harassing you. First batch of Kashik coming in, and Beasty's also getting archers. So it's not just a, okay, you're bringing in Kashik and I do have spearmen. Beasty has archers, so he can take out the Limitani as well. This is looking so bad for Wham right now.
Yeah, Wham is just going to be tucked in the little corner of his base. He's going to be on sheep. He's going to be on his wood line, and that is it. Well, that only lasts so long, and meanwhile, Beasty, he has a stronger economy behind this, which feels weird saying this against Byzantines. But one thing I will say is if any civilization can do this from a villager deficit, Byzantines is probably one of the top 3 that come to mind. They are just that Civ that is known to still perform down in economy. And let's see if Wham can come back here. Let's see if Wham can defy the odds.
Remember, this is a double elimination bracket, so even if Wham loses, he is going to have a second chance, but he is going to be playing for his tournament life later today. Whereas if Beasty wins, he is going to be done for the day, and he's going to move on to the next round. And right now, it really seems like Beasty is dominating this series. Just a quick note here, by the way. As I mentioned, Beasty has a 4-3 lead historically in major tournaments against Wham, but he hasn't won a series against Wham since June 3rd, 2023. The last time Beasty swept Wham in a major 1v1 tournament was all the way back in 2022. So, yeah, oh, and look at Beasty. He's now grabbing the deer stones, trying to deploy it right next to the enemy base.
Oh,
actually isn't able to get
it down. Yeah, Limitane arrives in time, so Beasty needs to pull that back, moves forward, arrives to an outpost, but looks like, was that another villager maybe that just fell next to that outpost onto the berries?
Love the tower, but it's just a little late at this point. And normally you don't pull your deer stones right next to the enemy base, but I feel like Beasty knows that he can win this game right here. He's going to start torching the cistern.
And another villager!
Oh my. I feel like every single time we see a villager fall, this is turning more and more into a matter of when and not a who.
Yeah, it's just slowly. It's the snowball effect. It starts small and just rolls and gets bigger and bigger and scarier, and this is where now it's an ego lead. Well, and now it's an army lead, but it's not only a numbers lead with the army, it's a value lead as well. There's tons of Keshik into the grouping from Beasty. Meanwhile, Wham, he's all onto the Limitani and archers. There's a few javelin throwers that he didn't have to pay for from the olive oil, but still just does not prove to be enough. Villagers jumping back inside the outpost yet again. More idle time being caused. Archer's going to try to kite back on away, and overall looked like a 1-for-1-ish trade. Maybe not even an archer falling from Beasty.
You know, javelin throwers will be very handy here. It allows you to snipe off these archers from a long range, but you don't want to overcommit if you're Wham. This is a decent composition, though. Javelin throwers, highly resistant against arrow fire. Limitani with shield wall, they're resistant as well. So this is going to be a difficult composition for Beasty to beat. I love how he's using the map to his advantage, though. If Wham is stuck in his base, just go out, take the board, take the deer packs. That's exactly what he's doing.
Yep, and just not... Oh, look at how many berries are still up around the Grand Winery. That shows how good of an opening this is for Beasty. Usually these berries are gone in the blink of an eye. They're needing to move out to the next set of berries. They're dropping more olive groves around it early. Yeah, there's a few olive groves, but it's not because he ran out of the berries early and wants to get the olive oil. It's because that's all he can do. He can't move out of his base right now.
If you're Beasty, if you cannot break this defense, you'll just go Costa and pick up the relics, but I think he still wants to just finish this game right here. Again, needs to be a little careful because javelin throwers can easily pick these archers off, and there might be a second batch on the way at some point. But the fact that Wham has to go for olive groves it's a bad sign. Again, the deficit is just too big to overcome. Beasty would need to take a terrible fight here to have a shot for Wham, basically.
Yeah, you mentioned those javelin throwers. There's only 3, and you can't forget the Beasty also has that extra bit of range with the Khan Hunter on his ranged units too. So has been able to continually kite, continually taking efficient trades here and there, and hasn't really been losing as many archers as you'd expect during these trades against javelin throwers against an outpost as well. Blacksmith upgrades also in Beasty's favor, as Wham hasn't really been able to stay secure onto that gold, hasn't really been able to make that sacrifice for a Blacksmith for those upgrades. He's just now moved out to it, but yet another outpost has to be invested. So just so many resources that Wham is dumping into trying to get other resources.
Yeah, and at the same time, Beasty, he is leveraging the fact that he doesn't need to commit full in to this aggression. He's grabbing so many eco-techs in here because he's like, okay, I'm able to pin my opponent inside his base with this army. I can spend my excess resources on upgrades, and at the same time still be successful when it comes to harassing these berries. So even if Wham is able to hold this position, Beasty's advantage is going to be so big because of that tech difference between the two.
Yeah, exactly that. And I love how Beasty, he's not overcommitting here. He's just going from one side, going back to the other, moving back to the other, constantly just causing idle time and just eking out this lead further and further and further until he is ready to attack, ready to fully commit. And when is that? Rams are coming into play. I'm sure it's going to be soon. And the best thing about Mongols when Rams start coming out is they really pay for themselves more than other civilizations. They take down a few of the buildings. They start taking down the olive groves. Well, that's bringing in income in for these Mongols.
I think the primary target is going to be the gold mine plus this cistern right here. And this is a difficult position for Wham to defend. It's open field. You have the mobility of these Keshiks to just flank around and hit the back line. And Wham moved out to the berries all the way to the south, and Beasty had his number. He knew fully well what was going on, and Wham is just going to have to pull back.
And look, Wham's trying to move out to the berries to the east as well. I think Beasty already has a unit sitting there ready, if not multiple, over on those east side berries. It dies, but he at least has knowledge of it, has the information, and Wham knows. He's like, all right, I have to commit to that. Beasty just needs to send a unit or two back over there and will cause more damage, more idle time, but I don't think Wham even cares about that at this point. He has to worry about this army at the front of his base. Ram knocking down the cistern, water level about to go down. And look at Beasty's queue. He's got spears, he's got Keshiks, he's got archers. Meanwhile, Wham, one archer, one spear.
It's looking really grim now for Wham. I think he's hoping for a miracle to happen, but it seems inevitable for Beasty to take this series. He is actually piling up resources for Castle Age now. He's got twice the army as his opponent, and he's ready to go to the next stage soon.
Yeah, and as we mentioned, we just saw it. He split off a few of the Keshiks to those bottom side berries. Wham didn't even have the mill finish. He had to build an outpost first and hasn't been able to gather from those yet. Beasty is just everywhere right now, not allowing Wham to breathe. He wants to take this one 3-0. He wants to just move along, not have to worry about any more games in this series.
And that's exactly it. Wham is trying to sneak out to little resource packs, but it's just impossible. He actually snuck all the way out to the far right, but Beasty already is skirmishing in that area with Keshiks as well. Army numbers still looking much, much better for Beasty. He's got a huge tech lead as well. There's just nowhere to go for Wham now.
I mean, I feel like you say that now. I feel like there hasn't been anywhere for Wham to go for the past 10 minutes of this game. It's
Fair.
just been Beasty started with the pressure, kept the pressure on, and never let up off the gas. More olive groves trying to be built. He's trying to mass repair the archery range with 15, 20 villagers. That's half his economy on an archery range.
And there it is. Beasty seals the deal. 3-0 dominant performance. Not something that's very common in the matchup of these two players in here, but especially this final game, this was a Beasty show all over. From the very beginning when he killed villagers, he started having a villager lead at minute 3 from all those from all that Dark Age pressure, but really it came down to that catastrophic cleanup of the tower from Wham, where he lost 5 villagers in total. From there on out, it was just near impossible to recover economically.
Yeah, it just has to be, you know, we'll just say Wham's not a morning person. He woke up a little too early. He wasn't feeling it. It's like, you know, he had to have an extra Red Bull or two, and he didn't have it this morning. So he just need to wake up, get a little more energized. But good thing for him is he can throw this series out the drain. He still has the loser's bracket to come out. He is not fully out of it yet. Just forget this series, have the memory of a goldfish, and just move along.
Well, it started like this. Wham staying on that gold mine a little too long, ends up losing the villager, but this is really well it fell apart. He's trying to pull back the injured villagers, but some of them didn't really respond. Arguably, it's very difficult to pull these villagers back here. Clicking these units, especially when they're clustered up like that, is difficult, but it doesn't change the fact that the wrong villagers were pulled back, and that cost him quite a few villagers here.
And so, yeah, this is where now we've already kind of seen the spot where the game was already tilted a little bit, and Beastie just continued to battle either side around this wood line, just constantly used it to poke and prod. And this was also Wham's main wood line he was gathering from. So doesn't make your life easy when you're a villager, doesn't make your life easy when you're the Byzantine player, always having to watch multiple different spots.
Well, a dominant 3-0 win here for Beastie against Wham, but this wasn't the only 3-0 series that we had today. Marine Lord also took out Vortex 3-0, which means that tomorrow we will be getting an absolute banger. Beastie versus Marine Lord, but I do hear that Beastie also wants to share his thoughts about this series. Let's hear what the winner of this series has to say.
Big congratulations, Beastie. Very clean and fast series. So anything to kind of say after to summarize the series here for yourself?
Thank you. I mean, my group stage was pretty shaky. Like, I kind of felt the nerves because I feel like I've been practicing and I was like, oh, I gotta win kind of thing in the group stage. So it was a bit shaky, but today I think I just played my own game. I played what I practiced, and yeah, pretty happy that I just played well. You know, I think that's what matters to me the most. Going out while playing really bad sucks quite a bit.
Yeah, so first game, it was obviously as close to a mirror matchup as you could get. We had JD versus French, so usually that's a matchup that can really go either way. You look away from your wood line for 1 second, and all of a sudden it's game over, and it felt like that situation almost happened for a second. Your berries got raided, you took a little bit of damage, but all of a sudden you pulled the castle play. Is that really one where, did you feel some pressure like you needed to do something, or was castle always the plan?
So that matchup is a bit weird. It is a mirror with a slight difference where JD will actually have a lot more food remaining because the knights will cost less, and French has more workers, which is good, but you also eat up your resources faster. So in a way, our economy is the same because he spends less, but I eat my resource faster. So I actually ran out of gold first, I ran out of food first. But so French should have more units, but the longer the game goes, it kind of becomes better and better for JD, especially if she can hit level 3. So, you know, when I aged up and I kept checking how many knights he has, how many knights I have, and stuff like that, and when I saw we're equal amount of knights, but I'm also aging up, I just knew that I just have to fight with the upgrades and it should be good.
Yeah, and you kind of called exactly that. We saw your gold ran out, and I was like, oh no, this is actually a chance that Wham might pressure the gold, and then instead, you got that little bit of breathing room. You did the exact same thing, closed out game number 1 very clean. Game number 2 was water, albeit not the main type of water maps, only 1 deep sea fish, which you ended up giving up the water. Was, again, you know, you just kind of went for docking placements, no military ships, and right into castle with that timing with the mounted samurai play. So with water on that map, are you just kind of less worried about it compared to others, since there's only one deep sea fish, and kind of force your opponent to waste resources there?
Yeah, it's a weird one. I tried different like situations. I tried skipping water completely. I tried like just doing the arrow slits, and I tried fighting. And I feel like if you do go for a fight, but it doesn't really go down fast, then you're kind of like committed, but then the opponent is aging up, and you're like trying to kill the dock, and then you kill the dock, but then the opponent is already ahead in, you know, castle timing. So you can get kind of pretty weird. But some civs, I would say, go for like a dock kill, and some just kind of camp. Like if you have passive stone, you can just throw down arrow slits and, you know, just chill a bit, and that's it, just give up.
Yeah, and then obviously we saw the dominant game number 3. The early start, really, you got the early Vil kill on the goal, but more importantly, the outpost just forced so much damage, so much idle time, and villager kills as well. Is that one where you know, you obviously can weigh going castle yourself, just playing all in feudal? Is that one where you just said, I've done more than enough damage, I'm just going to end this now and here?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like probably a lot of players expect me to play like, you know, delayed or slow, or, you know, go castle in those kind of situations, but I think I've changed up my style a bit, and I think committing in that case, like you said, after killing the vills and stuff, if I just do everything correctly, he just won't have the army. And when he picked Cliffside, I knew he's probably going to pick Byzantine because it's, you know, one of his best civs and his favorite civs, so I just figured you know what, I'll pick Mongol. I didn't even plan to pick Mongol. It was just a last civ. So I was like, you know, I'll just pick Mongol, and if I lose with it, like, I still have Mali and Delhi after for the other 2 games. So, and then Mongol can also be pretty good against Biz sometimes, right? So it kind of worked out, I guess.
Yeah, obviously very, very clean series. Big congrats again. So we'll be seeing you moving along in the winner's bracket. Any tie-in together thoughts to before we let you go and start to cast the next series?
No. I mean, I'm excited to play against Marine Lord. I haven't played him in a long time. We played with some similar, like, practice partners, but I haven't played them. So it's going to be interesting to see how that goes. I'll just ask Boltune for some tips, you know, and that's it.
There you go. Well, we'll be ready to watch it. We'll be ready to cast that, and good luck moving forward here.
Thank you.
Well. An absolute banger tomorrow coming up between Marine Lord and Beasty, but we're far from being done today. This was only the first series of the day. And we have another potentially 5-game matchup here coming up. It is Louis MT versus Anatend here in the winner's bracket. We are still waiting for the lobby to get going, so we actually have quite some time to take a look at the draft here. Cliffside, Hillendale, Boldland, Dry Arabia, and Four Lakes are the map picks here. Louis MT versus Anatend in the upper bracket quarterfinals.
Yeah, we're not starting out on the water. We're not getting the water knocked out right off the bat like we did last series, but we are starting right where last series left off. It's Cliffside. It's Byzantines again. It's not Mongol choice from Louis, although it could have been. He's choosing English, which is a very, very typical civilization pick onto Cliffside. He could choose to be aggressive if you want with that short, you know, movement across, or can do the king into 2 TC into castle age. There's a lot of different options here for Louis, and this is just going to be a great, great start to series number 2 of the day.
And we're looking at 2 players that are really still on the rising arc. A year and a half ago, you would say, okay, these guys are top 32 level. You know, they're not going to be competing for a top 8, top 16 position in these tournaments. And recently, they stepped up their game. Both Anatend and Louis MT did. And now we're looking at them as legitimate contenders. Recently, when these 2 faced against one another in smaller events, Louis MT had Anatend's number. So, just again, with recency bias, you would think that Louis MT has the upper hand. But I would dare to say that this might just be a coin flip game here.
Yeah, this is definitely one, though, that, you know, I remember early on at the start, Anatan, his playstyle used to just be all in. You'd see 50 units surrounding the TC. He's developed, he's grown, he's become that macro as well as aggressive player. He can do the, you know, it depends what civilization he's playing, and he's got a lot of those comfort pick civilizations, but also has the aggressive picks, has French, has JD as well. So we might be seeing quite a few nights out from Anatan based off of his picks and his choices there.
Yeah, honestly, this is going to be an interesting matchup because both of these players like to play a little off meta in a way. And the way they play off meta is different, though. Anatan just likes this kind of cheesy, chaotic playstyle every once in a while. Whereas Louis MT still retains some of that team game prowess. He does have a very strong team game background. So his approach to 1v1 games is actually a little different than it is for most players out there. Just as a little highlight, Louis MT did have some really good runs in tournaments before. In Elite Classic 2, about a year ago, he was actually 3rd place. He lost to Beasty 3-1. So for Anatan, if he can take out Louis MT here, he's going to be in a really good spot. For Louis MT, you know, you're starting to get to that level where you're no longer considered the rising player, but you are actually considered a top player. And now, it would be a little disappointing to lose in the opening round of the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely don't want to lose in the opening round of the playoffs. But again, we just saw Wham lose in the opening round, but moving along to the losers bracket series, we'll still be seeing him later today. He has another chance in it. He can fight his way right back to the top, and the loser of this series can do the exact same thing. But in the meantime, like we said earlier, we had a little bit of time here, so appreciate, big shout out to everyone here showing up week after week, day after day when we're casting these tournaments. So love all the support we get. And if y'all are feeling pretty generous out there, obviously the subs, the support does go a long way to help continue to create tournaments, which if you look at the future of this year's tournaments, there's already some big things announced onto the schedule, a lot of hype things to look forward to other than just the rest of this one.
Exactly. We actually have the calendar filled all the way to essentially summer. We have the Elite Classic 3 coming up. We have EGC Masters Summer coming up as well. A lot to look out for. And, you know, the best way to support the channel is just to tell your friends to come along and make sure that you check out the streams, the VODs, of course, on YouTube. If you missed anything, that is a great place to go as well. And make sure you tune back in on other days as well. Tomorrow, it's going to be the same time, the standard 15 GMT start for the winners bracket semifinals and the lower bracket second round. And then next weekend, we are going to see the conclusion of this event going all the way to the grand final. So all your favorite players still in there. Some big names will be eliminated today, though. But before that, we need to see how Louis MT is going to do against Anatend. Game number 1 will be on Cliffside with the English facing off against the Byzantines in a series that could easily go all the way to 5 games.
Exactly. You know, first series was a little bit tilted, but any of these series could go the distance. Game is ready. We are ready for series number 2 now. Anatan versus Louis. Who will get the leg up to start in game number 1? Louis in the red as the English, Anatan in the yellow as the Byzantines, and we're already hearing that beautiful noise of the sheep getting brought on in.
Well, you do hear it. I don't cast with sound.
Well, I hear it at least. The viewers hear it, and it is one where, you know, you want to be hearing that bell ding as much as possible. Nothing's better when you look back at your scout and you're like 10 double-digit sheep circling around behind it. But both of these civs are civs that can perform without sheep, without a lot of food income, as we already see Louis doing the 2-farm opening as the English.
It's an old-school build with the English, but I'm a big fan of it. We talk about this so many times. If you have to make a farm transition happen, that slows you down. So you could make the argument saying, okay, I prefer to start a little slower, but get some of the farms rolling early on, especially with a faction like the English, which do get a nice farming bonus as well.
Yeah, exactly. Byzantines, they don't quite have that early Olive Grove opening like they used to, which it's crazy looking back at how strong that used to be, and they still are super strong with where they've come and been nerfed a few times over. But now, just that cistern opening, just that quicker feudal age, the Grand Winery has a lovely location for Anatan as far as it's behind his base. It's going to be safe and onto the berries and have that extra gap for the olive groves behind it. So a very, you know, behind, whenever you can have an your Grand Winery behind your base, it's like the same thing with the chapel, same thing with any kind of resource landmark that boosts up your economy. You always want it on the safer side.
Of course you do. Now, speaking of, you know, stuff being on the safer side, your gold mine is going to be exposed to the front here, so that's something to keep an eye out on if you're Anatan. And Louis MT is going to open with the Abbey of the Kings in here, so he is going to have that early pressure potential with the King. It's going to be interesting to see how he follows up, though. I wonder if we're going to see a semi-fast castle approach here.
Yeah, a lot of times, usually when the Abbey's going down, you'll already, if it's, you know, the 2TC play, you're already seeing villagers move out onto the stone early on. We haven't seen that movement yet from Louis. He's still onto the gold, which as the English, if you're onto the gold, that either means castle or it means upgrades, because English, they don't really have, you know, a ton of useful for economic upgrade. I feel like the prio economic upgrades for English, you want double broadaxe and wheelbarrow as fast as possible, and those are the main things until you start getting that booming farm eco. But feudal ages getting pretty close to finishing up for both players. 4 villagers on the winery, only 3 onto the Abbey. But Louis, he's not in any sort of rush, especially if he's thinking about fast castle like Lidicor was saying.
Yeah, I just don't know what else Louis MT could do here. If you want to do heavy feudal pressure, I feel like you get more from the council hall. I don't know if, you know, going Abbey of Kings into that range and getting longbows out is the way you want to go. But just looking at the features of the map, this is definitely a slower paced map in many cases, with all these walling possibilities towards the middle of the map and all these choke points being out there. I think if you're Louis MT, you could say, okay, I'm going to get my king out. I'm going to be dictating the tempo of the game with the harassment. And then I will just try to go towards Castle Age. If you get a white tower out, you can start spamming knights. If you get the TC landmark going, you're going to be able to start having a one-up over your opponent in terms of the villager count. So I feel like English, I think it's one of the civilizations that prefer to rush ages a lot more than other civilizations do, because you could get so many more bonuses with those age ups.
Yeah, it really, they kind of have some of those landmarks where one's a very quick timing, the White Tower one, you can really get some early aggression down. The other, it's like as time goes on, you're just going to out-eco, and if you're castle while your opponent's feudal as well, you're slowly getting extra upgrades, slowly getting those extra tech bonuses as well. But it looks like stables play from both sides, and Louis will have the advantage here, having the king, having the passive healing as well over time. So let's see how that kind of comes to fruition, how that plays on out. And is that a pro scouts play by Louis MT in the English, actually?
Ooh. That is awkward, and I don't know how... Like, here's the thing. First of all, the problem that you're going to face is that if you want to play pro scouts here, you need to first make those scouts on the stable. Now, once you have the stable, of course, you can start going for horsemen, but you see Anathan just opened directly with horsemen. So I think the concern here for Louis MT is that you're not going to have a lot of map control initially to leverage this deck. And it's an expensive deck. So for Louis MT, he needs to get some good value out of the pro scouts here. It's just going to be so challenging to get any carcasses here. You see, Anathan is super active when it comes to pushing with these horsemen.
Yeah, and the horsemen are great because they have that extra bit of movement speed. They're able to push the king away if the king doesn't have any supportive units. Scout able to see the other scouts from Louis. I think Anatan got vision of both of those, so might have knowledge, might have information of that pro scouts play, which would make it mean where, you know, can just double down onto the horseman. Looks like he finally has his contract through, and longbows will start to be produced as well. A safe tower from Louis MT on the backside for his gold to not allow any of that. And spears is going to be the play for Louis. So very defensive choices for Louis MT.
It's always weird to see players making longbows against the English. But for now, Louis MT is going for every unit but longbows. He's going spears, he's going for the king, of course. The king did get a nice charge on the horseman, so Anathan did lose one of the horsemen out there. But we're getting what we expected here, I feel. The horsemen are circling the enemy base and they're looking for the scouts, and it's going to be difficult for Louis MT to bring back carcasses. He's actually trying to steal carcasses from the other side of the map. If you're Louis MT, or if you're Anathan, then you know about this pro scouts build. You actually prioritize killing the scouts, not the king. The king is pretty tanky. Horsemen will not do a lot of damage against it. And you can always pull it back to heal back up.
Yeah, and the thing here about Louis going for Anatan's deer, while it feels great, Anatan's not on that civ that really goes out to the deer early on. He's going to prioritize the berries. He wants the extra olive oil, and we can already see that. He's moved out from the Grand Winery onto a second berry bush already, not choosing the deer, not choosing any forward location, even though he has that, you know, forward mobility and kind of taking the map control for himself here.
Now, the Pro Scouts build gets scouted by Anathan. He knows what's up, even if it wasn't sure up until this point. One thing that Louis was doing is splitting his scouts. Some of them went to his own deer packs, some went to the enemy deer packs. So this way, Louis MT was able to ensure that the enemy cavalry will not be able to locate all his scouts. In essence, Louis MT was able to deliver a couple of carcasses no matter what. Now, this is going to be challenging for him to deal with, however. He's got nothing against these archers. One horseman goes down, but if you can just put these longbows behind the wood line, you can make life very difficult for Louis.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what Anatan's going to do. He's going to circle around with this scout like we're seeing now. The horsemen circle around to the other side, and the longbows can step up, snipe down onto the wood line. But Louis, he knows better. He sees the play that's coming. He pulls off the wood line early. Proactive play, pulling the villagers off, and no losses come through.
Yeah, idle time could be a concern for Louis MT, though. Like, sure, he's getting some carcasses, but he's also having his villagers idled out. Has to make a lot of horsemen and spearmen out there, and you see Anatan is thinking about Castle Age now. He's saying, okay, I've got some troops going, got multiple cisterns going already. And a nice little push with the spearmen, pushing away the horsemen. But the point is, Anatan could go to Castle Age and just say, okay, I'm going to pick up all the relics, and we'll see where we go from there.
It looks like he is losing a few units here and there. We just saw a horseman get picked off there, lost another horseman over trying to aggro the gold vein, but able to pick up a scout in return and loses his own scout though. So units kind of being traded here and there as units are kind of split off into different packs, trying to gather deer, trying to deny the deer, and eventually we'll get to where these armies start to group on together, especially as an extra set of olive oil units come through. Anatan's up to 10 longbows now.
You say units are being traded, but in practice, Anatan hasn't killed a single unit just yet. He's at 0 destroyed value. He's only been losing units so far. And you gotta credit Louis MT. Like, again, he was under a lot of pressure, but he didn't lose any units, not even a scout. And now Anatan is thinking about Castle Age, but so does Louis. Those carcasses he ferried in are now really paying for their price, and it feels like Louis MT has survived the worst part here, and now he gets a really good fight. Once again, takes out a horseman. He's just so efficient with these engagements, I feel.
Yeah, horsemen have slowly been being lost over the course of time for Anatan, but Byzantines, a civilization that can make up for some unit losses as they're getting extra free units, and Anatan will add on to those extra free units with the Golden Horn Tower. So longbow number about to be up to 15 here in a little bit. Golden Horn Tower, once it is finished up, all those longbows will get such a quick upgrade with the veteran contract coming through from the Merc House. And Louis MT opts for the King's Palace, and a very far out King's Palace next to his gold, next to that outpost that's there already.
King's Palace coming up here, and this is where Anatan is going to have to start making a move. He will not necessarily have the relic lead because the cost stage times are essentially identical. And Louis MT is going to start having, or start building that villager advantage with that King's Palace. I wonder how Anatan is going to play this. For now, he has a massive longbow lead, but that's something that Louis MT could actually make up for. For now, it looks like Louis just wants to go heavily into knights, triple stables up.
Yeah, he's got the eco to do it. He's got his gold protected. He's got the food income from all the deer you were talking about being ferried in over the last, bit in the feudal age. And so all of that just plays perfectly into knights, and more knights. Anatan trying to deny a few more deer from being brought in, moving forward with his army mass, but the villagers onto the berries. Louis is still roaming with his king, still roaming with those horsemen. Anatan pulls back. Villagers, Akratoy defense had been utilized, starting to A-move, starting to attack some of those horsemen. But there are villagers still out and about that are very vulnerable. One definitely will be falling. Next three trying to run. Where's Anatan's army? Where's something to help defend this up? Help shore this on up. Another villager should be falling as well. Another one fall. 3 villagers go down. Trades for some horsemen on the other side, but he's also losing some horsemen trying to burn down a house. Moves forward with his longbows, causes some idle time, picks up some villagers, but all during this time, remember, Louis has a second TC now. He's fine with these trades because over the course of time, he will get this economic bonus, this economic lead.
Exactly. This is the big difference maker here. You lose 1 or 2 villagers, that's almost an acceptable loss here for Louis MT, especially if you can trade it to army. Now, speaking of the army, the build-up is a little bit more rapid from Anatan, but he keeps taking these suboptimal engagements and losing expensive horsemen out there. In essence, he only has longbows out there plus 2 cataphracts. It's kind of scary when you consider that Louis is going heavily into knights, although Louis is having trouble with food. He's only 180 food per minute. And that's a bit of a problem when you want to make triple stable knights. Plus, villagers from 2 TCs as well.
Yeah, he must have just not been able to bring back as many deer as he would have wished. As well, Anatan, he was idling in that TC during that time when those horsemen were burning the house. The longbows were trying to snipe some units around that TC as well. So that definitely caused an impact, delayed some of this horseman queue from Louis. Although now Q looking back and healthy yet again, 3 knights into Q. There's 4 cataphracts still on the other side, but Anatan needs a defender unit for his longbow mass and wants the cataphracts to be able to kind of roam and do some damage as well.
Yeah, players aren't really moving out for relics so far. All the relics are still available. Nice little raid here, though. And so many of Anatan's villagers are badly beaten up. This is something to keep an eye out on, because he cannot afford to lose villagers like Louis does. Another villager falls over here. Knights are getting badly beaten up, though. And remember, Louis MT hasn't been making a lot of knights recently because he was just so handcuffed on food.
Yeah, we did just see 1 or 2 knights fall from Louis' side, as well as some spears move out a little early. It is not a 2-for-1 spears versus cataphract. You need like 4-for-1 when it comes to those fights. And so Anatan now is starting to take some beneficial unit trades. Needs to keep an eye out for this location. 5 more spears moving on up. Louis baits it in perfectly. 2 cataphracts get circled. 1 goes down. The other will get away.
Keep in mind that Louis can heal his troops back up with the King's Palace, or with the not the Council Hall, the healing landmark. That's what I was gonna say. Slipped my mind.
Abbey of the Kings.
Yeah, the Abbey of the Kings. And this landmark has an amplified importance once you get to Castle Age. We've seen these builds about a year ago or so when these very farming-heavy and knight-heavy English builds came to life. You get so much benefit from the Abbey of the Kings because it helps you keep these very expensive knights alive.
We see a knight able to take down some longbows, but land snakes coming to help into the mix. Those aren't the most efficient unit to try to battle knights either. You definitely don't want those out by themselves, as they can get taken down quite easily. Fighting in groups is where those thrive.
Villager count is starting to swing in the favor of Louis MT here. Relics are coming in for both of the players, though 2 in hand for Anatan, 1 for Louis MT. Being once again looking for a kill here. Remember, a lot of those lumberjacks are heavily beaten up, so Louis MT might be able to get away with a couple of kills, but as I'm saying that, Akratoy defense comes in, and it looks like the king just falls to the villagers.
It does indeed fall. Another spearman falls from Louis' side. Look at the military numbers. All of a sudden, we blink. We've said Anatan's been taking some efficient trades. Not only that, Louis' been having to spend more food onto villagers early on. Anatan has been building those numbers up. Also has the olive oil income just non-stop. So extra units coming in, extra units coming in. Byzantines, really exceptional at just non-stop army production, and we can see that here and now. 53-24.
Yeah, the numbers aren't looking good for Louis MT here, and knights aren't going to just be able to stand and fight against 20 Limitani here. As long as Louis MT is dictating the tempo of the game with these raids, he's gonna be fine.
Oh my gosh, and look at how many villagers are on that wood line.
That's the problem. That's the big problem here. Louis MT doesn't have an army that can stand and fight. He's grossly outnumbered when it comes to this slow-moving frontline infantry. He's trying to get to men-at-arms, but again, having just a handful of men-at-arms might not be enough.
And Anatan has units everywhere. This feels like the last game of Beasty versus Wham, where Wham was just fully surrounded. Louis fully surrounded on all sides. Longbow stepping up, sniping down the longbows on the other side, allowing the Limitani to go untouched. However, men-at-arms are there and mega tanky. They have the Chat-at-Arms upgrade. Anatan taking the fight, so we can see on the northwestern side, there's another unit mass just taking down more and more units, more and more villagers. But Anatan, he loses that whole entire mass as he does not have all the units grouped on together. And all of a sudden, that massive lead is just gone in the blink of an eye.
Louis MT did some raids on the other side, and I think Anatan was distracted, but he didn't micro his longbows, he didn't use a choke point, and most importantly, I mentioned this, Anatan had 20 Limitani out there to deal with the knights, but only 10 of them were in that army. You see, he still has 10 limit on it, but they weren't there. Sure, it was also the man-at-arms, and he didn't have a good answer to the man-at-arms, but you see, Louis MT got away with fighting using knights for quite some time in that battle because you simply didn't have enough limit on it. And now, nice little raid here by Anathan. He's doing a decent job putting pressure, and now with teardrop shields coming in, this game is far from over, but Anathan definitely had some rough moments here in that previous engagement.
Yeah, causes a ton more idle time yet again, so at least is giving himself some more timing, some more breathing room. Another couple of villagers. The villagers go back a little bit early, and oh no, Louis, a little bit of an oversight, loses another 3-4 villagers. And that's why he's distracted on the other side. Some Limitanaya getting some more raids down, more villagers falling. Anatan, he's bringing himself back into this game. I say that after it felt like he had a lead going for himself a little bit ago, at least a military lead, that is.
And here's the thing. We talked about the fact that Louis MT can afford some villager casualties because he does have that extra town center. That's no longer the case. He lost way too many villagers. Now he needs to be very considerate of those villagers as well. And credit Anathan. It's so difficult to keep up with the villager count of a 2TC opponent simply using raids. And he was able to accomplish that. Now he's got some Varangians coming along. He's still very heavily leaning towards the use of longbows though. And that's going to be a bit of a problem when he faces all those man-at-arms from Louis.
Yeah, and you can't forget, though, Anatan did drop a second TC on his wood line somewhat ago, so he's been able to now keep up with the villager production, so all these raids actually means he's able to catch up. He's not just, you know, forced to raid because he will find himself at a deficit. Able to start moving out to the mid-map. Look at where all the golds are. This is the thing about Cliffside. Yeah, your first gold's somewhat safe. You usually have a second gold you can grab, which isn't that safe, as we're seeing Anatan raid it with longbows again and again. But all the rest of the golds are in the mid-map, so if you lose control, you don't have relics, you don't have sacred sites, gold is not your friend.
And this is such a weird map in a way, because when you look at how the map looks like, you have these narrow choke points in the middle, and you would just say, okay, I can wall this off, this is a slower-paced map, but it takes so much effort to wall these off, and you see the players still have open bases in practice. This group of longbows will likely get cleaned up here, but they do force quite some idle time. And again, the villagers go back early. And Anathan, knowing that he was going to lose these longbows anyways, he would just focus the villagers, and he gets 2 more kills. He's doing such a good job just picking off these villagers, getting these freebies out there.
Yep. Men-at-Arms swap from Louis does look very strong right now. Anatan, instead of going into crossbows, is just going to swap into his own Men-at-Arms alternative with the Varangian guards.
Yeah, not a lot of armor-piercing power from either side here. And that's a lot of Men-at-Arms from Louis. Louis is going super heavy on Men-at-Arms now. Varangians are fine, but you would love to see some more armor-piercing power if you're Anathan. At the same time, basically both players are done using mobile units. Just one knight from Louis MT, one cataphract from Anathan. We're now getting to the stage where, as these walls get constructed, we will get to these slower, tankier compositions relative to the more mobile units that we've seen early in this game.
Yeah, but Anatan, he is the one who's ready to be the aggressor. He's ready to deny any sort of outside expansion. You can see Louis actually trying to sneak out to the western side gold. He built a wall, and now he's in the middle of the map with like maybe 5 villagers on that cliff. But Cataphract still circling. Louis still somewhat stuck in his base for now.
I'm somewhat surprised that Anathan wasn't a little quicker picking up these sacred sites. He had the mid-map for quite a while, and he could have actually forced the hand of his opponent by starting the timer and just getting the extra gold trickle from the sacred sites. The other thing that's a little concerning for Anathan, I feel, is that he kind of stopped walling. At the very beginning, he got some walls built up. A couple of villagers could fall here to the man-at-arms. He got some walls in the middle initially, but he kind of stopped afterwards. Whereas now Louis MT is getting full walls going, realizing that the players are going for more static compositions, and the game in general is just slowing down, so you want to get those walls up to make sure you're not going to get flanked.
Yeah, exactly. And even these little small segments, you slowly start adding them up. You slowly all of a sudden have the full west side walled off, and then you can focus all your army to the east, corral all the army that way. Anatan saw the gold expansion from Louis in that mid-map. Resources were invested into this outpost too, so Springleton placement will get denied. Villagers don't fall, but gold does. Louis looked like he is trying to start maybe saving up for Imperial Age, as he's got 1,000 gold in the bank, almost 1,000 food in the bank. And Anatan, in the meantime, still continuing to push forward, still continuing to press and keep up that aggression.
This could be dicey for Louis. He only has 12 crossbows, and he's facing 30 or so Varangians and a bunch of longbows. This could be a bad timing for him. I agree. I think he wanted to go Imperial. He has enough stone for a keep, and he's still raiding on the other side of the map. But I think Anatan just wants to press now. I don't see an intent from Anatan to go into Imperial. I think he just wants to go now. So Louis MT needs to be prepared for a push here.
And Anatan, he doesn't wall his side. He's moving forward and walling the side of Louis MT, cutting off the walls that he wanted to make in between the wood lines and walling off himself. Another little group of horsemen gets onto the farms from Louis, so just not allowing Louis to breathe over here. Villagers going to try to pull out their short bows. There's a few men-at-arms here as well. But Anatan, he's ready to fight again. Army splits, though, into a few different locations. He does have the wall to run back through and in between.
These horsemen are so annoying out here. It's only 4 horsemen by Anatan. You would think they won't do a lot of damage, but they're really good just to create some distractions. A lot of idle time being forced. Villagers also fall to this. And again, Louis MT, he tried to wall as best as he could, but some of the horsemen still slip in, and they are able to pick off villagers left and right. Villager count is still neck and neck, and now it looks like Louis MT is doubling down on this costage play. He's apparently afraid of a push here. It's now Anatan who's thinking about Imperial here.
Yeah, it's funny how the tables turn over here, and Anatan has that army mass. His Q has stopped. It's just the olive oil that he's using, which is such a nice thing for Byzantines. You can cut your unit production, but you're really not cutting your unit production because olive oil has to go somewhere. So you're making a few units here and there, still keeping up that number 93 to 73, and Imperial Age is about to be dropped here for Anatan. From there, a couple Imperial Age upgrades, and it's time to press forward. He's got 44 longbows. He's got 30 Varangians. That is going to be such a hard mass to clear, especially with Imperial upgrades.
Yeah, that's the big problem here for Louis MT. He's actually getting a lot of upgrades just now. I'm just not realizing. Veteran Spearman, Veteran Horseman for Louis MT. I mean, if he wants to make a tech switch, sure, but I think it's a bit of a waste right now. He doesn't have any horsemen out here, for instance. He doesn't have any spearmen out here. And while he's spending his resources doing these, he's slowing down his own imp timing, whereas Anatan is just going straight into Imperial.
And my big concern for Louis is the gold vein. I believe he just ran out of the second gold vein on his side, which means he has to move to the cliffs. He has to go to a vulnerable location. And this is going to be right when Anatan's going in. Anatan's getting all the upgrades. Yeah, he is out of gold. That second vein is completely diminished, and Anatan is reinforcing vision into the mid-map with outposts. He's getting that just line of sight everywhere that he can.
54 longbows from Byzantine player, more than what you have from the other player, the English one. Nice little pickup here for Louis MT. That's a start, but he needs to find a way to Imperial. He's out of gold. He doesn't have the gold to go into Imperial, and in hindsight, knowing how little gold he has, getting veterancy for Spearmen and Horsemen feel like terrible decisions.
Yeah, especially considering his spearman and horseman number that he has on the field. It's not really anything, actually. Horseman still trying to be annoying. What this is causing is idle time, a little bit of damage as we see another villager fall, but more importantly, it's forcing Louis to split units back and stay at home, and those units are so slow, so hard to get those moved back and then back forward again. Berkshire Palace on the way, though, for Louis. Not too far delayed of his timing, and hopefully this Berkshire is going to secure him some gold, but it looks like it's securing his own side.
He is getting walls up on the right side, however, and he was able to secure a little gold win. This is a lifesaver for Louis. He needs to find a way to Imperial. once he gets enclosures for the farms, he is going to have a nice little baseline gold trickle. But ultimately, he does want to have that mineable gold available. For now, he's got one deposit to the far right that he's able to access safe-ish. It's gonna get challenged now by Anatan, and I think for the time being, if you are Louis, you have to pull back. But we are looking at slow-moving compositions here. And that means that if Anatan is going to the right, Louis can push the middle.
Yeah, and that's exactly, Louis splits off the men-at-arms mass over to this western side, denying this outpost that just got reinforcements on it. And oh, look at how far that range is. Walls are already up. Flaming arrows will go down. And oh my, flaming arrows for Anatan as well, though. That longbow mass is just cleaning out anything and everything in its path. Has a huge mass of Varangians forward. And the key that you'll see these players do is when there's a big keep, especially if it's an Imperial Age landmark, they'll run around it. They won't attack it head on unless they plan to siege it down.
Louis missed the gold miners of Anatan in the middle. He's taking out these towers and now he's rushing into Anatan's base, but he missed the gold miners towards the middle. Louis is gambling here a little. He's pushing towards the middle, but his own walls aren't complete, and I just don't think he can stop this force. Remember, he doesn't have the elite upgrades yet.
And Anatan, he breaks through the walls, a big part of Louis' forces forward, so it's all about this trade. Can Louis defend this mass and at the same time get some damage on the other side? It's reinforced outposts. He finds the gold miners, but hasn't started attacking them with the whole army yet. Meanwhile, Anatan, he's knocking on the doorstep of the base. The army's right there to defend for Louis. Fight is going to be taken. Flaming arrows is in for Anatan, but not for Louis. There's extra upgrades in for Anatan, and this will be a cleanup for him. How is Louis going to defend this with no frontline mass?
He just doesn't have the dex. That Imperial Age deficit hurts a lot. Last layer of the range defense just came in, no flaming arrows whatsoever. And really, again, it comes down to the fact that Louis MT ran out of gold at the worst possible moment. And on top of that, he spent a lot of gold on upgrades that he did not utilize. Veterancy on the Spearman, veterancy on the Horseman. He didn't make a single Horseman or Spearman in the last 10-15 minutes. And now that gold is missing very badly. That is the gold he would need for the elite upgrades, and he simply doesn't have it anymore.
It's not only gold that's missing now for him. He needs more production. He needs more units. He needs more everything out. Anatan is all over his base, still has that huge longbow mass together, denying farms, and he's denying, I think, 3 sets of farms here on the backside. Louis moved out to the west, but I'm sure Anatan will not be too far away from splitting off more units that way. Louis somehow has 90 villagers still, but number falling and falling quick.
Oh boy, it's now grim for Louis MT, and you gotta credit Anatan because one thing that he has been doing throughout this game is hitting this backline farming eco. The small groups of cavalry he always utilized, those were difference makers, not just in the terms of killing villagers, but also in terms of just creating a distraction and forcing a lot of idle time. Even now, you see, the villager count doesn't look that grim for Louis MT, but it's a lot of idle time, and as long as those villagers aren't working... He doesn't have the upgrades. As long as those villagers aren't working, Louis is just unable to afford more troops. That's the main problem here.
Yeah, and this longbow mass, it's finally getting cleared up, but this is where behind it, Anatan's doubling down with another group. He's got 35 Varangians, 9 more kids, about to be 45 Varangians knocking on the doorstep yet again. And Louis, he's got 7 men-at-arms. He's got 5 longbows. He does not have a mass to defend this. It's going to be all about static defenses, and not even that. He realizes there is no way. Anatan goes up 1-0.
Oh, what a game, really. And it's not something that we are used to seeing in the matchup of these two players. Usually, Louis MT has Anatan's number in the series they play. But this time around, Anatan came in guns blazing, and next thing you know, he was just able to totally steamroll the economy of his opponent. Throughout the game, he has been able to harass the backline of the economy, But that timing of the Imperial Age is what made such a big difference between these two.
Yeah, that was such just like this kind of back and forth game. There was just raids all over the place, units all over the place, but also great economies behind both sides. And then all of a sudden, those are the type of games where it seems so close, and then these small moves just break everything open. And all of a sudden, Anatan was up 30, 40 units, took a bad trade, it felt like, but then came back in a flurry and made it that much more difficult. We can see the first couple raids from Louis getting some good pickups from Anatan, but it didn't phase Anatan. He stayed strong. He stayed ready to attack.
Big win here for Anatan, opening up the series 1-0. I just want to go back and see the last 3 times that they have met. These were mostly in smaller tournaments. Louis wins 2-1, 3-0, 2-0. So, really, again, looking at the recent matchups, Louis MT was able to dominate Anatan out there, but Anatan opens very strong here. And at the end of the day, let's not forget that despite the fact that Louis MT was recently able to take out Anatan quite a few times, historically, Anatan has a 7-4 lead in terms of sets between these two. When you look at the games, 15 versus 16, however. So, at the end of the day, these two players are just so closely matched when you look at their historical matchups.
And this is that big first trade where Anatan had a huge army mass. He ends up losing all of the longbows here. As the fight ends up, you can see the numbers at the top. Louis up 14 villagers. Military numbers are even, and the numbers don't tell the full story because he had 7, 8 knights. There was only 1 cataphract out at this point. But these 5 longbows, they might have been just the timing MVP. They killed 4 or 5 villagers, maybe 6 villagers, caused a lot of idle time, and this was right when it was the most important. Anatan was able to recover, regroup, and then this is where you can see at later stages of the game. Anatan hit Imperial Age early, had the tech advantage, had the number advantage, and just did not let up from there.
Well, that's a 1-0 lead here again for Anatan. The winner of this series goes into the winner bracket semifinals and plays the winner of Baltoon versus Puppy Paw. And then whoever loses in this series is going to have to play the losers bracket quarterfinals today against the loser of Puppy Paw versus Baltoon. So, a lot more Age of Empires to come up here. Again, as a reminder, we have our winners bracket semifinals and the lower bracket quarterfinals tomorrow, and the tournament finishes next weekend, Saturday and Sunday, with the remainder of the playoffs.
And now we will see the Civ choices for game number 2. It's another series. They want to get water out of the way. We're getting 4 lakes, and it's the same hybrid matchup that we saw in the series prior. Order of the Dragon versus Japan.
I am very delighted to see 4 lakes. I'm a big 4 lakes enthusiast. But Order of the Dragon versus Japanese, a very common setup here. And we've seen that OOTD can have a decent matchup against early mounted samurai, but in a previous series, Japanese were able to take out OOTD. It is game number 2 coming up on 4 lakes. Anatan with a 1-0 lead as we head into 4 lakes.
And right into it we go. Louis MT versus Anatan. Anatan's in the color yellow, Louis in the color red. It's Order versus Japanese. And let's see what 4 lakes has in store for us today.
Boy, oh boy. This is an interesting matchup here. Louis MT kicking off the day with a dock on his pawn. Same goes for Anatan. No surprise in that department. And just looking at this matchup, one of the big questions, again, is whether you're going to see a Kura Storehouse or a Koka Township. I feel like on this map in particular, I think you do want to leverage the Shinobi if you're Louis MT. Just being able to create that chaos and stall out the ship production of your opponent on their docks, it is just such a big advantage when it comes to seizing control over these pawns.
Yeah, exactly. And I feel like this is one of those maps where all of a sudden it's like you're always concerned about the docks on your pawns, whether it's or docking your opponent's pawn. You're always, will you sneak out a villager? There's so much stealth force. Will you get the vision and knowledge of seeing your opponent, you know, have their villager move on out? That is such a just game changer when it comes to these games. Nothing is worse when all of a sudden you look down at your pond and you see your opponent's ship color all of a sudden moving on over, and you're like, oh no, now it's just too late. But early builds are going. That is where now these economies will start booming on up. It's Dark Age, so, you know, we'll check back in 3-4 minutes here, and then that is when the action will start happening. That is when everything will start to kind of make those a little bit of difference makers.
Yeah, I think, again, one key detail on this matchup is going to be how the OOTD handles that early mid-cost ledge. The Gilded Spearmen have a really good matchup against Mounted Samurai. It's one of the few civilizations that might be able to deal with the Mounted Samurai. At the same time, I wonder if Anathan is going to lean towards Gilded Knights more, because you kind of get the same thing with those as well. You get mobility, super tanky unit, and every time you get heavily damaged, you can pull them back and heal them back up. But I would expect a race towards the relics. This is going to be a Castle Age heavy game here, I feel. One difference is that Louis MT is able to put some pressure on the opponent with a Kura Storehouse and just get a couple of Shinobi out. And Anathan has a bit of a difficult time dealing with that unless he opens with a range and goes for a couple of archers.
Yeah, and I mean, that's exactly what we saw in last series, is we saw both of these civs just skip up basically directly to Castle Age. Wasn't too much of any feudal age gaming. Speaking of feudal age, though, it looks like Anatan is rushing his a little bit. It's 8 villagers on the chapel. It's not a second dock expansion. Meanwhile, on the other side, Louis, he's moving out to the second dock. He's just now on to gold. He isn't going to be dropping feudal, whereas Anatan is already going to be finished.
I feel like we're seeing some mind games here. I think Louis isn't going to do any feudal age pressure. He just wants to go straight castle and says, okay, you're playing Order of the Dragon, you might be afraid of me dropping a dock on you, you might be afraid of my Shinobi, so I'm just going to do the direct opposite. I'll just ignore feudal age pressure pretty much, focus on securing 2 pawns, and just rush straight towards Castle Age.
Yeah, and you can see how much of an eco difference this starts to turn out to be. He's still going with the Coca Township. It's just not in too big of a rush. He's slowly building an outpost onto his gold as well. Cancels that right as I say it. 9 villagers on the Coca Township, but he has 8 extra economic units already because of that fishing boat boom. They are so cheap. Archery range, barracks, Anatan, he wants to get across the map. He wants to put some pressure on the land eco.
Yeah, Kuka Township on the way here. Gets scouted and meet by Anathan, so he knows exactly what's up. And he is indeed opening the range for Gilded Archers. That is the right response. Gilded Spearmen, they are melee units, which means that they take bonus damage from the Shinobi. That's not ideal for Anathan. Gilded Archers do work, but one disadvantage you get is that every Gilded Archer is actually very expensive. And at the end of the day, when Mounted Samurai start coming out, they will become a little obsolete. So Anathan is actually going very heavy into Feudal Age here. Gilded Archers and Spearmen. I think he's trying to catch Louis as he's aging. He's realizing that, okay, Louis is going to be delayed going into Castle Age here, and he has an opportunity to just push this gold mine.
Yeah, and this is one where, you know, Castle Age finishes, yeah, Shinobi can start being queued up, Shinobi can start moving on out, but as far as a combat unit, those Order of the Dragon archers will shred Shinobi as long as they get vision of them. So Anatan wants to just go ahead, go for this gold denial early on, and then let's see what else he has to follow it up. Looks like Men-at-Arms is the next choice, next option for him.
I think, again, this is a game of mind games. I think Louis MT genuinely thought that Anatan is going to play defensive. And now he's kind of scrambling because Anatan is just going full-on Feudal Age aggro. Archers, Men-at-Arms, and Spearmen. And this is when you're the most vulnerable if you are the Japanese. you don't have anything right now. You don't want to commit to anything. You want to rush Castle Age. The food is going to be there for Louis MT, but he will not have the gold just yet. In fact, he's so far away that he cannot even just sneak out and start mining gold. He's got 8 gold in bank, and now he's forced to go Yuumi, and Yuumi are notoriously bad in early game.
Yeah,
They just don't have the quality.
Yeah, no Bannerman with those Yuumi. He finally gets the second range down. They're so cheap, but he was hampered on the production. He was only producing out of 1. Now the archers circle back around, trying to take some efficient trades again against those Yuumi. Scout's still there, and the men-at-arms arrives, and this is going to be the struggle for Louis. How does he deal with this men-at-arms? 1 villager falls. Not enough to make up for the fishing, but it will be a start.
If you are Anathan, I think you pull a villager and tower this. You have an opportunity to do insane damage, and a tower would be next to impossible for Louis to clean up. Looks like he is going to commit, and again, look at how useless those Yuumi are against the men-at-arms. Villagers have to be pulled away from the wood line as well, and now Louis MT's eco is just kind of falling apart. At least he's taking out this dock from Anathan, but I don't think this game is going to come down to that dock over here. Remember, Louis MT is pushed away from gold, and he doesn't have a lot of wood in the bank either. Which does mean that if he needs to fight on water, things will get troublesome for him. Anathan is sneaking a dock on his initial pond.
Men-at-arms, he says, I'll just tank up those Yuumi. They don't do enough damage. I'm going to do as much as possible to these villagers. Almost takes down 2 villagers. That men-at-arm will lose his life for this. Anatan sneaking up that dock. That has to be the difference maker here for Anatan. He gets the dock up. He can start producing military ships, and Louis can't defend that because of the pressure that's happening on land. He's already, he's grabbing all the stragglers as possible. He had to move to that backside wood line. If Anatan's able to sneak out at all, get a village or get a military unit or 2 that way, it could be detrimental. Dock does go up just in time, right as the galley comes out.
Yeah, Louis MT is being pressured very heavily here, and he's forced to invest into so many Yuumi, and this is just not the thing that you want to do if you're the Japanese. I'm not saying that Anatan is maxing out efficiency, but if he can hit this wood line, this could be massive. Louis MT spots those units coming in. A lot of the villagers are badly beaten up, though, here. So keep in mind, Louis MT needs to be careful with his villas, and I think Anatan is thinking about the tower. Is that villager still alive? That yellow villager is still alive, just hiding.
The villager's still alive. Louis doing a great job focusing the archers down, just leaving the men-at-arms to be that tank front line. Don't get baited into attacking there. Cleans up the whole entire archer mass. The men-at-arms still going to be there, but now it's just those 2 units to do the damage. Villagers still being idled, though.
And again, Yuumi are just so useless against these men-at-arms. Sure, you clean up the archers, it's nice, but again, if you're being idled out, it's not gonna matter. I feel like Anatan maybe might have tried to bite a little bit more than he can chew. Because he went for the dog, but he isn't able to afford a ship right now, and he actually slowed down his own production.
He's building a second dock. That villager's alive in the corner still. He's building another dock on there. He's doubling down on this so where he will fully take this pond now.
He kind of needs to. Remember, he's down by 10 eco. Sure, his villagers are gilded villagers, so that's something to keep in mind. If you're Anathan, I would love to see Horsemen here. I think that would be just such a good switch up, and now Louis MT is moving out. It's only 2 men-at-arms, but again, the Yuumi are virtually useless against all these men-at-arms, and I don't think you want to throw these archers away if you're Louis.
And throwing them away is exactly what he's doing. Yeah, he's stopping to kite and kill the archers on the other side, but there's still men-at-arms in his base, and look at these. The whole entire villager economy is being idled that's on the wood line. He can't make more Yuumi. He can't make more boats. He can't counteract some of the plays from Anatan. He's got 800 food in the bank, but no wood, no gold right now.
Again, I feel like Anatan would benefit so much from a tower. Because the problem is that he cannot be everywhere with his men-at-arms. If he was able to get a tower up on one of these wood lines, that would be just so valuable. Again, I'm a little puzzled about the double dock play. I think he could have just used the initial dock to get the Hulk out. Remember, if Louis MT is able to stabilize and get access to gold, Anatan is going to be in big trouble here. So this is looking dicey for Louis. But Anatan hasn't inflicted a terrific amount of damage in terms of killing villagers. It was a lot of idle time. Louis still has food. Louis still has all those fishing boats totally untouched throughout this game.
An outpost was being attempted on the backside. That villager is still being pesky, still alive, and Louis is doing such a great job kiting this small men-at-arms mass. Formation reshuffling, but finally the sprinkled ship comes out, starting to take down the galley on the water. Louis is too distracted kiting these men-at-arms to look at that at all. A few of the archers split off from Anatan as well, so probably going to hit the wood line soon, and water should start being denied. So will Anatan have this? He's actually now says, all right, I don't care about these men-at-arms. The whole idea is to equalize the eco, and that is what his attempt is. Another dock goes down on the other pond. Anatan's trying to be everywhere, but resources are running thin. He has to choose certain places to actually aggress. Oh no, that gold can be denied from the dock.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. You can actually deny this gold mine.
Demo,
Where is the
don't do
Hawk at? It's trying to clean up fishing boats, but this is so dangerous for Louis. Remember, a lot of these villagers are super badly damaged. Having said that, Louis MT is up to 30 Yumi plus a Bannerman. And one of the problems that you have with these men-at-arms is that they're slow. They cannot catch this army. If you had horsemen, this would be a slightly different setup here. But now I don't think that Anatan can fight head-on.
Still trying to, though. There's still a few men-at-arms here. If the archers just A-move at all and hit the men-at-arms, this will be good for Anatan, but Louis not doing so, kiting, making sure every archer falls before it. Demo ship pops out from Louis. That's exactly what he needs to take down the sprinkled ship, but a galley already there from Anatan. Gold denied yet again, and not only gold, the demo gets killed, the fishing gets denied, and Louis is scrambling. It didn't seem good for Anatan. It felt like Louis was about to start stabilizing, but right as we say that, Anatan, he's still keeping up the chaos.
And he needs to keep up the chaos. If this ball of Yumi starts rolling, Anatan is gonna be in trouble. If you're Anatan right now, you're dropping towers left and right. They cannot, this force cannot dive under towers. And now you're cleaning up the fishing boats on the ponds. Look at the ecos equalize, and remember, Order of the Dragon do have the special villagers. They're worth more than a normal bill. So if you clean up those fishing boats, Anatan's gonna be in a great spot. He just needs to make sure he doesn't die to this counterattack. A couple of towers would help so much with that.
Yeah, and he has gotten to the point where now Anatan, he's on the two different ponds, not with the same fishing boom, but he's still on the two different ponds himself. And actually, I say two. He's on all four ponds, but he has two safe secured with no opponent's docks on them at all. And he has denied the fishing of Louis, so the numbers are equalized, but Anatan now has to worry about his economy at home. He's in the same situation that Louis was in a second ago, but double outpost finishes. It's just Yumi. This is exactly what he needs to defend this.
Exactly. At the same time, Louis is committing with the diversion because as Anatan is distracted, Louis finally gets access to the gold and he's going to be ready to go to Castle Age. And when Mounted Samurai comes in, Anatan doesn't really have the tools to deal with those right now.
Well, he's going to go to Castle Age with no oomph behind it. He doesn't have the fishing to support the Mounted Samurai. The Men-at-Arms are on top of his sheep villagers right now, on top of the gold villagers. The Yumi still trying to circle, though. Anatan not reacting. Two villagers fall. 3 villagers do fall before that one jumps in the outpost. A few more Yumi fall, but damage is still being done on the other side. Men-at-Arms trying to be cleared up. There's an archer just out of range of those outposts. Fishing been fully cleared on the east pond. So Anatan has 3 ponds for himself now and 1 that is contested.
Here's where it gets weird. Louis can go to Castle Age, but as you said, now that he has the gold, he doesn't have the food.
Another villager falls.
Anatan, though.
2 villagers fall. 3 villagers. Oh, nope, just 2 villagers fall for Anatan, but you are correct. Louis does not have the food anymore, and even if he gets the food for Castle, he doesn't have the food for Mounted Samurai. Floating Gate on the way, 24 villagers. That's more than half of his eco on top of that Floating Gate. He has nothing. I feel like everything is for this play, and there is not going to be anything behind it.
I still feel like this is okay for Louis MT, because it's not like Anatan has much behind this either. I think he's trying to go Castle Age himself, but I think he was a little too stubborn staying on the Man-at-Arms. You cannot forever chase these archers. He's been losing HP left and right as he was chasing the archers, and now it's becoming very apparent that the men-at-arms are just too slow for this game. Veterancy on the Yuumi is the first thing that gets queued up by Louis MT, and now Anatan is going castle. Burgrave on the way.
Yeah,
I think you consider Gilded Lancers here.
I mean, the thing is Anatan's now going up to castle with eco behind it. He's going up with 10 villagers, but the other 35 plus or whatever it is, because he's ordered the dragon, are actually working compared to Louis. He was going up with 24, and there were 20 idled villagers inside the town center, inside the outpost. It was literally like maybe 5 villagers working for himself during this. So as far as Mounted Samurai number, he's at 1. He's got 2 Onimusha in queue, maybe 1 more. Anatan is queuing up spears as he's aging. He is ready with a ton of production. This is still now, somehow after the opener, against all odds, Anatan's game to lose.
Tower is up over here. Again, Yuumi are heavily damaged, and you don't want to lose this massive Yuumi. This would be such a useful auxiliary force to deal with the initial spearman. Love the little demo waiting for the villager to walk out there and start building a dock. Again, as you said, Anatan has a substantial eco lead. He's up by 5, but remember, he has the gilded villagers. Now, Louis MT starts collecting relics, and relics can turn things around real quick. The question becomes how Anatan is going to play this in terms of unit compositions. Gilded Spearman alone isn't going to cut it.
Upgrades starting to come through for Anatan as well, so going ahead and getting double Broadaxe. He's got Wheelbarrow. He's getting some extra Blacksmith upgrades. On the other side, Louis looks like Siege Engineering. He says it's now or never.
Ooh.
I need to deny this now or I will lose this. The big thing is, oh, there it is. He does know that there is a second gold vein. There's double outpost investments already from Anatan, though, so he's got more than enough defense for those 10, well, the exact amount for those 10 villagers to jump on inside, getting outpost emplacements, and a monastery with 3 relics super close.
Now Mounted Samurai start coming in, however, and again, Gilded Spearmen are nice, but this is a wide open map. It's going to be difficult to defend all these little pockets of economy with just Gilded Spearmen. Look at the amount of Springald emplacements he's getting. This is going to be a slow-moving composition plus static defenses. Louis is going to try to push this angle. It's going to be difficult to do so against 2 Springald towers, though. But a battering ram is on the way. Spearman and Men-at-Arms getting ready. And now we're getting some Gilded Horsemen out. I think that's going to be a big difference maker. Being able to actually chase these archers will be huge.
Yeah, and the Horsemen trade really well into kind of everything on Louis' side other than the Mounted Samurai. But the good thing about the Mounted Samurai is you don't have to fight those head on. The Horsemen can always just run if it's a smaller engagement. If it's a bigger engagement, the Horsemen circle to the backside. If the Mounted Samurai focus on the Horsemen, spears get to run rampant, do whatever they please. Louis, though, he says the time is now. Spears running forward for Anatan. Springald emplacements on both outposts, just firing along onto Louis' army. Villagers jump out, burn down the ram, and throw a couple torches. But Louis' army, it's too small to take this engagement with double Springald outposts, I feel like. And it's just getting peppered down.
We have seen why Gilded Spearmen are absolutely insane. It took 2 seconds for those spearmen to obliterate all the Mounted Samurai to the front. And we talked about this. Without the Mounted Samurai, this is a very fragile force. Onimusha only have 80 HP. Yuumi are not good baseline, frontline units. And now you have the Onimusha out there, which will be able to kite away. But remember, if these spearmen ever close distance, they almost one-shot these Onimusha.
Yeah. I mean, and the big thing here is the map is called 4 Lakes for a reason. You want to have control of the 4 lakes, and usually the one who does is the winner. Well, Anatan, he's got, we'll call it 4. He's definitely got at least 3 all to himself, and the 4th one, Louis doesn't have any ships on at all. So he is in control of this. Horseman circles, breaks off, starting to hit the wood line as well. And those Gilded Horsemen are not ones that you can just, move those villagers, pull the shiv out, and take them down. You have to have
Gilded
units.
Horseman is almost like a knight. It's not going to be a good matchup against the Mounted Samurai, but here's the problem. Louis MT is playing Onimusha, and Onimusha will get absolutely obliterated by the Horsemen. I don't think he saw the Horsemen before, and now he's facing 7 Gilded Horsemen. It's exactly what Anatan needs to deal with this massive Onimusha. And if Louis is not fighting him, he's just going to go for the eco. Just look at all those warning notifications around the base of Louis MT. Once again, Anathan looking to force a fight or just go raid.
Yep, just diving on top of even the Japanese TC doesn't even care about it. There's multiple outposts. Louis has to get gold from somewhere, so moves out to the 8K that's closer to Anatan's base than his. I think Anatan gets vision of this because the sacred site probably shows him the outpost. And all of the horsemen are here before outpost upgrades, and there's more villagers here than outpost spots. This is it. This is over.
Oh man, and the Onamusha aren't in position either. Even if you save most of these villagers, they will be so heavily damaged that next time these horsemen come around, it's going to get worse and worse. Anathan is doing such a marvelous job, not just in this game, but throughout this series, in terms of being able to hit these exposed pockets of resources. He's been doing that in game number 1, now he's doing it in game number 2 as well, and now he's in firm control over this series.
And I love it. He runs back to his Springle chip for defense, but also he's running towards the wood line. And Louis, he didn't gather the full picture. He didn't realize what was going on. Loses a few more villagers, heads that way with his army again, and has to reinforce that gold location with another outpost. Meanwhile, Anatan, he's reinforcing his docks with more fishing boats.
Now he's got a gigantic eco lead. I think that's the... that's the best thing I can say for Louis MT here. His opponent has a gigantic eco lead. A couple of horsemen will go down. I honestly think, I don't know, do you consider Gilded Knights here, or do you just double down on horsemen? Onamusha will get the bonus against the Gilded Knights, but at the same time, again, horsemen are light units, so it's not easy to dive under town centers or towers with them.
Yeah, and I mean, it looks like Anatan's doubling down on the horsemen, but choosing to drop triple ram because he saw how much investment was going into this gold location. That also means you know how important gold is to your opponent. If you deny gold, especially for a civ such as Japanese, you will win this game, and that is what Anatan plans to do. Dive on this 15-20 villager mass, deny the gold on this side, and put even more damage onto Louis' eco.
He's got 7 Gilded Lands. If he jumps on the villagers with those, every single one of these villagers will die in less than 1 second.
Louis, though,
Gilded Landsknecht there, just obliterate everything in melee.
And the Rams arrive. Some villagers already deciding to run on away. It shouldn't just be some. They all should run on away. There is no defending this location, but it is now or never for Louis. He's taking the fight. He knows it. He has to try to defend this, or it is going down 0-2 to Anatan on the series. He will have 1 game left to try to come back on in it. The Rams having some weird pathing, some villagers running back to the gold vein. Anatan actually not as an efficient of a fight as you would expect, but the front line's about to be cleared up. The horsemen never diving on the Onamusha, and they're just getting to fire and run rampant for free.
Yeah, this wasn't a good fight for Anatan here. His Landsknecht that did obliterate the Onabugeisha, but numbers just prevailed in this fight. And again, the horsemen weren't able to hit that backline out here. Remember, this is a cleanup here for Louis MT, but he needs to get some eco damage done in return, because otherwise, he's still so much behind in economy. I don't know if there's a second layer behind this for Louis MT. There is definitely a second layer behind this for Anatan.
Maybe not now, but there will be. He's making a farm transition, somehow not getting enough food from all the fishing he has, so needing more food, needing more income. But look at the queue differences. Louis, he just put 2 horsemen, 2 samurai into queue. Actually, those might be some Onas, actually. And then on the other side, Anatan, he's got more boats, he's got gilded crossbow, gilded horsemen, and some more upgrades coming through as well. So that's really just the big difference with the eco. However, a huge win, a huge defense there by Louis MT to give himself a chance in this game. But how is he going to push through to that many outposts and Springles?
Yeah. The problem for Louis MT is that his army is really good at kiting, but it's a bad army when it comes to pushing under town centers or towers. They're just so fragile. And Anatan is doing the very thing he needs to. He towers everything and just says, okay, come at me. Louis MT cannot afford to lose the Onamusha, so he cannot dive. And this buys a lot of time for Anatan to get gilded archers going, get some horsemen going as well. And that's going to be a good answer to everything that Louis MT is trying to bring on.
Yeah, and
if
with
you're
this-
Louis, oh yeah, I was just gonna say, if you're Louis, your only win condition is to reclaim some of these spawns. He needs to cut into that eco lead that Anton has right now.
Yeah, he has been able to re-boom back on one of the pawns, even though Anatan's on it. But Anatan's doubling down this push, and look at all the eco upgrades that Anatan has with the bigger economy. Japan doesn't show all theirs either. Louis, though, you can see him getting queued up now. However, just now getting the second tier to that lumber preservation, just now getting the ranged armor in play, and Anatan still just ready to attack and ready to fight.
Yes. Again, the problem is that if Louis MT isn't able to hit Anatan's eco, Anatan is just so much... His economical position is so much better that he can just replenish his forces, whereas Louis cannot. Now, if you're Anatan, you're not looking for fights like this. You still have very expensive units out there, so you do not want to lose these guys for nothing. If you can snipe the ram, that would be helpful, though, because Louis MT is definitely trying to clean up these docks and just secure the pawns again.
Horsemen are able to snipe the ram on the run by. Galley trying to shoot some of those Onos, but at the same time, the fishing on the other side for Louis gets surprised on by another galley, and 3, 4, 5 fishing boats go down. They might all be going down. There's not enough room inside the dock, only enough room for 3, and villagers on the berries also getting attacked. Everywhere we look, it's Louis getting attacked, and Anatan just chilling. He is on the attack.
I honestly feel like the difference in this game is the ability or the inability to hit the opponent's eco. 40 eco kills versus just 8 here. Throughout this game, Anatan has been really active hitting the opponent's eco, and Louis is just not able to break into the enemy base. Anatan has done a really good job getting those towers going and just making it very uncomfortable for Louis to ever push into the base and try to kill eco.
And those horsemen, Anatan, he's found success after success after success with these smaller horseman raids, and he's just going to keep doing it. But look at what he is finally deciding to do. Looks like some more reinforcements into the outpost. 2,500 gold in the bank. I'm pretty sure we're going to see a Swabia coming down soon.
I think so as well. It's actually crazy to think that Anatan has all these spawns, and he's still short on food. But he's fortifying all the towers now. One difference is that now Louis MT is getting some melee troops going. He's got 18 horsemen, 36 on Abugesha, and now going into Imperial here might actually be a little risky. Those Onamusha cannot push under towers, but this is a substantial melee comp. It's at the very least enough. Oh, it's an Elsbach Palace.
Oh, it is an Elsbach. Okay, not the Swabia. Anatan says it's late enough into the game. I just want to defend on up. I want to make sure I have some defense for my massive eco lead that he should know he has at this point in the game. The army is one that he has to respect from the other side from Louis. It's kind of one of those now or never positions. Double relic, though, could be denied, and that would mean it's a 5 relic sweep now from Louis.
I think Anatan is in big trouble here. Like, he's gonna go up to Imperial, but his army is just not there. He's got a bunch of spearmen, archers, and a handful of horsemen against a flood of troops, 47 on Abugesha. It's 200 population against 200, but the army is just not there for Anatan. And most importantly, he's gonna get denied off of this gold. He lost access to this gold mine. He's going to lose access to the relics, and just look at this flood of troops here. I know that the military bars kind of say that this is even, but I don't think it is.
Yeah, Anatan's Imperial Age has come out. The upgrades are coming through. He does not want to take the fights before the upgrade. He does have this defender's advantage. Elsbach, the outpost, things of that sort. But is it enough? Farms are being denied. Louis wants to take this, but there's nothing to take, it seems. There's too many spots for Anatan to hide, too many spots for Anatan to run.
This is the problem for Louis. I don't think he can afford to go into Imperial and then get the text. First of all, he's behind quite a bit. And more importantly, 200 population versus 200 population is not a good matchup against the Order of the Dragon. The population efficiency of these gilded units will become exponentially more important once you get to Imperial and once you get to 200 pop. But it looks like Louis wants to fall back and wants to go into Imperial. Means that Anaton is going to be able to get back onto that gold mine. Louis does yoink one of the relics, though. Louis stole the relic from the north, so he's going to be up to 4.
I don't think Anatan's even going to care about that gold mine for now. I think he's got the 2 gold mines at home to tide himself over for the time being. I think he's just going to use this Imperial Age timing that he has with the upgrades that he has and try to just push. Try to take it as his advantage now. The numbers don't matter to him right now. He has the efficiency. He has those tech advantages. Castle of the Crow is on the way, but it's got a lot of time before it's coming on through. Louis was falling back. Anatan slowly pushing forward, trying to deny some of these outposts, trying to deny the vision, the knowledge, the information. But the Castle of the Crow, it's going on the other sacred site. A villager's building an outpost. Not sure if it's getting spotted out yet, but it's too slow of a moving army to deny that fully.
Oh, he does not. Anatan is going to miss this. If he saw this, this is an age up that's denied. He could have denied that age had he saw the castle. But now he's pushing deep, and remember, upgrades are missing, and Onabugeisha don't have a lot of baseline HP. Archers are on the front line, though. Anaton needs to send the spears to the front. Gets a little screwed over by these choke points.
Yeah, a little distracted, burning down that monastery. Wanted to deny the relic income, especially as Imperial Age hits, but fight is still going on. Fight is still being taken. Ona Musha about to be that front line for Louis MT as well. And the backside for Anatan, it's still seeming strong. There's even a hand cannoneer that ran up to the front side. Spears on top of the horsemen. Spears are still alive for Anatan. If they can get onto the Ona Mushas, that would be great. But all of a sudden, you look and all the reinforcements, his numbers, they're not on the front side. Louis holds the location again and again and holds the relics inside as well.
This is getting scary for Anaton. Remember, he's up against 5 relics now. That is a substantial difference, and Louis MT held this without most of the Imperial Age upgrades being in. Now remember, Louis MT is down to 140 population. I don't know if he's got the capacity to rebuild this. He had to idle a lot of villagers to get the age up going. And I think the second layer is kind of missing right now for Louis MT. I think Anaton still has one more opportunity to launch an attack where Louis is going to struggle to remass. But I think if Louis is allowed to remass here for a couple of minutes, I think he's going to take over this game.
Yeah, he is running out of some of those pocket resources that he has been on. He was able to resecure the fish, but we just saw hover over to the berries. I think the last berries that is safe and secure for him. So we'll need more farms. We'll need more food income, even though he is at 2K. Keep finishes for Anatan. Looks like he wants to maybe start sieging down that Castle of the Crow, that other gold location that he had earlier.
Remember, Anaton needs those gold mines. He's depleting gold very quickly. And at the same time, Louis MT still has this gold mine. He actually took away this gold vein that was close to Anaton's base. And it looks like you still have basically 2 more deposits back at home for Louis, and he's sitting on 5 relics. Being able to steal those relics comes in huge, because now Anaton has to make a move to get gold.
And Anatan is the one finally in this game, the first time it feels like that he is the one being the full-on defender, taking the engagement with villagers on his wood line. And this is engagement he might not want to take. Horsemen trying to dive to take down the culverin, but the horsemen run into a spearman mass. It is just now the Onas and the Onas for Louis, and Anatan has his reinforcing units a little bit closer and is the defender this time. However, Louis cleaning up that frontline mass again. Anatan needs his reinforcements to get there and get there fast.
The elite upgrade wasn't there for Louis MT on the horseman. It just now finished, and at the end of the day, the Onamusha were standing on the front line. Those units have very low base HP. Gilded Spearmen annihilate them, and Anaton is given an opportunity here. Eco count is neck and neck. Louis MT is sitting on a 5.5-minute Sacred Site counter. Anaton needs to decap this Sacred Site, because otherwise it becomes a legitimate win condition to the other player. Both players battered after all these engagements, down to just 150 and 130 population each.
Yeah, eco numbers are back to dead even. Crazy considering how big of a lead Anatan was at a little bit ago. He was up 20, maybe 30 economic units, was up in military units, but Louis taking good fights, taking good engagements, making the smart decisions, able to hold. Culverin again trying to be dove upon, but Anatan has the units there to defend it, is protecting that on up, taking the engagement on the front side, and the hand cannoneer mass, if it is able to get the gilded hand cannoneer mass able to climb up in numbers, that is an unstoppable push.
And when you get down to this low number of unit setups, it's Order of the Dragon all over. The Japanese need their mass here, and this is what I was worried about for Louis MT. His eco wasn't spectacular, and it was idled for quite some time. So I was wondering if he has the ability to remass. Anatan is totally out of gold. He's at 147 gold in his base. He doesn't actually see this small gold deposit to the corner of the map. So if Anatan doesn't get something going right now, he's going to be in trouble. But he does manage to decap the Sacred Site, and he does manage to get access to his gold mine. So for now, he lives to see another day. And at the same time, Louis MT needs to regroup because his population is looking extremely grim.
Yeah, he resecures gold right when is the most important, right when it was needed the most. I was about to say, I think the outpost is going to give him vision of the next gold vein. So lucky him, he has another 4K that he found out for himself. But look at the military numbers. It feels like the game just turned completely upside down. Anatan's almost doubling the military count. He has a timing that he can push now, has siege on the field, starting to take down buildings and structures as well.
And most importantly, Louis MT is being pushed away from these gold mines. He still has some gold back at home, and he does have the 5 relics. But one of the key things to look at when you look at the 5 relics is that it's a nice supplement of gold. But if you're making gold-heavy units non-stop and you keep losing them, it in itself is not enough. So that's something to keep monitoring. For now, Anatan is once again looking to get some eco damage done. And things have calmed down a little. Nice little trap attempt here by Louis MT. Unabukeisha don't do a lot of damage against all these horsemen, though.
And he's going for another quick wall on the other side. I'm not sure if that'll go down in time and get finished up. Looks like Anatan just turns and takes the fight. You can, I think there's still a hole in there that you could run through, but you know, it is what it is. Takes the fight, actually trying to kill off a villager as well. But Castle of the Crow should now, I was about to say, should now start being sieged down by that Culverin, by that army mass, and Anatan is pressing forward. Ooh. Gold still can't be secured because the dock, or not even dock, it's the ships. There's a dock on the opposite corner from Anatan again.
That hawk harassing the gold mine is just huge. Now, Louis MT did reboom in terms of fish to the north, and the ecos are now, I don't want to say neck and neck because, again, it's a little weird with the Order of the Dragon villagers, but remember, Louis has 5 relics, and food income pretty much the same, wood income pretty much the same, gold as well, little better stone for Louis, so ecos are pretty close. One big difference, though, is that Anatan is already at 200 population, whereas Louis is just at 160, and a lot of his units are fairly fragile. Unabukeisha aren't population effective, because their HP is so low.
And Louis moved forward with his army. It looks like the engagement is starting to be taken. Wants to take the engagement. Has a huge hand cannoneer mass in that backside. Anatan, though, he's sniping those down with his gilded archers, trying to have those more efficient trades. But the front line gets cleared up, and Louis is ready to continue to push forward. Culverin needs to fall back. Anatan trying to kite the best he can, but Louis just has the numbers forward right now and taking a winning engagement.
The archers are great against the Unabukeisha. They are great in terms of sniping out the hand cannoneers.
Around the backside. One Culverin goes down. It's on top of the archer mass. First wants to focus onto the Culverin. Both siege units go down quickly, and now the horsemen able to tank up the keep fire, able to tank up the ranged mass from Anatan, but still, engagement will stall out once the static defenses get walked up upon.
Anatan needs to change his composition. His archers are fine against the hand cannoneers and even the Unabukeisha, but he didn't have anything that deals with the samurai. Those foot samurai with a deflective armor and just in general high baseline armor means that you need armor-piercing power here, or you need hand cannoneers, and now things have turned around. It is Anathan who isn't able to remass. Remember, he was gold deprived for quite some time, and his units are still brutally expensive. He's out of food, he's out of gold, he's out of all resources, and the population is starting to get better and better for Louis MT and worse on the other side.
Yeah, it definitely. This game is crazy. It has flipped over on either side. It feels like 10 different times, but now it feels like Louis is the one with the leg up. He's raiding, he's sieging different spots. He's still defending up his locations, the Castle, the Crow. He's not, while he's taken some damage on these raids from Anatan, a lot of it's just these Gilded Horsemen being thrown away now with Japanese TC fire, with the outposts, with sprinkle emplacements, things like that. Villagers, a few more fall for Anatan. He has some snuck behind that wood line, but look at the military. He just is running out of steam, and Louis is ready to keep up and on the offensive. He is now making a bombard.
Boy, oh boy, this is getting grim for Anathan here, and what a win this would be for Louis MT if he managed to turn this around. Throughout this game, he was being pounded from all directions. His eco was a train wreck for so long, but he never gave up, and we talked about his background as a team game player. That is one of the things you learn when you play team games a lot. Recovery. And that is the name of the game now for him. He's starting to stretch the field, starting to hit the eco of Anathan. And I just don't see that overwhelming power from Anathan now. He's at 125 population against 170, 180.
And Anatan's numbers are continuing to fall. We see villagers running from the army masses of Louis. Louis, he has his mass forward with that bombard. He's ready to start sieging down the keep rather than having his castle, the Crow, siege down. And the numbers, he will not be stopped, doubling up the army count from the other side. And that allows him to split and win fights on multiple different fronts.
And again, let's not forget, Louis MP was on 3 relics as opposed to 2. He stole 2 relics, and those 2 relics are now starting to hurt Anathan so badly. Anathan is totally out of gold. And sure, Order of the Dragon have insane late game units, but they're very expensive. And units like these hand cannoneers, they cost a lot of gold that Anathan no longer has.
Yeah, 29 gold per minute for Anatan. He does not have resource income coming in. Meanwhile, Louis, 1700 gold per minute. That's with the 2,000 food he's got as well. Keep still getting siege down. Emplacement looks like it is just now finishing in that keep. But Louis is winning the fight even under the keep. It's just the Gilded Hand Cannoneers left for Anatan. It's the Culverin left for Anatan. But is it going to be enough? The villagers are there. They're trying to be the last line of the defense as well, healing up the keep the best they can, but it does not prove to be enough. Villagers now falling. Culverin on its last limb here as well. Culverin barely stays alive and ends up falling right as the keep does.
Anathan somehow holds this position, but it's just not enough now. The casualties are way too high. He lost a lot of expensive units. And look at the difference in the gold income. Louis MT is 1600 per minute. He can replenish those troops. Anathan cannot. At the same time, Louis MT still has the Sacred Site countdown as well. And the eco for Anathan is not just looking very grim now. In general, just a 120 population. I feel like now he doesn't have the backline to replenish his forces.
Yeah, it feels like it has all gone down the drain, but we saw Louis come back from a position like this. That means Anatan can do the same thing if he makes the right moves, makes the right decisions. Can it be done?
I feel like you're being a little overly ambitious with him right now. Like, it would be nothing short of a miracle from Anatan to pull this back. Let me just say this, though. There is one condition. First of all, Anathan needs to get his eco back on track. One thing that he could do is expand towards that western pond and just get some fishing boats going to get some more food eco. But more importantly, if Louis MT runs out of mineable gold, then of course he still has the relics, but his gold income is going to be much smaller. So I think if Anatan has no more access to gold, his only condition to win is essentially to stall this game out until Louis also runs out of all mineable gold.
You say that, but then Louis got the 5 relic income, so
yeah, I know.
It doesn't seem like any good possibility here for Anatan. It's just a ticking time bomb that is going and getting closer and closer to exploding.
I didn't say it's a good opportunity for Anatan. I just said if he wants to win, that might just be the only condition that works out. He first needs to decap a Sacred Site, because Louis MT is on a 5.5-minute countdown, and now Louis is digging trenches, getting those walls going. Anatan does have 30 Gilded Horsemen. That's not something to overlook.
And but Louis says your horsemen are going to be worthless when I build layer after layer of walls, and then I just have my mangonels just shooting over those walls, and then another layer of walls, and then my mangonels, and then we just slowly move up time after time again. I feel like Louis, knowing the whole situation, he doesn't have to do this, but this is the slow, safe move that he has done time and time again.
This game was so long that we aged up to the World War I era. Cavalry charges against entrenched gunpowder units. And this is just such a difficult fight for Anatan to take.
Mangonel's not able to be touched. There's too many units here from the Japanese side. Mangonel's able to fire upon the hand cannoneers from Anatan. If he loses those, it is definitely even more over than it already is as we're speaking. Louis' numbers still remaining healthy. Ram's trying to be just an annoyance there on the front side, and Anatan, he finally throws in the towel. Louis comes back from an awful position and just storms over to tie up the series.
This is gonna be a story of morale here going into game number 3, I feel. Because this must be shattering for Anatan. He has been dictating the tempo of the game throughout, and there were moments in Feudal Age where we just said, this game is over. This game is done. And then Louis MT stalls this out, turns this around, and now he's gonna go into game number 3 saying, wait a minute, I had a rough start to this series. I had a rough game number 1, I had a rough beginning to game number 2, but now I am in this. And again, it's going to come down to how Anatan is able to handle this adversity, because this is a game that he really wanted to win. He fought it out to the bitter end, and for the majority of this game, he was leading. He just fell short. Like, just look at the military value throughout this game.
I mean,
Most
honestly,
of the
to
time,
me,
he was leading.
Take a snapshot at the 23-minute mark and just go right down with the military and economic lead. Anatan's up about 20 plus, actually probably 30 economy count. He's up 500 plus on the military value. He takes the fight though. That's one of those that maybe hindsight 2020, if you're up that much military value and the economy, maybe you just keep it going until you're max pop, until you got all the techs in, and you could take a more efficient fight, because that is what gave Louis the opportunity to slowly come back into this game. Once Imperial Age happened, everything turned upside down, and Louis just was able to make a crazy comeback there. And the good thing here is this is just now the second game of the series we just casted. It is tied 1-1. We are going to be going to at least 4 games.
It's been a spectacular game here, and we talked about this before at the beginning of the series. This could easily be a series that goes all the way to 5 games, and this was probably the turning point where Anatan committed a lot to this Ram push here, but the fight was somewhat suboptimal. And I understand that he needs a lot of siege to take out these towers, but in hindsight, you know, it might have just been better to try and force a straight-up engagement, try to kill the villagers, maybe hit the starting base. The investment into these Rams didn't seem to pay off that well, and he just didn't have the units to actually clean up this army. And from here on out, I think this was the first moment that failed or semi-failed push on the gold mine. That was the first moment where Louis MT might have started feeling like, okay, there is blood in the water.
Yeah, and honestly, when we watched that replay, what really just opened my eyes is every single horseman I saw from Anatan was hitting mounted samurai. If he was able to circle those back, hit the Onimusha mass, it would have been a whole different fight. But as those horsemen are hitting mounted samurai, that's exactly what Louis wants to do. That's exactly how Louis wants to take that fight.
And then this dive as well.
Yeah, we see it again. This one's like the outpost here isn't even the biggest deal here. It's just more of the at the beginning of that composition mass, Anatan wasn't able to really get on top of the units. This was a better fight for him than the last, but at the beginning of that fight, he had 10, 15 spears that were burning the monastery, which stays alive instead of being in a good position and had the ranged mass as the front side.
Exactly. That is, I feel like the story of this game to a certain extent is that some of the fights that Anatan took were suboptimal. This is not one of those, though. This was a really good fight for him. Again, Fragile Onamusha being put to the front here for Louis MT wasn't really a good setup. But by the time this happened, it was too late for Anatan. In this moment, he's got no gold income. He took a good fight here. It's just the fact that now there was no opportunity to rebuild, and Louis MT now had the eco lead, and from here on out, this was, I think, the decisive moment where Louis MT said, okay, I'm actually in the lead.
Yeah, and there was a point definitely where he took that lead and he just did not stop and did not let Anatan breathe on the other side. But again, that was game number 2. We're going to check in on some of the other series that we have in store for us today. We already gave y'all the update. Marine Lord versus Beasty is going to be the top bracket of that semifinals. Puppy Paw takes down Baltoon 3-0. We're casting the Louis Anatan. So Baltoon, he's patiently waiting, watching for the end of this game, seeing who he is going to have to face and who's going to be moving along to play Puppy Paw.
And folks, we're very far from the end of the day. Louis MT versus Anatan going on right now. And then we're going to show you both Vortex versus Wham and then Baltoon versus the loser of this series, Louis MT or Anatan. So we'll have both of the elimination matches being shown. Looks like we are heading back to a more classic map over here, Dry Arabia. Rus for Anatan and Chinese for Louis MT, a civilization that I haven't really seen recently on Dry Arabia.
Yeah, and I mean, this is one we're throwing it back to the classic map. Most people's favorite map out there. I know it's mine. It's just one that you're always seeing exciting games. You can really pick the majority of civs in your wheelhouse if you desire, but still want to be saving some from for the next maps. You know, those are ones that you might have a bit more of a preference here. But enough of that. Game number 3 is beginning now. Let's go ahead and see what we got in store.
Game number 3 coming up here after a spectacular game number 2. Louis MT had a huge comeback in there. And I think going into game number 3 here, as he's in command of the Chinese in red facing off against Anatan's Rus in yellow, he is definitely going to be high on the morale and say, okay, I had a rough start to this series. I had a rough start to the previous game as well. But now I've shown that I can actually win this series. And I'm going into game number 3 very confident here. Chinese facing off against the Rus here. I get the feeling that we are going to see a lot of professional scouts here.
Yeah, I mean, if we saw professional scouts come out from the English, I can solidly say it's going to be a 100% chance that we see professional scouts come from the Rus and the Chinese here.
You know, this is where it gets interesting, though, because when you look at the Rus, of course, you do have the hunting cabins out there for yourself, for the pro scouts. Whereas with the Chinese, you do have the ability to supervise the stable to mass produce the scouts. So both of these civilizations are able to get very quick professional scouts builds going.
Yeah, and that's the cool thing about Chinese is they're a civilization that they're able to react so well to anything. Like whether Louis wants to go pro scouts or not, he can react to it and go, oh yeah, actually I decide to supervise, you know, whether it's the mill, supervise the stable, and start pumping units out much faster, get things down so much more efficiently. And that's where you'll see some of these higher players work so well. But Louis, I don't think he's going with the no IO opening, it looks like, from the Chinese, at least to start.
Yeah, I wonder if this is just a race to feudal age.
He will be able to drop that feudal age here in just a second, and not building an IO from the town center means that, you know, maybe he'll have one extra villager, and as the Imperial Academy finishes, he can just start queuing up IOs from there.
Imperial Academy, very nice and tight. I do want to say both these players have the ability to wall their flanks very well. So the way that the forests have spawned is that you can actually get yourself some nice and safe walls. I guess the drawback is that woodlines could be exposed moving forward.
Yeah, and woodlines are always a concern. Woodlines are always one of those things that you don't think about them too much until archers and ranged units start coming into play. And if your opponent parks a scout and all of a sudden your woodline gets denied, you lose so much tempo. You can't drop your production buildings. You can't make your farm transitions. Everything gets delayed on out. So definitely something to highlight. Definitely something to keep in mind as the game continues to progress. But for now, Louis, first one to feudal, rush down that Imperial Academy like we saw, and now the IO is starting to come out. Golden Gate finishing up for Anatan. We'll have those tickets slowly start to come on in. So let's see what the first trade's gonna be for him once he decides to utilize that. He's already got 3 scouts out and about, so I'm assuming he is going to be queuing up pro scout. And there's the trade. He goes ahead, I think sells off some food for some gold. Is going to wait for the next hunting cabin tick, and we'll have enough for pro scouts.
Yep, as expected, it's going to be a race towards those deer packs. In this case, I think the interesting detail to look at is how you approach the pro scouts race. Are you just going to try and pick up your own 2 deer packs and call it a day, or are you going to go straight to the opponent's side and try to steal some of their carcasses?
Looks like Louis has a significant amount of sheep still under that mill, so really, really solid start for him. And Anatan is answering your question right off the bat. It might not be a Pro Scouts play from Louis. Actually, looks like he's going into Spears, wants to try to deny the Scouts first, maybe before maybe securing up some deer for himself. But if he doesn't go and get any deer for himself, this is going to be a huge detriment over the course of this game.
Yeah, it looks like a delayed Pro Scouts build. He's still floating a lot of gold, which makes me think that he wants to get the pech. But it looks like he's indeed opening with Spearman out there. I just don't know if he's going to be there in time. He's gambling a little because if he's missing out on this, he might just concede, okay, there we go, there's the tech for him. If he's missing out on his own 2 deer packs, he is going to be quite a bit behind. So, yeah, he needs to secure this position. Looks like that is going to be something he can accomplish, although looks like Anatan is just trying to sneak around here, pulls away the Spearman, and then sneaks in from the other side. Some mind games going on once again. Is he going to try and steal some carcasses from all the way back here?
That barracks was being supervised. Louis, he's splitting off spears into all these different spots, so it does look like Anatan was going for the full circle, gonna go for that other deer pack that's near Louis's base, but even still, if he's able to steal some from either of these spots, these will start to add up. There's one gets killed, gets snagged, second one gets killed, gets snagged. The spear hasn't yet spotted it out. Now it does.
Yoink!
And he's just going to split since there's only one spear. He's going to end up dropping that carcass as he pulls it away far enough and at least, you know, gets one out of the way further. Louis can't decide which one to go for.
Oh, I get the idea from Louis MT, but you see, worst case scenario, you drop the carcass and get away. If you're Anatan, even if you just secure a couple of carcasses here that's extra on top of yours, it's going to be great. And look at what Anatan is doing. He's got 9 scouts.
He's going to have 12.
He's
13.
13 scouts. What for?
So he wants to make sure he gets all of these deer. There's not a ton of spears. There's only 4 spears. And 3 spears now. And what this could allow him to do is transition and, like, obviously force the Pro Scouts play. He can throw a couple scouts away if he wants. But more importantly, he can utilize these scouts to then go start to burn, go start to harass. If spears are in thin numbers, he can actually start to slowly add up some damage with some healing over time. Although I don't suspect that being a play. And Louis, he's doubling, tripling down. He's got the same idea. He's got 8, 2 more in queue.
Oh boy. Now, one thing is sure here. You're not going to have any issues in terms of vision. Everybody is going to see everything. When you have players with 11 scouts each, you will have so much line of sight. Now, Louis is going to go Song Dynasty here, whereas Anatan is going Castle. This is a big difference maker. Louis MT staying in feudal, Anatan is going Castle.
And I mean, this is one where the feudal age for China, like, or the Song dynasty for China, it actually makes him delay his castle even further, causes more of a food hindrance because he's making more villagers. It looks like another scout gets pulled and killed, but that deer will not get stolen, I don't believe.
I love that move though. Like Louis chases down Anathan's scout, kills it, and the moment the carcass gets dropped, Louis is picking it up and runs away with it.
But here we go. High Trade House is halfway there. Louis, speaking of halfway there, halfway to Castle H himself, even with the Song Dynasty, even with Imperial examinations coming into queue. But those deer, it feels like Anatan has slowly been winning this deer faring war just because he had the numbers out earlier. Now he's getting his own spears. I'm wondering if he's just going to double, triple down into the spear play or if maybe transition into some knights himself.
I'm genuinely curious upon the basis of your claim saying that Anathan wins the scout race, because I'm gonna be blunt
now he's
and
losing
honest
all
here.
of them though.
yeah, I'm looking at this as like, it's so chaotic that I have absolutely no idea who got more carcasses.
At first it felt like Anatan, but after seeing that last play there, he just lost 3 or 4 scouts that all had deer on them. Those should be easy secures for Louis. But does it give Anatan the timing that he needed for Castle H to start doing things? He's swapping to horse archers now, already starting to pop out. This will allow him to take the full map control, at least for that earlier parts of Castle, because the clock tower is just now being dropped.
Yeah, clock tower is gonna come in, and I think if you're Louis,
what is he doing?
If you're Louis, you're probably going Lancers here. I don't see Palace Guards being any good. I think if you're seeing all these horse archers, you gotta go Lancers and just flood them with the supervision. Remember, Louis has a lot of food because he is dropping off food from the deer into a supervised mill. He can actually supervise a stable to get quite a few Lancers out quickly. For the time being, it's gonna be horse archers for Anatan. He's also moving out towards the relics. First thing he built in Castle Age was a monastery, so it's gonna be a race towards the relics. And there is indeed the stable. Lancers will be on the menu for Louis.
Yeah.
He's also getting some Palace Guards.
Yeah, I was about to say Palace Guards as well. It looks like Anatan was dropping his stables. I think he might start making his own knights, but more importantly, the relics will start getting picked up here soon. Not sure if Louis is going to start dropping a monastery. I expect him to drop one here in the next minute or so, because he needs to contest these relics, needs to take the map control to do so, or else we're going to see that passive gold income just continue to skyrocket for the Bruce. It's just crazy how much passive gold income the Roost can actually start to accumulate. They have the hunting cabins, they have the high trade house, they have the slow, income from bounty as well if they're gathering from deer. They have the Golden Gate trades, and then you're also going to compound that with some extra relics potentially.
I gotta say, I love the walls from Louis. He's facing horse archers, and the same way that we've highlighted this in the previous game, Onamusha cannot really dive under the towers. Here, these walls basically prevent Anatan from looping around and hitting the eco with the horse archers. Means that Louis MT can just focus all his attention towards that mid-map area where he's still open. And I think this villager just walled himself in.
I think he might have. He did!
No!
And the problem with chopping this tree, it's not like you used to. You have to fully gather from the tree before you can walk past it. See?
Yeah, that's the problem. He needs the buddies to chop him out of there. Now, serious question. If you cannot free that villager, do you just keep it there?
No, you just
do you delete the wall or do you delete the vill?
Yeah, delete the wall, resegment. Yeah, see.
Okay, there we go.
But do it from the other side, or else you're gonna wall yourself in again.
Oh no.
we'll check back in, and no, he moved. There we go.
There we go.
Oh, it was so close.
Yeah, he could have actually built a gate. I forgot about that. I think he forgot about it too.
Well, now economies are secured, and by economies, I mean Louis' economy is secured. Anatan's still playing the no wall challenge just like he was playing last game. He is sticking with it, and the walls are the perfect deterrent to those horse archers. But the horsemen that Anatan's starting to pump will do some good job with their torches. However, Louis is doing the old Chinese build, which is clock tower nest to B after clock tower nest to B.
Louis isn't committing a lot of resources into this army right now. I expected him to go heavy on the Lancers and just flood the map, but that is not what he did. He only has a couple of Lancers, couple of Palace Guards and Spearmen. He has a lot of Nest of Bees though. So for now it looks like he's just waiting it out until he gets a nice mass of Nest of Bees. Means that he conceded most of the relics though. Anatan is sitting on 4 relics now.
And I mean, that's one of those that's that early impact of that map control. But another Lancer comes in for an attempted raid, does not get a villager before falling, so both of those attempted raids deterred. Speaking of attempted raid, Horse Archer falls to a spear.
Walls are fully complete here for Louis MT, and that's going to make it a little challenging for Anatan to push into this base. When you have 4 Nest of Bees camping behind the walls, no matter what you have as your army, it's going to be difficult to push through those walls.
Yeah, and this is one of those problems that you get when you're facing Chinese. If they build the walls, their Song Dynasty, over time, that villager difference is going to be that lead. You always expect it when you're playing China, though. And when I'm casting a Chinese game, I'm always expecting them to be in an economic lead as far as the villager number goes. But that's one where Anatan has things to make up for the villager deficit. He's still got the map control. He's still got things like the boar. He's still got all those passive resources too. But Louis says now's the time to move out. 5 Nest of Bees.
Anatan took the boar all the way to the south, and Anatan is capping the last sacred site, so he is going to put Louis MT on a timer here with the sacred sites, though the sacred sites will be challenging to defend, and it could be easy for Louis to decap them. Looks like Anatan moved out to both of those boars out there. He's on a board to the north and on a board to the south, now getting Boyar's Fortitude. STPs are slow moving though, if you get those flanked, you could be in deep trouble.
Yeah, he does have some nice spears and palace guards to defend that up, so can send the palace guards forward, attack the back line, while the spears just sit there, wait for the horseman flank that Anatan is sure to try to do to take down the Nest of Bees.
Yeah, Louis MT is gambling here quite a bit. If he loses this army, he's gonna be in a terrible spot. And I just don't know if he has enough to finish this game with this army or to do substantial damage. Remember, Nest of Bees are nice and cool, but if you're facing a bunch of Lancers, for instance, if they get a flank on you, it could be troublesome. And you see, Louis MT is kind of lagging behind with these Nest of Bees. Little careless, if you ask me.
And what I would be scared of is the spear number. If Anatan's able to thin out the spear number at all, that's what will allow the knights. That will allow the
Nest of Bees are
horsemen to just
totally
run
open.
onto whatever he wants. And you are right, the Nest of Bees are totally open. They're too slow. The spears, the infantry, they're running back. Louis realized he cannot let those off by themselves. And now we circle around to Anatan's base. We see the second TC has been dropped. There will no longer be this huge economic deficit over the course of time.
Second TC is up for Anatan. I love that quite a bit. He knows that he needs to at least maintain parity in terms of the villager counts. And remember, Louis got a slow-moving army over here. It's only spears here. The Nest of Bees didn't actually pivot all the way down south. Taking out that tower is going to be difficult with just spears. And at the same time, Anatan does have this mobility, and he's trying to breach these walls.
Yeah, it's going to be all palace guards. He doesn't want the spears because they'd get taken out easier, forcing more of a reaction as well. Villagers, though, about to have to jump out, do some repairing, and instead of repairing, they just run on away, but the palace guard mass cannot take this fight too efficiently. Also, Louis has another distraction on the front side of the base. The other army that Anatan had was burning down the walls. This palace guard mass having to run on home, and Anatan now is starting to eke out that military lead, excluding siege. Excluding siege is a big exclusion there.
That's a big exclusion out there. It's like Oh yeah, you have a couple of rifles plus a couple of tactical nukes, but I guess no one cares about nukes, right? Well, not
Well,
exactly. That's
The big
8
problem
nest
is,
of bees?
will Anatan take a fight with the 8 nested bees?
think
I don't
so.
think he ever will want to do that. He's just going to push, pull back and forth, back and forth. It's like facing that English infantry army where it's all longbows. It's like, just don't take the longbow fight. Make them always in an out of position spot. And that's exactly what Anatan's trying to do. You see him burn one wall, he goes over with another mass, goes to burn the other wall.
And he takes fights against these undermanned forces here before the nest of bees arrive. He has been doing this for quite some time, isolating the spearmen and the nest of bees, or the spearmen and the palace guards, and taking the fight before the nest of bees arrive.
Yep, and now has denied the gold vein on the north. More attempted wall burning on the north side. That's where reinforcements are going. That's also where this really mobile army can just run around and go to as well. And this forces Louis to take inefficient trades. Look at this. He needs that gold, so he sends 5-6 units out. They're not going to get anything as far as that return goes. He gets a little bit of gold income, but I'm not even sure if that would pay for the few palace guards he threw away.
He has only 22 spearmen against 20 knights and 25 horse archers. Without the nest of bees, plain and simple, Louis cannot fight. But here's the thing. One thing I love about Anatan's composition is that it's highly mobile. Every single unit he has is a high mobility unit. So he can choose which fights he takes and which he does not. And at the same time, he has the Sacred Site countdown going on as well, forcing his opponent to just move out and try to decap one of these.
Anatan has more knights than or has the same number of knights as spears from Louis. That's never a good position you want to be in. You always kind of want at least that, I would, maybe not 2-to-1 number, but I would say at least like 3-to-2 ratio when it's in bigger masses of spears versus knights. Anatan even splits off some, make sure to get some information about the backside, and Louis now trying to build some walls even further up. Anatan, though, he says now's the time. Turns around with the Knight mass, turns around with the Horse Archer mass, trying to thin out the Spearman mass. Nest of Bees turn and shoot. They're trying to run on home, and a Knight grouping splits off. How many Nest of Bees will fall, if any? Looks like 1-2 gets circled, surrounded, but haven't fallen yet. The more important thing is the whole entire melee mass of Louis has fallen. It feels like it's only Nest of Bees left.
This wasn't a good fight here for Anatan. He had the opportunity to flank those nest of bees, but he wasn't able to. He fought into the spearmen with the knights for so long. Yet his army is just so much more valuable that he's still able to take this fight. And now with the spearmen gone, the nest of bees will be taken out. The castle does get denied here. Villagers getting caught in the crossfire. Anatan, he's looking very sharp here, but the nest of bees are still alive. Are we seeing another disaster strike Anatan here?
He does overstep a little bit. I think he got a little distracted to the nest of bees with the horse archers. The horse archers should just be firing at anything and everything out there that's not siege. Mainly spears. If villagers are there, great. But even still, that's a great, efficient fight for Anatan. The nest of bees mass gets thinned out, but more importantly, that spearman mass is down to 7. He's still at double-digit knights. He's still at 16 horse archers, and Louis is still walled inside of his base with the sacred sites ticking.
If you are Anatan, you want a couple of warrior monks right now. He still has the knights, but they are very heavily battered. Same goes for the horse archers. He needs to regroup. Now, one thing to keep in mind is that trades are okay for him because he still has the sacred sites. If Louis MT has little army, he cannot move out and he cannot decap these sacred sites.
And now we're starting to see wooden fortresses reinforced on every single sacred site, getting that vision, getting those defensive points for himself as well, makes it so much harder to just quick deny the sacred sites. And you mentioned wood lines at the very start of the game. Well, that first wood line of Louis is about to be fully chopped through and gone. It forces him to move to this next wood line now. And that next wood line is further and further forward. He still hasn't been able to move out to the gold. He's trying to drop some stone walls, but these are resources going into walls instead of resources going into recapturing sacred site control, recapturing map control.
I wonder if Anatan is thinking Imperial here. He's been floating the resources for quite some time, and in this position, he might be contemplating dropping a Spaskaya tower in the middle of the map.
Is at least able to, again, pull those nested bees all the way down to the bottom side of this map. Some idled villagers are just sitting there watching, waiting, but gold still denied. The north side, villagers?
Stonewall. Louis is playing this trench warfare he did in the latter portion of the previous game as well. And he kind of needs to do that with the slow-moving army he has, but at the same time, he just doesn't have that juice to break out of his base. 9 Nest of Bees is crazy, but again, if you're Anatan, you're never taking a fight against the Nest of Bees.
And there it is! Anatan does spot out the stone wall being built. The Night Mass circles around. That should be 6 or so villagers going down. There's a few spears, a few military units here to help, but those are just more military units that will be lost. It again is all about the Nest of Bees for Louis. That is his only chance to win this game, is keep the Nest of Bees alive, keep them grouped up. Looks like villagers are ready to come as well. He wants this fight. He's going to do some mass repairs on the Nest of Bees with villagers and resecure the gold in that middle sacred site.
I don't think it's even about the gold. He needs a position here to decap the sacred sites. We're at the 4.5-minute timer, but you're right. This is turning into a Hail Mary. He needs to move, and he needs to keep these Nest of Bees alive. So these villagers, I don't think they'll be mining a lot here. They will be here to provide that healing to the Nest of Bees. Louis is down by 13 eco as well. He's down by 3 relics and a bunch of sacred sites. He needs to go now.
It looks like Anatan's just going to give up this position.
I think he should.
Yeah, and so Sacred Site Countdown will be gone, reset. There is no win condition on the board other than landmarks and making your opponent forfeit. But Louis has now resecured the gold, resecured the mid-map, at least for a little bit. And Anatan drawing back, giving up his positioning because he's going Imperial. The high armory is being started, and that is what will unlock quite a bit of tech advantage here for Anatan.
Yeah, I get what Anatan is doing here. I don't think you can fight into the Nest of Bees, so holding that sacred site head-on would have been very risky. I think he just wants that one-up in the technology department. But one thing is scary is that the moment he reaches Imperial, as he's trying to block these walls from ever being finished, the moment he hits Imperial, Louis needs to go. And the whole time the story was that you have the highly mobile army, but you do not want to fight head-on. And now you might be forced to do so. Anatan is kind of opening up these walls, but if he is going to get pushed in his base with 30 spearmen and 10 Nest of Bees, I don't know if he has enough to stop this.
The key is if he waits for Imperial Age Knight upgrade to come through, he has 40 Roost Knights, Boyar's Fortitude. I doubt he'll wait for Royal Bloodlines, but those are 40 Roost Imperial Age Knights with Boyar's Fortitude against 33 Castle Age Spearmen. I think that's still... the Palace Guard's great, but I think that's still a fight that Anatan can take potentially, but needs the upgrades and needs them now.
The front stable is researching veterancy here. If that stable by the blacksmith gets taken out, Anatan could lose the veterancy.
Nest of Bees starting to fire down. They're firing at the blacksmith, though. Stables is still sitting healthy for the time being. Anatan causing some distraction with some walls that are trying to deny other walls. Nest of Bees, though, recircling. You do not want to have this army grouped together, Anatan. This is the hard part with these walls. It's like you want to get through the walls, but you can't find spots to get through the walls if the Nest of Bees are near.
Oh, you don't want to concede those units if you're Louis and Tito. Louis is trying to imp himself. He doesn't have a lot of gold, but he did resecure the gold mines. Behind this, there was quite a few skirmishes all the way back here, trying to get walls and counter walls and just block the walling of the other player. Nest of Bees are actually stuck on the outside. You have to be cautious, but it looks like Anatan is pulling back his forces. He's getting all the elite upgrades, but at the same time, Louis will be given an opportunity to go into Imperial. And with the power of supervision, he can get his techs in very quickly.
Indeed he can. Imperial Age should be dropped here. Now, the Great Wall Gatehouse is being built. Question is where? The only... okay, it is just backside to protect the
only 5
granary
bills.
eco.
I don't like that it's only 5 vills, and I don't think the walls are complete on this side either. And I think Anatan is realizing that he cannot fight directly into that army, so he's just going to go for the eco. These are only palisades right here, and the age-up is also on this side. The gatehouse is being built by 5 villagers. He could intercept this age-up, and Louis commits villagers just in time.
12 villagers get pulled on over to the gatehouse. It should get finished in time, but even still, there could be a lot of damage done after it.
Oh, just in
gatehouse
time.
Finishes.
Still, though,
The villagers, they don't
where
have anywhere
Louis'
to
army is
run.
at.
It's not like this is a keep landmark. There's nowhere to garrison. There's nowhere to jump inside. Anatan splits off the army, has knights running, chasing the villagers. Another group going onto the granary eco. Spears are trying to circle. Spears are trying to run, and the nest of bees are still a couple computer screens over.
Anatan is doing what he needs to here. He's using that mobility and just stretching out the attention of Louis MT, but at the same time, this is all his army. And now he's trapped. Well, he's not trapped just yet, but he will be.
And there it is. It'll take a few torches just to burn that one right on through. He should be able to escape nice and fine, but Louis, he's going to go for another wall. And another wall indeed is what he's going for. There's not enough villagers. It's just going to take one torch on those half-built segments to just burn through. Sure enough, that's what happened. Loses a few more vills for it, but Anatan, he causes a ton of economic damage. But still, the nest of bees mass, the group's still alive, and China, they're fine with this. Louis still almost mass population. The Chinese economy is always one that can reboom super, super easily and efficiently, especially if he just decides to drop another town center.
Exactly, that's the big thing here for Louis MT. He's 200 population, so he's fine with this for the time being. I think if you're Louis, you need one thing: walls. Preferably stone walls. If you get stone walls going, Anatan will not be able to do this again. And now you have 50 elite Chinese spearmen, plus 11 nest of bees behind them. We're gonna get back to that stage where a head-on fight is not something that Anatan wants to take.
Yeah, Anatan is starting to, he heard you say walls is what Louis needs. He's just burning down every segment that he can. He's trying to create as many gaps as possible, not allow this easy rewalling, this easy focus as well. Give him some spots to run and chase through, but as he burns more and more, there's still another segment after, and then another segment after. The 11 nested bees have a nice little cubby to hide behind, and there's still another one.
Nice little raids, though, by Anatan. And again, we are seeing this over and over again throughout this series. He is just so good when it comes to hitting Louis' eco. Every single game, Anatan has the upper hand in terms of hitting the eco. But does he have the upper hand in a straight-up battle? That's the question.
We will see here and now. Bombard's focusing down the keep. Engagement being taken. Nest of bees fires into the whole entire mass from Anatan. Anatan, I don't know if that's a fight that you want. Nest of bees, another fire upon those. He's still there. He's still trying to get out that spearman mass. 34 spears still alive. He's not on top of the nest of bees yet. Villagers pulled from Louis, going onto that bombard mass. And Louis looks like he's still winning this front side, has the keep in protection, has the nest of bees untouched, and Anatan gets obliterated.
I feel like we're seeing a repeat of the previous game here to a certain extent. Anatan has had the map control for a while. He's been dictating the tempo of the game for a while, but it does not matter if the direct battles do not go your way. A bloody affair in the middle, but most importantly, Louis MT. He keeps the nest of bees alive, and it is a 53 versus 12 army setup right now. Granted, Anatan does have a lot of knights, but he has 11 in queue. He's actually struggling with production and remassing right now. Louis MT has an opportunity to do so much damage here. The high armory is exposed, production buildings are exposed, and he still has 41 elite spearmen out there.
Yeah, I mentioned that you usually want that spear number at, 2 to 1's great, but 3 to 2 is fine. Well, Louis got more than 2 to 1 on that spear count as well, so in a great position in Anatan. The only thing he is queuing up is knights, and more knights, as well as a single sprout just got canceled because the good old Siege Workshop got taken down, but we were going to see a Springle attempt.
At this point, you have to be conscious about the fact that you could lose on sacred or landmarks here if you're Anatan. He lost that high armory in a blink of an eye. If Louis MT just right-clicks forward and starts taking out landmarks, things could go very, very bad here for Anatan very soon. I love how you focus the production buildings, by the way. Anathan lost a lot of units, so you cannot really take out the houses and make him house. Now, this is a big remass. We've been saying, okay, Louis MT is in a great spot, but we're back to 40 Knights for Anathan. I don't think he has a third layer behind this, but he does have a second layer. He's looking to flank this position.
I think Anatan just says, I can't take this fight. I'm going to go try to cut off some reinforcements, get you on the back foot until he's remassed and can collapse from two different sides. Move forward with his knights that he's queuing up at home, and then circle around with the 30 that he just tried to flank with. Hitting the gold vein, hitting the reinforcements, trying to get in the eco and make sure that Louis doesn't press forward here.
The stone walls are incomplete, though. The stone walls are incomplete, and we talked about this. This is the only thing that Louis needed to do to potentially seal the deal here. Get the walls up.
Villagers still running through. There's still a gap. There's still a hole. He doesn't wall it in time. The Knights are still through, and this allows Anatan the breathing room. He's up 50 eco. He's fine with this. He did not fully throw. He is still in this game.
I think if you're Louis, you might just go for the landmarks at this point. By the time you clean this up, it's going to be too late. But there is nothing at home right now if you are Anatan. Just a handful of knights. I think you go for the landmarks. Louis MT's eco is going to be a train wreck no matter what.
It's down at 70, 69. Nice. Continuing to fall and continuing to diminish. And the army in the middle, it was just posturing, going forward, going back. He couldn't decide what to do, and finally, he decides to pull it back. But look at the damage that's already been down. Anatan, he's even, not include the nest of bees on the military numbers, but 62 knights.
I keep repeating myself every time I cast, I feel, but walls are just so important across the games. And really the answer to the question how many layers of walls you always need one more layer. Because if not, the player with the cavalry is just going to run circles around you, and the whole attack that Louis MT had stalled out as he needs to come back and clean this up. Anatan is up 70 knights out here. He's going to have a second layer behind this, and Louis MT's eco is a complete train wreck.
A second layer, a third layer, a fourth layer probably is what he's going to have behind this. Anatan has 2,900 gold in the bank just sitting there now. I don't know how he was, it felt like it was all but over for him after that engagement that he took, but he just said, no, this was just the plan the whole time.
I really wonder how this game would have looked like if Louis MT doesn't come back to defend his eco. And he just says, YOLO, you guys are in my base, fine. I might even try to finish the stone walls to the front to trap you, and just march forward for the landmarks. And now the spearmen are mispositioned.
Oh, this is what Anatan was waiting for. All of the nest of bees just going to be splintered wood carvings onto the ground. Maybe a few get out, and by a few, one single nest of bees escapes with his life.
That's game. That's gotta be game out there. Louis MT down to 124 population. And just... Anatan was looking for this opportunity throughout the game. He was never given one. And just looking at the map, Louis MT did such a good job building up the trenches. He was so close. He took out Anatan's desperate counterattack. And he was poised to break into Anatan's base. But this stone wall being incomplete and the knights being able to hit the eco, forcing Louis MT back, that's the thing that might just seal the deal here for Anatan.
It's just these little small timings. What 10 seconds could have been. That means that wall is finished. It is over. But Anatan struck at the perfect time. Counterattacked at the perfect time to give himself the breathing room. Give himself the time to stabilize. And stabilize he did. 66 knights. He is sitting at max pop. Whereas Louis sitting down at 140 trying to recover.
And if you are Anatan now, with all the nest of bees gone, you can start making Streltsy. So far, you've been fighting knights into spearmen. It's not ideal in the long run. If you can mix in just a dozen Streltsy, you can make these fights so much better.
We had a proxy siege workshop coming out from Anatan, but gets spotted from Louis. Bombard falls. However, yeah, there's some spears here that counter out the knights, but the knights and spear numbers are basically even. You can still take that fight if you want if you're Anatan. It might not be the most efficient, but it's still a fight he should win.
And it's a spectacular force of knights. These are Rus knights with pole axes, Boyar's Fortitude, some of the best late game knights in the game. Still, if you're Anatan, we've seen this before. He had the upper hand, and it only takes a couple of bad engagements to turn things around for the other player. He's in a really good spot, but you don't want to keep fighting knights into spearmen. That is for sure.
And that's exactly what he's doing here. Knights trying to circle around, trying to get the most damage around as possible, spreading on out. Spearman number falling pretty quick. One of the group splits trying to take down the bombards, but the Knights are just too valuable. Yes, the spears are the counter unit, but the spears are just not as strong as Knights. They are outclassed, outmatched, and it looks like Anatan is finally getting the leg up in this game. I'm calling it here. This is the way he ends it. Louis cannot come back from this. Under 100 pop almost, and losing positioning, losing map control. Anatan looks to finally have gotten this game up on him.
Yeah, I feel like this game was over when all the Nest of Bees were gone. From that point onwards, really the only way for Anatan to lose this is if he takes some disastrous engagements. And again, Knights into Spearman is not a good setup, but we talked about this. These are some of the best late-game Knights in the game. And at the same time, Louis MT doesn't have that flood potential anymore. If Louis MT had a genuine ability to flood spears, it would not be sustainable for Anatan. But it's actually easier for Anatan to rebuild the Knights than it is for Louis to rebuild the spears.
I mean, when that fight happened, Anatan was at 70, 80 Knights. Louis had 10 to 15 more spears than him. Well, now Anatan's got 20 more Knights. It is totally in Anatan's hands. He will continue to press, continue to end this game, but he's not overstepping. He does not want to do that, one potential move that could cost you the game. And he doesn't know what is behind all these walls. There could be another mass of 10 Nest of Bees. We know it's just one, though, because Louis' economy is so hurt.
Now, Louis MT is trying to stall this game out, but this is... If you're Anatan, I'm actually surprised that he didn't take the Sacred Site to the north. I don't know if he just lost it recently, but he could again put his opponent on a timer.
Oh, yeah, he is taking it. Okay. Yeah. And he's reinforcing these spots, and not just the Sacred Site, but even further spots forward with keeps, with other defensive buildings and structures. Another Knight versus Spear fight. Anatan, again, is fine with this fight. There's only one single Nest of Bees. He's outnumbering the Spear numbers that's in this fight. This is a winning fight for the Knights, even though they're fighting the counter unit, and Anatan's ready to end this game. Nest of Bees should fall. The two hand cannoneers are trying the best they can. If you're Louis, you're probably asking yourself, what unit did I make? I made the counter unit. It just wasn't enough, and that's utilizing mobility correctly from Anatan.
If you're Louis MT, I don't think you can ask what unit I'm making right now to turn this game around, because this game is not meant to be turned around now. This game was supposed to have been won when he still had 11 Nest of Bees and a gazillion Spearmen protecting them. Now he doesn't have the economy, he doesn't have the ability to remass. And let's not forget, there is a fifth resource in Age of Empires. It's population. In late game, these low cost efficiency units like Spearmen are just not ideal when your opponent has such a high population efficiency with the Knights, with the Springalds, with the Bombards. Nest of Bees trying to remass, but again, this is almost just a desperate effort from Louis MT.
Yeah, that's Louis' last safe gold, last accessible gold. Defend all Sacred Sites objective pops up. Timer is starting to count down, but Louis has bigger things to worry about.
And again, if Anatan made any other unit, he would instantly win those fights. If he mixed in 10 Streltsy, Louis would have no shot at this. The fact that he can keep spamming Knights into Spearmen just goes to show how big of an advantage he has.
Well, also, he's got a 7 Springled mass now, and if it's just Spears coming from Louis, those Springleds will add up a ton of damage with the piercing that they do, and then that actually makes the Knights trade that much more efficient than the Spears. It's almost like JD with the AoE cleave, and then all the Knights just clean up the lower health. Now the Spears are all going to be half health, a quarter health every single time after the Springald firing.
And there it is. It's a complete cleanup here. Not even a question for Louis MP. He's going to have to tap out of this one. Nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. Anathan moves on to match point.
We see the lead go to Anatan's side after a wild back and forth in that game number 3. And it wasn't just the game number 3 back and forth. It was also a game number 2 back and forth, a game number 1 back and forth. This is a tight series, and it should continue that way. Looking at the resources gathered, you can just see from Anatan how favorable it was for him. The graphs, they were pretty even for a lot of the time until they weren't anymore, and that was really where the Knights broke through that almost completed wall. Again, this is a game of seconds, and that is where Anatan took advantage of that timing that he had. But that is where now you can see how much the killing, the max villager, everything went to Anatan's side at the end of the game when we're looking back in. But the highlights, they might show you a little bit of something different. Louis had his opportunities, had his options to win this game. It just wasn't quite able to do so. First big highlight here, obviously, villager just getting stuck, and wall gets deleted, remade. Great. So this is one where, like, the whole situation isn't grasped just by the highlight. Like, Anatan's just running away, but what this does is we're seeing that the nest of bees are in the complete side of the map next to literally the edge of the map, and that allows Anatan to reposition the rest of the army, take engagements on the other side. It's a constant push, pull, push, pull, push, pull, engagements being taken, and this is still the fight where it feels like Anatan's in the lead. And then we'll look at one that the engagement gets forced, and everything gets turned upside down. It felt like Louis had it from there.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you. There was really one key fight which opened up this game for Louis MT. It's going to be the one right next to Anatan's base. Throughout this game, though, Anatan was able to leverage the fact that the walls were either always open or easy to break through. And over again, Anatan was able to do a lot of damage to the eco of Louis MT. This actually, the game could have been over a lot sooner if it wasn't for the fact that Anatan might have been a little overzealous here. And as you see, with the help of the Nest of Bees, a lot of his troops do get cleaned up.
Yeah, he grouped those horse archers together, started firing on nest of bees. Knights actually ran right past the nest of bees instead of hitting those, which would have done a lot more damage. And he could have just cleaned up more and more villagers, but instead takes a lot of damage, takes a lot of return fire. We see some more good raids from Anatan. This is one where the graphs, everything is still favoring Anatan here, but in the next couple minutes, we're seeing this massive army group. And this is the fight where I guess Anatan felt like he was forced to take it. Maybe he felt his economy was in a good enough spot to reboom after it, and just said, even this goes bad, I will come out ahead, which is what he did. But I think hindsight, he didn't want to take this.
Yeah. This was the fight that really opened this game for Louis MT. In fact, for quite some time, his nest of bees weren't firing, but he cleans up a huge mess. And just look at the military graph at the very top. When this battle is over, Anatan is down to like 5 or so troops. And it was the counterattack afterwards that just derailed his whole attack. This opening right here. If this wall is complete just a couple of seconds sooner, I think Louis MT might have won the game.
Yeah, exactly. That would have given Louis the breathing room to keep his army forward. Wouldn't have to worry about this massive amount of eco damage at home, which now, look at the graphs after, you see Anatan doubling the eco, able to pick off the nest of bees because the spears had to fully pull back to the raid in the granary economy. And then the nest of bees are gone, and from here, it was all but over. And look at the positioning of how he moves his knights forward, cuts off the pathing for the nest of bees to go through the gate, and that allows him to pick up an extra 4 nest of bees there.
Yeah, from here on out, it was all over, I think. But there were 2 key moments at the end of the day. One, where the Knights managed to sneak past and just force Louis MT to call everybody back home. And then the second, when all the nest of bees went down. From there on out, there was just no way back.
Yep. But that was just game number 3. Now, series is on the line. Anatan's up 2-1, and we're going to Baldlands. Mali versus French.
Oh, look, I'm shining today.
We know during the break you went over to your window and you're like, let me make sure the sun will perfectly shine on me. Oh, look at this.
It's burning my eyes out right now, but luckily I'm not on cams very frequently here, especially because it looks like the next game is ready to go immediately. Baldland, French versus Malians. I'm a big fan of the Malians on this map, and Louis MT might need the help of the Malians here because he's down 2-1 against Anatan. Anatan with the match point heading into Baldland with the French in yellow under his command, facing off against Louis MT's Malians in red.
Yeah, and whenever I'm seeing a Mali game, the first big thing I focus on is where is his gold mine and where is his second gold mine? Because, you know, it's all about those pit mines. Can you get a first one up nice and safe? Can you get your second one up with houses all around it without it being easily pressured or denied? And it does look like Louis has a good option for his second gold vein. Has one behind, or if he is able to secure that location, has one just to the north of his initial gold vein.
So when you look at Baldland, I think one of the key advantages of Malians here is that they can go for a very compact economy, whereas most other civilizations aren't. If you're Anatan, I think you're thinking pro scouts here, simply because you need to find a way to make your base a little bit more condensed and well defensible.
Yeah, I mean, that would kind of, if he goes pro scouts, that makes both of the civs in the similar aspect. It's like Mali, they have their pit mines. Usually they can sit under their TCs. The problem with Mali that I say is they're actually a lot more wood intensive than what people realize earlier on. They need to get the wood for the cattle ranches. They need to get wood for production. They need to get wood for pit mines and houses that eventually turns into passive economy for them later on. So it takes a timing for them to set up. And will Louis have this timing against the French, against Royal Knights potentially?
Yeah, I gotta say, once you get to mid Castle Age or so for the Malians, this matchup is incredibly difficult for the French. I remember back when Malians came out with the new DLC back then, French just had no answers to the Malians. You just don't have anything that is able to deal with a spam of Dunzos and Javelin throwers. So I think if you're Anatan, you gotta leverage the same thing that you've done over the course of this series, which is run around, pick off villagers, and dictate the tempo of the game by hitting the eco. Anatan needs to do that to perfection in this game. Otherwise, I don't think he's got a good matchup here.
Yeah, I mean, that is definitely a good point. I feel like the French against Mali is a matchup that is tilted a little bit towards the Mali side, and that's because French, they're all about raiding, putting pressure. Well, Mali's the civ that's very hard and difficult to raid. They also have those Donzos that they get that spear throw, which starts to add up, especially in mass. Whereas, you know, you get 10 spears, they're not going to do anything to Knights because the Knights will just run away. You get 10 Donzo, all of a sudden, the Knights get a little too close. One Knight falls or gets put down to half health very quickly. But for now, we're just seeing the feudal age landmarks come on through. Manticore getting close to finishing up. School of Cav getting close to finishing on up. And Anatan, I'm wondering if he'll have enough resources in the bank for Knight and then Pro Scouts, or if he's going to prioritize going Pro Scouts here immediately.
This is an interesting matchup because I think if you are Anatan, you probably go Pro Scouts immediately. It looks like he's going to open with a Knight and a Rax on the other side. So Louis is not thinking Pro Scouts. With the Malians, you can actually justify Pro Scouts pretty well because you will get the Warrior Scouts upgrade anyways. So you do have a reasonable combat force after you're done delivering all the carcasses. There's the Pro Scouts for Anatan, so just one Knight into Pro Scouts. Whereas Louis seems to be doing the exact same setup that he did in the previous game. Go for early Spearmen to try and control the Deer Packs.
And go for some early spears, then potentially go for your own Pro Scout play or whatever play you desired. Obviously, with that gold income, he could just say, my passive food income's not Pro Scouts, but cows and cattle ranches if he so desires. But, you know, that's just dependent on which route you want to take. Anatan moving across the map with that first initial knight. What that knight can do is delay and make sure that second pit mine doesn't get invested into as early as it could be.
It gives you a tool to dictate the tempo of the game. That is the most important thing here. Pro Scouts now has been clicked by Louis MT as well. He doesn't have the scouts out just yet, however. At the same time, he had to move out to the trees to the north. He depleted all the stragglers by his town center, and this knight is looking exactly for that. That's one of the disadvantages of Malian's early game. You have to actually spend a lot of wood early game, and that means that you have to move out towards this new wood line very quickly. It means that this knight has a clear target.
Yeah, Louis knew the clear target, though, and that's the thing about the Mali Eco. Where else is he going to position those Donzo as he makes them? He's not on the gold. He's not on berries. He's not on deer packs himself. The only spot to position those Donzos would be the wood line, which, again, that makes it so difficult for the French to do anything with that early night, unless your opponent is really just playing it inefficiently. However, Anatan, we at least see the first couple deer being ferried back home. The scout number, yet again, is getting just absolutely pumped through the roof. It's not a 4-scout play like you see a lot of people do and then reinforce, try to defend that up. He's in the 8 and 2 more in queue.
Yeah, it's becoming a trend here at this point. Back in the days when Pro Scouts builds were very prominent, you went up to 7 scouts so you can pick up a whole pack of deer immediately, and that was it. Now, you go to 10, you go to 11, you go to 12. If Loyalty is going for the same approach, did he actually cancel Pro Scouts? I wonder if he canceled. Okay, now he's making new scouts. Anyway, if he is making new scouts, this is actually benefiting Louis in the long run. Because Louis will be able to use his warrior scouts for combat, whereas Anatan will not be able to do much with those actual scouts, besides torching houses by a pit mine.
Yep, exactly, and that's one where Pro Scouts are... Remember what Pro Scouts used to be? They're still strong, but they used to be so much stronger. They're also so great at trading against things such as Royal Knights, because they can get a couple shots off, run on away, heal up, also chase down some lower health Knights as well.
A lot of eco upgrades coming in here for Anatan. He's getting wheelbarrow, he's getting the mining upgrade as well. On the other side, Louis MT is just now getting the first couple of warrior scouts out. Now, one thing I want to highlight though, warrior scouts move quicker than knights do. So when you have low HP knights like this, you have to be careful not to just get chased down by warrior scouts.
That is definitely the case, and the knight gets a little too overzealous, and a second one was coming to try to help to defend it up, but that second one was throwing his life on the line. And he did throw his life on the line, ends up falling, and Anatan losing a knight is a huge detriment early.
Remember, Donzos can throw their spears, so they do get an attack where essentially they don't need to close gap to the enemy cavalry, but they still get an actual bonus damage buffed attack against the enemy cav.
And it looks like another scout being taken out behind this. Cows are being made. There's just no ranches to put them in yet. They're waiting, though. He's ready. Louis will be ready to get that passive eco booming on up. 2 knights able to pick off a few units here and there, but needs to be careful as more reinforcing Donzo continue to come forward.
Chivalry now on the way for Anatan. He needs those knights healed back up. A lot of them are badly damaged. Nice little fight here for him, though. He picks up a couple of these stragglers to Donzos. Means that he's going to be able to get away, get a couple of kills, but at the same time, cattle is already being built up here by Louis MT. One thing I gotta say is that Louis has map presence, and so far, he has been forcing Anatan to kind of chase around these Donzos, and Anatan hasn't really been aggressing Louis MT's base.
Yeah, I mean, there hasn't really been a lot of places to aggress other than the wood line, and just now moving out to the gold, but some of these early trades is what allows Anatan to build that knight number up. get those knights healthier too, because you don't go chivalry early until some knights get damaged. Now he got to the point of doing so, trying to pick up another couple straggling Donzos, not allow that number to build up and get very healthy. Isn't able to do so. But we're getting to the point now where almost every deer, I feel like, has been ferried back at this point. I still see a few other images of the deer on the map, but we're getting close. There's probably a few carcasses randomly throughout as we see one next to the sacred site. There's another one dropped and picked up. And Eco's starting to get run thinner as the deer run out.
I'm surprised that Louis MT is committing to a sofa here. Because I think at this point, if you're playing the Malians, you're racing towards Castle Age, you're building your cattle up. I don't think you're going for sofas just yet. It's a thing that you pivot to once you get to mid-Castle Age. A nice little move from Anaton to intercept these stragglers out there, though. And he indeed is building up a respectable force of knights. We've seen that in the previous game. Mobility can kill, especially on an open map like this. And Anaton is willing to just go full knights in a game.
Yeah, he's not only willing, he plans on it seems like this game, unless you include scouts as a military unit, but it's one that we see often from French, it's one we see often from JD, and if it worked once, you know, why not try again?
I think if you're looking pure knights, it might work really well on this map, because this map is wide open. Louis MT is getting some walls up to the north, but again, we talked about this at the beginning of the game. Donzo Javelin Thrower is not a composition that the French can fight directly into. But if you're Anaton, you don't want to fight directly into this. You just want to run circles around the enemy and just wipe out their eco.
Anaton's still just slowly building those numbers, slowly getting as many knights as possible out. But every time we circle across Louis' base and give a quick look, I always get scared to see how many cows there actually are. Because you mentioned, yes, Sofa usually aren't until, you know, mid-Castle Age. I also say that Sofa are also one that you do it when you can start to afford to do so with your food economy. We're up to 9. I think we just saw another ranch get finished up to 12 cattle now. That makes it to where you don't feel as bad starting to queue up things other than just Donzo.
That's a lot of Donzo, though. And remember, they can throw their javelins, so they will be able to inflict a lot of damage even before the knights close in. But it's the same setup that we've seen in the previous game. 20 or so knights against 20 Donzos, and when the number of spearmen or spearmen equivalent equals the number of knights, that's generally a good setup for the knights.
One of the knights taking some town center fire, but Louis jumped out early, so I think that knight stays alive at least for the time being. The single sofa could get picked out here.
This is a vital sofa here for Louis MT. First of all, he sees that his opponent moved out to the second gold mine, but more importantly, he sees that Anaton is going crazy on the amount of knights. In fact, Anaton has 25 knights plus resources to get to Castle Age soon. I actually wonder if Anaton wants to age here.
I think that is definitely the play. You get to a number with knights, and I feel like Anaton's past that number already, where you go, I don't care if I'm facing Donzo or Spears or whatever. If I go castle and you get the veterancy upgrade, he'll take this fight and just A-move and win it.
I think the big thing here for Anaton is that he could be afraid of a counterattack as he's aging up. But think about it from Louis MT's perspective. He sees that the number of knights are basically equal to the number of Donzos. Do you risk moving out? It looks like he will. But if he does, and if he loses the battle on the mid-map, there is no way to retreat. And you see, Louis MT is very, very cautious about moving out. He wants to age himself. But I think Anaton is happy about this. Again, knight numbers are basically the same as the Donzo numbers. But most importantly, if you are Anaton, you will get Royal Bloodlines when you get to Castle Age. So you are getting some massive combat upgrades, whereas Louis MT does not.
And Royal Bloodlines will take a minute and a half, whether you like it or not. So needs to queue that up really, really quickly. Just wait for that timing. He won't have that timing where, you know, it's veteran knights versus unupgraded Donzo, because Mali upgrades come through really quick and isn't too far delayed on that castle timing himself. But there we go. Look at Anaton's upgrade. Royal Knights getting veteran upgrade, Cantle Saddles, as well as Royal Bloodlines.
I love how all three of these are queued up. Bloodlines takes a long time. Veterancy is something that you can get quickly. But Candle Settles is an underrated tech. It's a cheap technology. If you can get it early in Castle Age, it's a huge buff. It's something that gives you a bit of an advantage even before your Bloodlines comes in. And when all three of those are in, this Force of Knights is going to be so difficult to stop. And I'm not a fan of Louis MT going for Sofas here. Sofas will not cut it. I think, frankly, his best option might be to try and flood Donsos or something, but even that might not be enough. This is just a scary Force of Knights.
Yep, Knights are about to start knocking on the doorstep. First Javelin throw comes in and immediately takes down a Knight, so that makes you feel pretty bad. Anatan starts to run away, but he needs this timing. He needs to take advantage of this timing, or else it will go down the drain. But that Donzo number, it's up to 40, and it's actually getting to a point where it doesn't seem like it's all just a move and you're good to go for Anatan. As upgrades coming through, defender's advantage. You got to take some time to burn through those walls. How many Knights do you lose before you get the walls opened up?
And he hasn't been making a lot of Knights recently. He aged up at 25, he's now at 29. Louis aged up at about 30 or so done, so now he's up to 40. So as he said, breaking through the walls is going to be difficult, and I wonder what Louis MT is up to. He's piling up a lot of resources. There's no way he's going Imperial, right?
No, I think he's going to make a transition. He needs a little bit more gold income for
you don't transition to Sofas, though.
Sofa switch.
I don't like the Sofa switch. It's the natural transition of the Malians, but playing Sofa into Royal Knights feels bad.
So I think what you're failing to remember here is the Sofa aren't for a head-on fight. Yeah, the Sofa are to raid the economy. The Sofa are there to make sure some of the Knights have to go home. Hit the berries, hit the gold that he's moving out to, because we saw two different spots that Anatan had to move out on the gold. And if there's just an outpost there, Sofa are now pseudo Knights when it comes to Castle Age here with imported armor.
Fair point. I think one key difference to look at, just compared to the previous game, is that in the previous game, Anatan had the majority of the relics for himself. He's actually moving out to grab those as we speak. But he had the majority of the relics, he had map control, he took advantage of that with the boars whatsoever. So Louis MT was kind of forced to make a move. This time around, it's a little different. Louis MT has a lot of passive resource income coming in, and it almost forces Anatan to do something about this. He could go capture the sacred sites and just start a timer. He could go pick up the relics. But as things stand, I think Louis is happy sitting behind walls.
Yeah, and it seems like Louis has been happy sitting behind walls at multiple stages of this series. He's been the one to kind of say, hey, you come and attack me. I am playing this defender's advantage. I know what type of game AoE 4 is.
I don't think Louis is pivoting into Sofas at this point. He queued up one or two, but does he really float 1700 food consistently for that? It feels awkward.
No, I think it might actually be that Imperial Age play soon. He says, all right, 10 more Donzo going to queue though. But still, it is, he's starting to float those resources. He's starting to get to that point. Meanwhile, Anatan is still all Knights, and more Knights.
I think he's playing with the idea. I think he's keeping his options open, but he hasn't really heard much from Anatan yet. So he's like, okay, I want to be able to just stay in Castle Age and double down on this as much as possible. He does secure one relic for himself. Anatan does get the first major gold way into the north, though. And this time around, Anatan doesn't have the same amount of Knights as Donsos. He's actually outnumbered 2-1. Now, these are still French Royal Knights, and the blacksmith upgrades are somewhat lacking here for Louis MT, but Louis is going Imperial.
Imperial Age indeed. Louis also spots out that gold mine with those Sofas, so he's basically used these Sofa as scouting units at this point, obviously raiding units if there weren't any defensive units there from Anatan, but knows the gold, statuses on Anatan's side of the map, so has the information that he needs.
Looks like Anatan will be able to secure 4 out of 5 relics, but this could easily come down to a timing push if you're Louis MT. You age into Imperial, and you just essentially right-click those Donzos and say, okay, come fight me. Now this is dangerous.
This is definitely a risky play. If Anatan decides to move forward, decides to scout this out, he'll see Imperial Age being dropped, and and he could just say, well, now that's my trigger point. It's now or never. I cannot let Imperial Age come through, because then 80 Donzos will absolutely obliterate those Castle Age Knights.
Second DC on the way for Anton. He hasn't scouted this landmark. Louis Empty knew where the Knights were at the time he placed this landmark, and when the landmark goes up, he is going to have protection over this gold mine. The trick is that now it's difficult for Anatan to do much. If you're Anatan, here is what you do. You try to torch your way through the long walls and try to repeat the same thing you did in the previous game. You cannot fight head-on, so go for the eco.
Now, Imperial Age finishes. There we go. Upgrade immediately comes through for the Donzos. And Anatan tucks tail and runs instead of thinking that he can go in, which I think is the correct decision here. This is not an engagement he's going to want to take here in the near future.
This is a rough one here for Anatan. He's got 52 Knights, which is no joke, but that's still outnumbered 2-1 in terms of Donzos, and more importantly, these will be elite Donzos. These are Castle Age plus Knights, but this, again, I think if you're Anatan, you do this. You loop around and hit the eco, see if Louis MT becomes shaky-handed once again. And if you're Louis MT, I think you go for the landmarks. Just say, okay, you're not fighting me, I'll take out your landmarks. It's gonna be a little tricky though, quite a lot of defensive structures back at home, but I think Louis MT is realizing that there is no one home because Anatan is circling around with the Knights.
Oh, tries to wall low. Donzo throw the spear into that immediately, starting to burn down that keep. Villagers being pulled to try to heal it up. They're not going to get here in time. They try to jump inside. That's 15 villagers he just threw away. No!
Anatan is going for the eco. If you're Louis, you are sniping landmarks here or you lose the game. Anatan has no desire to fight this. He is going for the eco.
Anatan needs to drop Imperial Age himself. All three landmarks are in vision
have
here.
it.
The roll. Oh no! TC immediately going to fall. Anatan, he needs to come back. He needs to pull villagers to help defend this. Knights are coming back. It is too late. He realizes it now. He realizes it, but there will not be enough time. TC is already at a quarter health. Royal Institute at a quarter health. Louis MT is securing game number 4 and will tie up this series. We will be going to a game number 5.
What did I just witness? We have seen a grand total of 2 different units, one from each player being utilized in this game, and Anatan tried to play the same game that he did in the previous one. Difference is that the Malian eco was just so different from the Chinese eco in the previous game. And Louis MT timed this right. He said, okay, if you're not fighting me, I'm going for landmarks. I think, looking back at the previous game, Louis MT also realized that in that very moment, where Anatan went for the eco, he just needed to commit and finish the game there with the landmarks. This time around, he did just that, and it takes us to a game number 5. The army graph. When you look at the army value, Anatan had the lead for quite some time, but it's just the fact that he didn't want to risk losing his entire force of cavalry. If he does that, he could risk losing the game. And I honestly think that Anatan didn't realize that this is going to be a landmark snipe attempt until the Donzos actually started committing against the landmarks. He tried to play the same thing that he did in the previous game, force his opponent back with a counterattack using the cavalry. But this time around, Louis MT changed his mind. He didn't go back. He didn't care about the risk to his economy. He just said, I will finish this game right here. He took out the landmarks, and it was too late for Anatan to turn back.
Yeah, I mean, just what a fun and exciting game to watch. Even though, you know, there were points where there wasn't a lot of action, it was a lot of just posturing the militaries. When things got into it, when we get to a landmark snipe in game, there is not a lot of times where we actually get to see landmark snipes in tournaments. But Louis, he pulled the trigger, he made the move, knew he had to end then. Now, in game number 5, we're seeing this isn't the same thing as like your JD versus French. This is definitely more of a timing versus a macro civ here now.
Boy, Hill and Dale. And here is the thing, and I think this is concerning for Anatan. Throughout this series, the pattern was that in direct battles, Louis MT dominated. And every single game, Louis MT played this slow and turtley style setup. Anathand had his best moments where he was able to move around, stretch the field, and hit the eco. This is difficult to accomplish on a map like Hill and Dale.
Yeah, it's one that in the whole series so far, Louis been the one dropping early walls. He's been the one protecting his eco early, and like you said, building that kind of more of a not static, because it can move a little bit. It's just slower than the cav mass that Anatand's been leaning to. Well, now the civs are a little bit different here. You know, we might see some camels, but there's camels on both sides, so cav might not be the exact play. It might be that infantry boom, the walls coming down early, and Anatand, he needs to adapt from the games earlier to be able to play into that game play in that style.
I think the other element is that late game seems to be more of a Louis territory, kind of what you expect from a long-time team game player. Whereas Anatand seems to be the one who's dictating the tempo early game. So I'm wondering if Anatand is going to try to do some early pressure here and avoid a late game slugfest on Hill and Dale. We're heading into game number 5 here, Ayyubids versus Abbasids, to decide who gets to go into the winner's bracket semifinals. Louis MT versus Anatand, game number 5.
And on either side of their hills, we have Anatand as the Ayyubids, color yellow, Louis as the Abbasid in the color red. And this will be a game that will probably have a little bit of time before some action starts to come into play, but there's always the chance of military wing of, you know, maybe a little bit of earlier action that could be expected.
Yeah, again, we talked about this in the pregame. I don't know if it's going to make the YouTube cut, so it's better to reiterate it. If you are Anatand, you're probably looking to do some early damage because Louis MT is very happy playing this slow and totally late game setup. And I think the Ayyubids do have some tools to accomplish this with. I would love to see some Desert Raiders hitting that front gold mine that Louis has. There's only one gold mine on this map that's safe that you start with. And I think just going back to the Four Legs game, which feels like it was forever years ago at this point, Anatand did a really good job denying early game resources from Louis. I think that is the recipe for success here for Anatand.
Yeah, I mean, it's always a hindsight when you look back at some of the early games in the series. I always say you got to have the memory of a goldfish whenever you're playing, whether it's esports tournaments, whether it's other sports tournaments, whether it's anything competitive. There's a lot of things that if you start dwelling on the past, if you can't get the games behind you, you know, if you can't forget about those, then you will never be able to move forward and actually be able to, you know, progress in the series. Anatand going with, Louis going with the economic wing. Anatand, I think, was as well.
What is Anatand up to? Okay,
yeah,
it's
growth and economic.
So very passive opening here for Anatand.
Sheep being circled around. Obviously, these civs don't care as much about the sheep, but it still does provide a nice benefit. You don't feel as pressured moving out to the berries and contesting your opponent's deer or things of that sort. Hillendale's a map, though, that most players decide to do some deer pushing with that initial pack near their TC.
It's something that you almost have to do on this map. Those deer packs are so close to your town center, you can just push them in and it's going to be a nice and safe source of food. Louis MT wants to go for a 2DC build here, moving on to the stone. I don't see any villagers moving to stone here for Anatand, so this might just be the classic semi-fast castle, let's get some camel lancers and relics going type of a build.
Yeah, the thing is with ABBA Economic Wing, yeah, like you can't rush up your timing, but it actually is such a cheap and such a quick payoff that it makes me scared for how good Louis' economy could be. A lot of times where Ayyubids used to do it was the military wing into the growth, because the growth would make up for the lack of villager production that you had, you know, not having that second TC and almost in a blink of an eye. Well, now your castle, you have relics and your equivalent on your economy numbers.
Fair point. I think Again, we are seeing a pattern over here. Anathan wants to be the one dictating the early tempo of the game, go for a map control. He does keep 4 villagers on gold, so you get the feeling that he does want to go to an early castle age here. Whereas Louis MT is bringing out one of the more classic old-school Abbasid builds here with the second TC. Interestingly, all the deer have been killed close to that stone mine. Louis MT didn't push those in. And I don't think it was Anathan who killed those deer.
No, the one thing is they are kind of at least packed together, so it's a nice, easy spot for a mill. Much better than getting spread out from your opponent. So that's one concern you always have is, you know, your opponent can come lame your deer.
Yeah, I think it's going to be the TC spot. It's going to be a very, very condensed base. Whereas Anathan is going straight castle. I actually like Anathan's straight castle build here a lot more. With the dervishes, you could pick up all the relics, and that's going to make up for a lot of the early eco deficit. It's gonna be the repeat of the previous games, I feel. Louis MT is gonna be fully walled in, back at home, limited army, and then Anathan is going to run around with Camel Lancers, secure all the relics, and just try to force his opponent out of his base.
Yeah, and sure enough, we now see the resources and for the second TC. It's getting dropped forward on the gold, on the wood line, nice and secure location to protect up that that forward gold for himself. Meanwhile, Anatan is about to click castle any second now.
One thing I want to say about that town center, though, is that expansion TCs have a low HP, so that it becomes a really good pressure point for Anatan. If he's able to consistently put pressure on the opponent, he could have the chance of taking this TC out. So that's one disadvantage compared to dropping it on the deer at the back, let's say. I mean, dervishes, no surprise on that front. Now, if the wall comes up to the left of Louis MT's base, he can at least deny one of the relics from his opponent, which would be, I guess, a small win given the circumstances.
Yeah, it definitely one that, I mean, you mentioned that the forward TC is going to be a good aggressive point, but same thing is as long as, well, the walls are coming through, it makes things much cleaner and easier. But I was going to say the same thing for the back deer since the TC didn't go onto that. So great idea by Louis, yet again, being the first one to wall, being the first one to say, I'm going to secure my base. I went a little bit greedier with the second TC. I know that Castle Age is now coming out with the circle of scouting he just did, so walls need to come down sooner than later. And the forward walls are getting closer to being finished. I'm not sure. I think it was only 2 vills pulled onto that, but Louis does have timing as Anatan is still quite a ways away.
Louis MT is rushing Castle Age himself. Like, this is a race to Castle to a certain extent. This is a nice little cheeky move here by Anatan saying, okay, I don't want you to finish those walls. If Louis MT has his walls complete, he can dominate games. We've seen that. As long as there's a little gap, though, Anatan always finds a way to sneak in and do damage.
Yeah, just delay as much as possible. Get this timing. Stables has finished. Villager trying to shiv down that scout. I'm not sure if the timing, the delay will be enough for Anatan. Pretty sure the walls will be able to get finished, especially with multiple villagers there. But Camel Lancers immediately into queue. The dervishes moving out to go secure the relics as well. The scout is about to fall. A few more shivs and it goes down. And instead, Anatan pulls it back. Villagers chasing after it for a little bit, but Louis secures himself and military wing gets clicked.
He cannot accelerate his age up here. And as things stand, the walls will be complete for the time being. Anatan should be able to secure the majority of the relics. I don't think there's going to be any chance for Louis to get more than one. The good news for him is that his walls are complete, and remember, he is progressively building up an eco lead. And he also managed to secure that little corner to the left, so he's not going to run out of wood. He's going to have an extra berry patch as well. What is worrisome, though, is that he is going to have issues accessing gold. So if you're Anatan, I think you're playing a gold control game here.
Wololo's coming through. Whenever we hear that noise, you always pucker up a little bit. Gets a little scary for a second, but Louis just sat there, watched from a distance with the scout. Walls have been met now, and Anatan, he's just grabbing his relics, grabbing map control, but Louis has made the economic lead up to 6. Nothing too crazy at this point in time, though.
Yeah, initially, the relics will compensate for this. And this is something that we've seen back in the past. It was a classic thing in Rus versus Abbasid matchups in the old days, where Abbasids went 2TC, and the Rus made up for that difference by just picking up all the relics. And initially, it works really well. The relics give you an immediate influx of resources, whereas placing a second town center takes quite some time to pay off. So, initially, Anatan should have this momentum, especially because he was quick picking up the sacred sites. I absolutely love that he did that. I think the sooner you put your opponent on a timer, the better your position will be.
Yeah. Camel Riders out for Louis. Another villager, actually, it's just been those villagers repairing the whole time. Spears as well, archers being queued up. And this is usually the point where a Ubids goes, I have to match the eco boom that you're having behind this. They drop a second, potentially third TC because they've gotten the relics and they have the military control for the time being. Anatan getting the stone to do so. Pretty sure we'll see that second TC drop any second now.
Yeah, once Anatan drops the second DC, that's where things get dicey for Louis. Because, sure, he had more villagers working throughout this game, but you're looking at 3 relics and 3 sacred sites, and there will be a 4th relic as well. That influx of gold is just such a difference maker. And remember that, in the meantime, Louis MT isn't able to move out of his base. Sacred site countdown is already ticking. And it looks like Louis is just going for spears and archers, not a composition that's really on the premium side of things.
Yeah, no, not at all. It's been that same similar composition game after game. He sits behind his walls. He plays the more macro defensive game, the slower army. What army does Anatan have? Camel Lancers. They're running around, they're roaming, they're using mobility. But behind this, now's the second TC, as well as a few archers himself.
And Anatan again has Louis has a slow-moving army. If he cannot deal with this force, Anatan is going to yoink the relic. He's here for the relic, folks.
It's going to be a 5th relic. Instead, you can actually see it. Louis says, I'm sacrificing that location. I got to just wall another layer instead. He can't take this right now. He doesn't have this timing to take the fight. The spears can't arrive to get there in time. Looks like they're just now trying to move to do so, but the dervish is already waiting, ready to pick up the relic, and has the mobility.
Yeah, that's the big thing here. If you only had a standard monk, it might be a little dicey, but dervishes will arrive just in time. Olo being popped. It's going to push away the spears. You gotta run for it, though, if you're Anatan.
Yeah, and Anatan, he's starting to run on away. That dervish is just trying to create as much distance as possible, and the scout just pulling a few of the units as a distraction just for a little second, gives the dervish enough space to run. And Louis says, I gotta run as well. I cannot take the fight in open spaces, only in choke points, behind walls, places that the spears can actually close the gap.
So here we are. Anatan again with the mobility, all the sacred sites, all the relics. Louis MT does have a static composition, but compared to the previous game, this time around, I feel like Louis MT is the one that needs to leave his base. So Anatan can just sit back and chill and wait for Louis MT to come out. If anything, Anatan needs to get a market because he's floating so much gold. He needs to start buying resources at this pace. He's got 5 relics, 3 sacred sites. He needs to do something with that gold.
Yeah, this is always the point where I laugh. Like you have so much passive gold income, you don't know what to do with it. You're like, I'm buying every upgrade I can. I'm queuing every unit that my food allows me to queue up as far as gold goes. But there's still gold sitting in the bank, and that's where you said it. Market makes perfect sense.
Yeah, I think if you're Anatan, you're also considering some walls yourself. I don't see much of a mobility here from Louis MT, but this is a decider game after all. why not get some walls up on the flanks and secure some extra trees, extra berries for yourself, and just play it safe. Now, Louis Empty does have a lot of spears, and Anatan doesn't have a huge force at this point. In fact, most of what he has could be dealt with using this army here. Anatan needs to be cautious because this is a scary force from Louis.
Louis starting to posture in this mid-map, starting to try to retake some of this control. He's leading in the numbers right now, but the numbers don't tell the whole story. Anatan, he is trying to reinforce some of these locations, trying to just get some vision in the mid-map, and Louis again and again just keeping the slow-moving army together and says, come take a fight, I dare you.
And this time around, you don't have the setup that you had in the previous games where the French Royal Knights with Royal Bloodlines or the Rus fully upgraded Knights will be able to tank against Spearmen. Camel Lancers struggle very badly against these spears, and Louis is also mixing in crossbows. Louis' build-up of an army is actually a lot more rapid, and I think he's going to have a limited amount of chances to make something happen. But if he starts moving soon, he could force a fight with Anatan that could be scary for Anatan. Although, now Anatan is going very heavy into archers, and once Anatan has a good force of archers, it's going to be increasingly difficult for Louis to fight this.
And it's not only it's archers, it's now Anatan has the siege superiority. We saw the mass nest of bees. This isn't quite the mass nest of bees. We have one mangonel, but hey, one is the start. It could be mini in a little bit and does get a good, decent shot onto the spear mass.
I think the window might already be close for Louis. Anatan realized that this is going to be a flood of archers and spears, and he's just now saying, okay, let's trade archers. Remember, any equal-ish trade is good for Anatan because he's got all the relics, all the sacred sites, and Louis has a finite amount of resources inside his base. If the trades are equal, Louis will never be able to leave his base.
Yep, and that's exactly what Anatan's trying to plan here, just posturing his army right in front of the walls, is saying, come out if you dare, and it's not a mangonel, it's a manganique. What am I thinking here? We just saw those flaming rocks go out, and it's weird, like, it felt like the manganiques before the siege rework were like, okay, they don't really matter. After the siege work, it was like, whoa, the manganiques are actually really good. We just saw a good amount of that spread. It's not a ton of damage, but that spread damage does start to add up.
Louis wants a castle in the middle.
What are the villagers doing?
He wants a castle on that gold. We talked about this. He has a finite amount of resources, and I think Anatan is realizing that Louis is desperate.
And there's the first keep. It's not in the prime time location he may have wanted. Units are still in the way of his own keep. Has to get out of the way. Finally does so. So villagers just now start to work. Mangonels have changed, or Manganiques have changed away from the flaming rocks. They're ready to take down units, not ready to take down buildings as much. And Anatan is winning this fight. The frontline mass of Louis, there are no more spears on that front side, and there's still a huge mass of Camel Lancers. The keep's trying to get built up. The Mangonels might start focusing the villagers. Looks like one of them has. And more villagers get pulled on out. Archers are on top of the villagers, on top of the archers. The keep is the last line of defense for Louis, but that's all he's going to have left, even if it does go up.
So many casualties, and now he doesn't have an army, and the Manganiques will start making it out. There's nothing to protect his keep with. This is going to go down, and this might just be the series here. Anatan knew fully well that he needs to force Louis out from behind those walls. And that has been the theme throughout this series. Anatan always tried to just get Louis empty to leave the safety of his walled-off base. And this time around, he forced Louis' hands. Louis is completely out of gold. He's got absolutely no gold income whatsoever. He needs gold ASAP, and as you said, this keep is not at a prime spot. It allowed Louis to leave his base, but it's not securing any gold deposits. Anatan is more than happy about that.
Yeah, definitely happy about that. And look at what is... I was about to say, yeah, he should just drop a tread behind this and start... No. He wants to end this a little bit sooner. It's the Tower of Sultan.
Tower of the Sultan, Manganiques taking out this keep as well. And again, Louis is going to have to consider shortages in wood as well. I love the expansion towards stone. If you could sneak out, maybe get some keeps going towards those northern gold mines, there would be a shot. But The problem is that with you being totally gold deprived, you are limited on the amount of technologies you can get, you're limited on the type of units you can go for. In reality is that he's outnumbered 2-1 right now.
Yeah, and I mean, this is one where, just like we saw in the previous games, it is, once Siege starts coming on forward, it says you have to take this fight or else you have to give up this position, and if he gives up this position, he is giving up the game.
I don't think he's got a choice at this point. And Anatund is going to have a hard-fought victory here, potentially. A crazy, crazy series. We talked about this at the beginning. It might be a series that goes to 5 games. It did go to 5 games. Villagers are actually fleeing to the north, and they cannot go anywhere. The Camel Lancers are chasing them down. Spearmen will stand and fight, but Louis Empty is down by almost 30 eco now. Sacred Site countdown is at 6 minutes. There are so many problems right now for Louis Empty to deal with.
And I mean, so many problems that it just doesn't play out unless your opponent starts having some drastic oversights, but Anatan making the right moves, slow moving decisions, not overstepping his reach, not making improper decisions.
He's at the risk of losing the Sacred Site victory condition to those spears, which is a little frustrating for him, but he did a nice job just microing away the camels, buying time for the archers to arrive. So far, this is the cleanest game of Anathan, and everything seems to be going in his favor.
Very methodical game, and you always know when you're seeing this, and players are moving out for resources with just no walls. Louis has to do this. He's like, the only way he can have a chance to come back in is if he just doesn't get found out on this wood line.
Oh my. Anathan is so sharp in this game. I think the previous game was a disaster for him where he just got landmark snipe, but this one is just going so well. Now he's taking out farms, and remember, Louis doesn't have a lot of wood to work with. Villagers on the wood line fell. Losing this many farms is a problem, and Anathan is just going to say, listen, you landmark sniped me in the previous game because I didn't want to fight. If you don't want to fight now, I will take out your landmarks.
Yeah, and I love seeing these Manganiques take down the farms. It reminds me of the old Mangonels who used to attack the middle mill and all the farms around it would just start burning. Well, now, 3 Manganiques, it has the same effect. Just everything is burnt in their path. The TC is about to get put onto fire. Ooh. And with Abba, there will only be 1 landmark left.
And it's right next to the original starting TC, and you cannot even get away. He's actually refocusing on the houses now, saying, okay, you're trying to build up an army, I'll just stop you at that. 200 population against 160, and again, there's absolutely no goal to work with for Louis. It means that Anton knows fully well how limited the amount of troops he has that he can go for. There are so few options right now with Louis without gold.
Yeah, and this is a huge wood strain onto Louis, whether it's the houses, whether it's the TC, whether it's farms. Everything that he needs is costing wood. He needs more production. He needs more units. He needs more everything, and he just does not have it. He needs to pull a rabbit out of a hat over here. He's going to try his best. The final push here, trying to dive on top of the Mangonels. Great surround by Anatan, not allowing any of those horsemen to get on top. Camel Lancers close the gap, diving on top of the horsemen as well. Perfect counter unit. Anatan doing everything he can to defend his villagers being pulled from Louis MT. He is everything he possibly can to hold this push, but Anatan's numbers are staying strong, staying alive, and staying fit.
Oh my, Anathan started focusing the villagers and just saying, okay, you can clean me up right here, but it's going to cost you, and boy, did it cost Louis MT. After a spectacular series, which really had everything, from crazy comebacks on 4 legs to landmark snipes on Baldland, it looks like Anathan is going to secure this win, pushing Louis MT down to the lower bracket and moving into the semifinals of the winner bracket himself.
And the second series of the day. That is correct, guys. After a blazing fast first series, we are now finished with the second series of the day. And as we were kind of talking about earlier, as that game came to conclusion, you know, the graph just tells the whole story here at the end with the military value. The last 7-8 minutes, it was just all Anatan taking control, moving forward, and taking the victory.
I think for the last game, Nintendo was able to really exploit the playstyle that Louis MT had throughout this series. This was really, the classic matchup where you had the knight cavalry style warfare versus this pike and shot trench warfare approach. And at the end of the day, I think in this last game, it really came down to the fact that Anatan just had all the map control and just tried to force Louis MT out of his base. When this fight happened, it was just a complete disaster for Louis. But this game wasn't even won or lost in a single fight. This was more of a positional warfare style setup where Louis just had to leave his base and he simply couldn't.
Yep. And this is one where a lot of times we'll see those points where army might be out of position. The keep does go up. The army's able to move forward. Gold gets resecured. Map gets resecured. And then Anatan slowly starts moving positioning. But not this game. He did all the right moves. It felt like he was a step ahead of Louis at every single moment. Just great execution here when all of the importance was on the line with the series tied 2-2.
Well, that setup was what was an absolutely impressive series, but we are far from being done. Looks like, however, we have Anatan ready, and he's going to share his opinion about this absolutely magnificent series.
Okay.
All right, Anatan, big congratulations. You can breathe now. You can. All right, long series though. What'd you think of the series? What was kind of your thoughts there at the end?
To be honest, after 4 legs game, I was super scared because I felt like I drew super hard, and it was like kind of hard to psychological to go and play more and more games. But overall, I think me and Louis like understanding game like pretty similar. So it was more about like draft wars, yeah.
Yeah, I feel like with what you just said, it's so easy to have the series tied 2-2 and go, yeah, I should be up 3-1. The series should already be over. But you move past that. We saw game number 5 going into it with Abba versus Ayubids. Were you comfortable with that Civ matchup where you kind of knew the game plan? Because I feel like a lot of times there used to be this point where Abba just outboomed Ayubids and it felt like they couldn't catch up if they don't have their timing early.
To be honest, I never played IBIT at Hinaldale and like maybe few games at IBIT at all. I never practiced this Civ. So I was a bit shaky, but overall my idea was fine, I think.
Yeah, you could have said that you practiced that exact strat 100 times over. I would have believed you. The execution was exceptional there. So going back to that 4 legs game, obviously it's one that you mentioned it. You had the leg up. It felt like for a little bit. What do you think like went wrong for you in that game? What could you have done differently?
I think my job was not on point. Plus, I don't know, it's kind of hard to make right unit composition versus his army. Like, I'm trying to fight, but I'm UTD and I can't win. What the hell? So I decided to go for what's the best job and
Yeah. Well, obviously hindsight's 2020 there, and it's one that, you move past that one quick. You were able to secure the next couple of games. Final thoughts concluding the series. Obviously, you've solidified yourself in the winner's bracket. You don't get kicked down to the loser's bracket. So anything for us in the series coming up?
yeah, well, few words. Don't pick Hyundai as a home map. You pick it, you get best spawn. Without gold, you lose. Just don't pick it, please. Yeah,
There you go. The
game.
end all be all is don't pick Hillendale.
I mean, yeah, I feel a bit sad for Louis because like it was not even a game because of spawn, but it's his choice.
Yeah, it's definitely an unfortunate thing at times, but big congratulations to you. 3-2 always feels good to be able to breathe, be able to move on from the sidelines and watch, scout, game plan for your next series. So obviously we'll be cheering you along. We'll be looking for the next series at hand. But for now, there's still 2 more to cast here for us today in the losers bracket. So I'm sure we'll be either moving along to a break before the next series or potentially moving on to the next series here. I haven't looked at Discord in a second.
Okay.
Let's go to a break. So I do appreciate that. I get a little bit of time to breathe, maybe get a little snack myself. So viewers, don't go anywhere. Go get a snack. Go to the bathroom yourself. But we got a ton more action here left today. And again, big congrats over there to you, Anathan.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you a lot. Thank you for cast.
Welcome back, everybody, to EGC Masters Winter. Here we are. We still have 2 players to eliminate from this tournament. That's right, we're now looking at the lower bracket, Wham versus Vortex. They have lost their respective series in the winner's bracket, and now they will be fighting for their tournament lives. There are no second chances here, a best of 5 coming up, and we kick things off on Dry Arabia here, but Capstan, I'm super delighted to see some less conventional maps, something that we haven't yet seen today, moving out on the menu potentially.
Yeah, moving's out a map that, like, I think the players, I think some of them enjoy playing. I think probably majority of them are like indifferent to dislike about it. I think as far as viewers, it always just has something exciting. As far as casting, I don't think I've had a game that I've casted of moving out that was like, that was lame. That was, you know,
yeah,
let's
exactly,
just
right?
move on to the next map.
It might not be the, classic competitive setting that you see, but every single game you see on Moving Out is just entertaining. It's chaotic, it's weird, and that is actually something that gives a little fun factor to it. But before we head there, we have to kick things off at Dry Arabia. Wham, with the Delhi Sultanate facing off against the French coming in from Vortex.
Yeah, and here we go. First series of this losers bracket, the knockout games of the day. Vortex playing as the French in the color red. Wham playing as the Delhi in the color yellow. And let's see if these players can move on from their 0-3 series before and who will get the victory.
When you look at Wham versus Vortex historically, it's kind of a coin flip series. We've seen some Vortex sweeps, we've seen some Wham sweeps, and we've seen some 3-2s, 4-3s, 3-1s. So really, when you go into the series, it's extremely difficult to predict who actually has the upper hand.
Yeah, I mean, that's when you're who woke up on the right side of the bed this morning. You know, obviously, both have their own stuff. Vortex known as a very aggressive player to each other. So, French playing right into his hands, but we all know that Delhi is a loved civilization, especially, I would say, plays well against the French, can extend that feudal age, and it's a civ that doesn't feel bad about playing an extended feudal age and then can go into castle with a ton of scholars and really, skyrocket that tech timing.
Yeah, I think if you're looking at the Vortex here, obviously, step number 1 is going to be leveraging these knights to do eco damage. Now, I wonder if Vortex is just going to go for the good old school French Knights builds, or are we still going to see him go for Pro Scouts like most other players do? On the other side, Wham does have access to the Ghazi Raiders, so once you get to mid-late Feudal Age, the Delhi starts to pick up pace, and it's going to be a difficult civilization for the French to deal with.
Yeah. Yeah, the thing is about those Ghazis, though, they all, like, I feel like there's certain civs that struggle to kill lower health knights, and then they come back, especially with a player such as Vortex with his micro. He pulls back the low health knights, sticks them in the TC, runs them around the map, and then they come back at full. Well, the Ghazis are exceptional at chasing those units down and just mobilizing kind of everything on the French's side.
Dome of Faith versus School of Cavalry so far. So pretty standard start, but decent haul of sheep out here for Wham. I wonder how many Vortex were able to pick up. I think he already dropped his off, so that's why he's got none trailing. Looks like an even split.
That's I think Wham's ahead by a little bit, but that's the benefit of the Delhi, where you just get to be very aggressive with your scout pattern. You start out over to the berries, and he's found himself up 4 or 5 sheep, which really provides an impact. And as a lot of games we've already casted today, this might be another one where it's double pro scouts play, which again I think that plays into the Ghazi's favor over the Knights.
I wonder. Interestingly, one thing to look at when it comes to the Delhi is that they can also play professional scouts. It takes some time for them to grab the tech, but it's also for free, so that's a consideration to make. And just as a little side note here, 2 gold mines right next to one another. Wham is going to have to be careful about protecting those. There is a 3rd backup on the other side of his base, but that's also quite open. So Golden Isle is definitely something that Vortex could play for. Luckily, Wham doesn't really need a lot of gold being mined, because he's going to focus on the sacred sites initially anyways.
Yeah, that's always the big thing about Delhi, is if you deny their gold, they kind of are like, all right, fine, I'll just make more units, and then if they secure a sacred site, that's their gold. Scout still just circling. Dome of the Faith finishing on up here. We'll see all those techs get queued up for Wham. And it's triple scholars in queue for Wham already. Look at that priority. He just knows what he wants, knows what he needs, and those scholars get used for so many different things.
And Wham queues up Pro Scouts at the beginning. So he's actually opening Pro Scouts up. He's going to try to grab that tech ASAP. Of course, he is going to be behind quite a bit compared to Vortex. But at the same time, if you can just pick up some of the carcasses, considering that you get the technology for free, it's already a good trade-off.
And this is where that first night is so key for Vortex. Is it going to be able to find any damage? Is it going to be able to deny some of those deer brings back? As we already see him bringing back some deer himself, getting some more and more scouts into queue and pumping those numbers up. And there's the blacksmith. More techs getting queued up for free, just playing into Delhi's power.
Yeah, it's going to be a Spearman opening here for Wham, so he's not going to open Ghazi Raiders. And Vortex isn't going super heavily into scouts here either. We've seen in the previous series how some players will go up to 10, 11, 12 scouts even. Vortex is just sitting on 4.
And look at that pullback from Wham. I love it. He didn't pull too early. He just waited right until the knight started charging, got out of range just in time, and then forced Vortex to not take the dive. If he did, that would have been a significant amount of damage on the knight. Smart oversight by Vortex, and already making the 1-1-1 economy.
Early game, there is this math with the French that trading a knight for a villager is actually a bad trade for the French player. So, as you said, even if you kill the villager, if you lose most of the HP on your knight, or dare I say you lose your knight, it's not a good trade for you.
Oh yeah, absolutely not. That's one of the things I learned very early on casting. I was always like, why didn't that knight dive and kill the villager? It's like, because the knight is not worth a villager to lose it. It takes a while, even though, like, yeah, it's like 5 minutes or so is how much the payoff is. It's like they'll be able to do a lot in the next 5 minutes.
It's going to be a classic range opening here for Vortex. So, good old-fashioned knight and archer setup, whereas on the other side it's going to be Ghazi Raider Spearman. This is a classic matchup between either Delhi or Abbasids facing off against French, and 9 out of 10 times it is the Horseman Spearman combination winning against knights and archers. So, if you're Vortex, you probably aren't comfortable taking head-on fights.
Yeah, and the hard part with the horseman spearmen is usually they're the ones that get to choose the fights. They have the mobility. The horseman can circle around the archer, so if Vortex moves too far forward, it gets real scary. But that's where the spears really can come into play, can defend up that archer mass. And Wham, he saw the last series were cast, and he saw Louis' walls. He said, I'm going to start dropping some early walls myself and further forward.
Yeah, so Spearman being mixed in as well by Vortex, so he's gonna go for the 1-1-1.
1-1-1. That's like, it reminds me of the old GUA days where it was every game he was dropping that 1-1-1 military production mass. Wham, he decided he thought he could take the fight, and I think he didn't realize how much military mass was actually here for Vortex, having to back on away.
One thing that Wham needs to be careful about is that he opens Spearman and his Ghazi Raiders are lagging behind. Ooh, that's a nice stagger, though. That is a beautiful kill by Wham. I was gonna say, because he doesn't have a lot of Ghazi Raiders, he's got a slow-moving army with the spears. He doesn't want to get caught mid-map and just have his whole Spearman Force cleaned up. But as I was trying to say that, he just staggers one of the knights and gets the kill. That is a very valuable kill. And now with the archers pushing up, the Spearman will have to go back home. But Wham hasn't yet revealed the Gauzy Raiders.
Nor has he revealed the archer transition he's now swapping into himself. And the awesome thing about Delhi is they can almost act like, you know, the Chinese civilization can with an IO. Just jump the scholar into the archery range now, and all of a sudden, he's got 2 archery ranges out now with efficient production that he's already researched times and time ago.
And the deeper we go into the game, the more relevant those freight decks will be for the Delhi. Now all the eco upgrades are in, blacksmith upgrades start coming in as well. We're getting to the stage where you're really starting to get the benefit of these freight decks. And we're getting to the stage where once you have all the blacksmith upgrades and Vortex does not, you can start thinking about a potential engagement.
And the potential engagement, this is where we were talking about. Wham gets to choose the fights to take. The Gazis have the mobility. They chase down the rest of the units. However, they dove into spears. They dove into knights, not the archers. Spears, though, are almost all cleaned up over on the side of Vortex. So Wham, he can start pumping more of those Gazis and feel more comfortable about it with how few spears Vortex has and how his archer number's starting to climb. He wants to get that sweet archer number where he can start one-shotting the spears on the other side.
Yeah, this is getting worrisome here for Vortex, I feel. One thing that he did really well is control the sacred sites. So he's going to be decapped at 1 to the north, but at the same time, we talked about this Spearman and Horseman will beat Knight and Archer. The Gauzy Raiders are lagging behind, though. In fact, Wham, for the time being, is going heavily into Archers. I don't know where those Gauzy Raiders are at, but they should be looking for reinforcements.
Ooh, and Scholar gets taken on out. However, there was a group of Gazis trying to circle. I don't know if they'll be able to do enough damage on that Knight before it groups back up with his friends. And no, they will not be.
Wham needs this sacred site. This is his only source of gold as we speak, and he's actually getting some walls up on both flanks. He's starting to say, okay, we know that Vortex is very dangerous in controlling Knights. He's just going to make sure that there is no easy way into his base.
Yeah. All this gold income is for Wham 2 is going to be more scholars, unless he's dropping a market and starting to trade off that gold. But I'm assuming he's just going to start pumping the scholar number up. If you're able to go into castle with 10, 12 scholars, it just feels so strong. As the Delhi has a mass that has grouped together. It's getting very healthy. Gazis are out trying to pick off reinforcements. He starts taking the fight, snipes down the spears. There's only a few spears left. He allows the knights to close the gaps. And his Gazis still are not here and arriving yet. There's more knights and reinforcements, and Wham's army is getting pretty cleaned up over here, trying to snipe down some of the low health knights, but a huge win for Vortex.
I think that Wham kind of... he must have mistook Vortex's composition for what it is. He went very heavy into archers, which sounds good, dealing with spearmen, dealing with the enemy archers, but at the end of the day, that battle was just bad as it is. The spearmen were kind of caught in the middle of things. They got sniped out and they weren't able to hold back the knights. But whichever way, I think one of the big problems for Wham was that he was committed very heavily into archers, and those just do not work against the knights. Now Vortex is more than happy with the map control he has. He goes up to Castle Age, and I think now he's got a one-up against Wham.
Yeah, and I mean, when you're going into Castle Age as the French ahead of the Delhi opponent, that always feels good. You're also denying the sacred sites as you're going up to Castle Age. That's usually something that does not happen. Usually you're going up to Castle and you're the one giving the map. You're the one saying, hey, fine, take the sacred sites. Better tech advantage. And just as we say that, Vortex able to pick up 2 more Gazis, do a little bit more damage on the scout, just continually, and kills the scout, denies sacred site. Castle Age is about to finish with even numbers, and once text comes through, this is, I don't know how Wham can deal with this amount of Castle Age veteran knights.
That's the problem, right? The Gauzy Raiders do get some bonus damage against heavy units, but it's really not a lot. It's enough to make them respect you in Feudal Age, not so much in Castle. You still need the veterancy though, and this could be a nice fight here for Wham if he takes it before the upgrades come in.
And the fight is indeed going down. Wham taking it, happy to take it. He just heard it. He says it's now or never. He has to, but it still looks to be a winning fight for Vortex. Veteran Royal Knights is about to finish, and once that does, they are going to be unstoppable.
And it looks like a cleanup. It's going to be a Castle Edge difference, and Wham just steps out of this one. Vortex opens with a 1-0 lead. Vortex lost against Marine Lord 3-0. This is the first game he wins today, and it's a much-needed one because both of these players are fighting for their tournament life. Wham lost to Beasty 3-0. Marine Lord beat Vortex 3-0 as well. One of these two players, Vortex or Wham, will not make it to tomorrow. Vortex right now up 1-0 after a quick game number 1.
And you can see the military value chart. It was in Wham's favor just by a little bit, only at 150 during that big engagement. But the problem is a good portion of his military wasn't there. None of the Ghazi Raiders were there in support, so archers were just able to run free. He overmade the archers, and the Royal Knights just didn't have anything to deal with them early on. So really good, clean game by Vortex in game number 1. A Civ that definitely suits his playstyle. Now, gonna look at some of these highlights, and then we'll see what the matchup is for game 2, what the map and follow-up game is gonna be. This was that first great brace from Wham, first big pickup on the night.
Yeah, in hindsight, one of the things that Vortex did that was different from the classic French build is add a couple of spearmen. So when you play standard knight and archer, as we talked about this, the Ghazi Raider or horseman spearman generally beats that composition. But if you, as the French player, mix in some spearmen, the opponent needs archers. The Delhi player needs archers because your Ghazi Raiders will get butchered by the spears. And I think what ended up happening here is that Vortex showing a couple of spears prompted Wham to commit very heavily into archers, in fact too heavily, because most of his resources were spent on units that were then unable to deal with the knights.
Yeah, and looking at that fight, though, if the 8 Ghazi Raiders Wham had were anywhere close, the archers couldn't sit there and free fire and snipe down the spears. They'd actually have to micro kite and get cleaned up. And that's where now we see the picture-in-picture. They were trying to kill some reinforcing units, trying to kill some of that, but ultimately fighting spears on the backside. Not a good fight. And Vortex, he hits castle here, so Wham knows he has to take it. And Vortex actually looks and he's like, this is a winning fight. Even though he castled, and by the time the fight's going to end, Knights are going to get upgraded to veteran and still have double-digit numbers.
Yeah, a really nice micro in this fight by Vortex, by the way. He was prioritizing the spearmen with the archers, got rid of them as quick as possible, and from there on out, these archers will not hold the Knights back. Vortex up 1-0 here, and it was a quick battle. In fact, so far, both Wham and Vortex played quick series, 2 quick 3-0s to push them down to the lower bracket. And I don't think they had any super long games there either. And now, Wham is going to take it into Vortex's home map, but he wants something fundamentally different. He has no desire to play on Himayama, which is more open than Arabia. He has no desire to play on Boldland. He wants to take this to moving out and make the game chaotic.
Yeah, and chaotic is how this map plays out every single time. One of the things I always am concerned about, and especially with English being on the map, is if there's a few longbows and you're able to get vision across the wood line is key when it comes to water, and you can snipe down, deny, delay so many villagers on that wood line. So that's one of the big concerns playing against the English. Well, usually you'll see multiple outposts in the wood lines, things like that, and eventually a chop through, because there are some times where this map will extend out.
I still remember the game where Corvinus tried to ram rush B, and he took out 2 landmarks just to realize that B was finishing up a 3rd landmark on the outside, and he had just no way of leaving this island. I wonder how Wham is going to play this, though, because so far, this wasn't really his day. Obviously, he's not getting easy opponents, facing off against Beasty in the opening round, now getting Vortex as well, but things aren't going his way, and again, if he ends up losing this series, he is going to be out of the tournament, which would be a bit of a surprise considering that recently he has been, delivering top 4 or even top 2 performances at times.
Yeah, he's definitely been one of those dominant players in recent history, and it's one that not really living up to the gameplay. But there's a lot of game left. This is not a best of one. This is not a best of three. We got a best of 5 over here. This is a lot of games left for Wham. He just needs to just get that foot behind. Maybe Delhi was a throwaway sieve. You never know. I don't think it is, but you know, we can throw out any excuses here we want. But moving out with this next map, he wants to get things chaotic, and chaotic is sometimes what you need to get yourself back on the level you want to be.
Well, we just have a minute left to go. I think this is a good time to take a look at the brackets, though, just for a brief moment, because, again, this is not the final series of the day, Vortex versus Wham. We still have to decide about one more spot in the lower bracket semifinals. We already had the 4 opening round matches done here. We've witnessed an absolutely stunning series against Louis MT by Anatan. And now Louis MT is going to have to fight for survival against Baltoon at the bottom part of the bracket.
Yeah, and the Louis MT versus Baltoon coming up next after this one. Another exciting series as, Baltoon may have gotten 3-0'd by Puppy. We casted the wild series between Anatan and Louis, but still it will be a close matchup indeed.
I'm just wondering. One thing I've noticed is that in the upper bracket semifinals, we have Marine Lord's face for Anatan, so I guess he's so cool that he's in the semifinals twice.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure Anatan's probably pretty upset by that being his picture instead of his picture, but you know, it is what it is over here.
Anyway, I think we have a game ready to go, Wham versus Vortex, and it's moving out. I'm super hyped. I know some people have mixed feelings about this map, but I absolutely love it. It's pure chaos all over. Vortex with the color red, using the Order of the Dragon, and on the other side, Wham with the English in yellow.
Yeah, and let's see how this craziness will end up coming to fruition. The early game, it's all about the water. You will see some fishing boats pop up. There's not too much you can really scout as you got your little half side of your island to check on out.
I mean, there's not much to scout. That is an understatement. You are just stuck in here, in this middle island, until you get a ship and start migrating out. There is no gold to mine in here, so that's something that needs to be considered. And, you know, sometimes you see civilizations like, let's say, the Rus being here, and you just get your gold trickle and say, okay, I don't need to mine gold. But that's not the case if you're Vortex or Wham with the English and the Order of the Dragon.
No, not at all. And deep sea fish on this map, I always laugh because you like look and you see it and you're like, oh, is there only one deep sea fish on each spot? And you're like, no, okay, that's just kind of how it looks. There's a couple deep sea fish on each spot. You will see all of the kind of corners being expanded out to. Usually you'll see a lot of kind of chaotic attacks on every single different spot on the water. Transport ships here in a little bit, but first just booming up that eco and getting as many numbers pumped up as you can. Looks like, is Vortex going for an early wall?
I think so. Yeah, that's a little wall segment right there. At least he's going to try. On the other side, yeah, both are kind of skirmishing around, but Vortex is going to get that wall going.
It's literally just one segment.
You kind of need that wall, because if you think about it, Wham is playing the English. When he gets up to feudal age, on this map, even a handful of longbows could cause a lot of headache for you.
Yeah, and that's exactly right. You can circle over, but at the same time, you can always just park those longbows on the wood line as long as you can get some sort of vision. And there's a transport ship already out for Vortex now. So he's the one that's already making an expansion, already making a move out.
This is cheeky. This is super cheeky. So normally, you transport villagers towards the back of your island because that's where they're the safest. Now he is moving out to this weird location here, and remember, because the enemy scouts are usually in the middle, it's not like this gets scouted immediately. So first of all, he's got that element of surprise where it's difficult to find him. But I think the bigger thing is that he will want to go for a proxy base here. I think he wants to proxy base the gold mine that Wham is going to utilize, which should be at the very back, I think.
Yeah, I mean, Wham
wait a
is
minute.
already out on the North Gold Vein, actually.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. Like, the
3
two
villagers,
players
I believe?
actually mirror
4,
each other.
5. Oh, wow, more.
I wonder if they are practice partners, because this is quite unusual for this map.
They definitely could be, but both players have already moved out. No, I laughed. There's a wall on the north side for Vortex. South side says, I'm good. TC's close to there. TC can protect there. Not too big of a deal. Wham could go out and do some walls himself if he desires. But for now, Abbey of the Kings is the first thing being dropped, and it's on the outside for Wham. So he wants to roam the outer edge with the king.
Interesting. I was gonna say, like, Proxy could have been an option by Vortex, but same for Wham. If Wham anticipates his opponent to be to the far right, then he can just try to be annoying with a king. And if he gets the Abbey of Kings up a little closer, it means that he can get the king out to harass the enemy a lot quicker. This transport ship is just there to kind of be annoying.
Be annoying. Just be a distraction. See if you can mess up some pathing from the fishing boats, maybe. Who knows? Chapel dropped in the wood line, so if there is a landmark snipe potential, Wham could try it if he wanted. But I think that's just one that we always try to hype up landmark snipe. I always try to. We want the fun plays. We want the exciting plays over here.
Of course we do. It's like, landmark snipes can be fun, that's for sure, but I don't think it's going to be a thing here. If I would have to bet, I would say there is going to be quite some naval combat, though. Because the players are so far away from one another on the outside part of the land.
Yeah, the thing is, Vortex, I think, has a scout that is able to see the landmark here in just a second. He's making that circle, so he will have that perfect knowledge and information of what he needs. Okay, here's 5 villagers. It's Abbey the King on the outside. It just got finished, so he knows the king timing, and he actually just sees the additional villagers moving out to the gold as well. So that could, you know, give him some insight. What is that, 8, 9 villagers onto the gold?
That's a very gold-heavy build for Wham. He is opening with a galley and also queuing up a Hulk. On the other side, Vortex is opening just with a Hulk. He does have the Aachen Chapel, though, to boost the Lumberjacks. So one thing to keep in mind is that Vortex is going to have a really good wood income, and that's going to help, or that should help a lot when it comes to taking naval fights.
And a lot of gold makes me think a lot of demolition ships, as we've seen that become a meta at times with these water maps. You can also, you know, go with some arrow slits, try to play a little bit defensive, but Wham is the first one onto the water, and he should get a pick here and takes down one of the fishing boats. He's focusing down another, trying to make the pathing weird. This time, Vortex able to heal up if need be. Springald ship arrives, forces back that galley, but Wham, again, step ahead, has a Springald ship versus a galley at the north side.
This is a tricky setup. Because one thing I was thinking about is that back in the good old days, so to say, like 3-4 months ago, the way Vortex would play a water map is quickly build up a gigantic force of demos and then force one decisive fight. But it's difficult to accomplish on a map like this, and now he's getting a racks up. It's just for a spearman. He is anticipating that king to arrive. The king is nowhere close just yet, though. Or is it? There's a little yellow dot moving his way.
It does look like that might actually be the king indeed, and there's nowhere to run. The spear is just now popping out. It is an Order of the Dragon spear, though, so it's nothing to joke around about. However, villager falls.
Oh, boy.
And it just gets surrounded.
And now, oh, what is that?
Oh, my God. Oh, that's game over.
That's game
Is that
over.
game over? Oh.
That is game over. The transport ship got intercepted.
God.
The transport ship got intercepted. Vortex was afraid that he was going to lose everybody, so he tried jumping out, and the galley just blasted all the villagers from up close. That is 12 villagers gone. That might just be the game.
It might be the game. That's... Oh, my God. Demo ship arriving to the Springald. Does get taken out in time, but Wham, he's fighting this right next to his dock, and Vortex gives up. It's that quick. He knows it. And the thing is, some players would try to play through this. I'm
No.
one, I'd throw in the towel immediately. It's over.
Yeah, that is it. And this is one of the crazy things about this map. One of the things I like about the chaotic nature of this. Early game, if you intercept a transport ship, which does happen every once in a while, if that were to happen, you can win the game in an instant. And that is exactly what happened. Vortex tried to get a bunch of villagers out there. He sent like a dozen or more in that transport ship. And then the transport ship gets caught off guard. And keep in mind, this was happening while he had to micro the spearman against the king. That's what we were focusing on. And then the next thing you know, his transport runs into a bunch of combat ships. So he had to just say, okay, I need to jump out and make a run for it. If the ship sinks, I'm done. He jumps out, but the galleys were so close that he got instantly blasted with that arrow fire, and he just lost the majority of the vills.
Yep, and just like we said, just throw in the towel, get out of that game, get into the next one. That's exactly what they planned on. So enough of moving out. We did say there was always some excitement. It might just be a little bit quicker than what we expected.
So far, what are we doing? We have a 20-minute combined session for 2 games, something like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a change of pace. It was our first series was pretty quick. Our second series was rather long. Now we're going back to quick. So let's see if it's still going to be this kind of roller coaster of a ride over here. Game 3 though, Himeyama, Wham has chosen Chinese, Vortex has the Rus. So I think we saw this matchup in a series earlier as well.
Yeah, it's a classic. It feels like a Pro Scouts type of a setup. I think one difference, though, compared to the series or the game that we've seen, Rus versus Chinese, is that game happened on Dry Arabia, and we've seen a lot of walls. On Himeyama, it's a different story. This is a difficult map to play with a slow-moving composition for a Chinese player. The Rus love it. They love their horse archers. They love their knights. They're going to be more than happy playing this wide-open map. I don't know about the Chinese, though. I'm curious what Wham has cooked up for this map, because I think if you're Vortex, you have a clear game plan here. And again, Vortex will have access to Feudal Age Knights. He absolutely loved those. And so far, games have been super quick. I don't expect that to change. Classic Vortex setup here. You either win in 20 or you lose in 20, but you're definitely not going more than 20. Here we go. Game number 3 here. Vortex versus Wham. 1 apiece right now. We are heading into Himeyama for game number 3.
And here we go, tied up series now with Wham taking the game on moving out. Vortex over on the western side as the Rus in the color red, Wham in the eastern side as the Chinese in the color yellow, and is going ahead, moving out to that gold vein already, has that mill tucked up nice and close to the town center as typical.
So Pro Scouts, I love the split between the hunting cabins, by the way. Especially the one in the back. It's a very feels-good men's style hunting cabin.
Oh yeah, that is one where you've got 28 trees inside of there. It's tucked nice inside of 2 different little smaller wood lines. And if you look at a couple of the different wood lines on this map, there's a lot of easy spots to tuck up some prime time hunting cabins. So you can get some really, really nice and efficient spots for yourself.
Speaking of efficient spots, though, one thing that's not going to be very efficient for players is gold access. Every single gold mine on this map is wide open. Neither of the players have a well-defensible gold mine, and I think that's going to be a big factor moving forward.
I think, yeah, I was supposed to say that this one highlighted, there could be a few short walls dropped from Wham, and Wham is one that he will be a player to drop some early walls, so wouldn't be too surprised to see him move out, you know, just drop a short wall on a wood line, drop a short wall on another wood line, and then all of a sudden, he's got a pretty defendable backside of his base.
Feudal Age will kick in for both of these players real quick. I wonder if Wham is going to go with the Barbican. You would definitely need that for the gold mine, but he's opening Academy because he needs that extra tax. going for pro scouts is expensive on the gold department, so you do want to have that academy down as well.
Yeah, Imperial Academy, like you said. We got Golden Gate, kind of the choice that we have seen become a lot more favorsome over here for the Rus. 5 villagers on top of that Golden Gate. And so let's see if Vortex is going to play this feudal age gameplay or just going to go up for a faster castle.
A good old-fashioned Golden Gate build here. It reminds me of the early Rus days, really. I think after all the balance changes that the Rus underwent, we just got back to essentially what's day number 1 builds. Golden Gates, Pro Scouts, Horse Archers. I feel like I've seen this back in the good old days, I guess.
Yeah, it's one that it was a meta that was loved for a while, or loved or hated, depending on which side of the spot you're on. However, Vortex is one that we know he is a player that's known to utilize micro, utilize cavalry, and Rus is a civ that is known for that as well. Whether it's the feudal age knights, whether it's the horse archers, like we mentioned as well. But nice little Imperial Academy spot, and we'll see how quick, I should say, that Pro Scouts is researched by either of these players. We've seen a lot of times, this is exactly what the Chinese kind of go for. It's not immediate Pro Scouts. They go for first the barracks, get a few spears out, try to deny Pro Scouts, try to grab some map control, and then you go with the stables yourself and go with your Pro Scouts.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense, especially because the Chinese need to collect the gold from the tax to be able to afford Pro Scouts. So in order to kind of buy some time or do something while you're waiting for that, you want to get some map presence going, you want to get those spearmen out, and just start moving out and start pushing away the enemy scouts from your deer packs.
Now we're just seeing some scout v scout action, though. Vortex first one to pull back away. He wants those scouts to start bringing back the deer, as he knows he's going to be the first one researching Pro Scouts, as he already is. Spears moving out for Wham already. So I think, I don't know what the kind of number is where he pulls the trigger. I felt like in the previous game we saw it was like 4, and then it's okay. 4 is enough spears to kind of split off into a few different deer packs, try to deny some, and then go with the stables yourself, go with Pro Scouts yourself, which he has already been researching too.
Yep, Pro Scouts are on the way. He's able to catch up quickly because he can supervise the production. Now, Vortex is opening with a couple of spearmen himself, and I think this is where we're starting to see differences compared to the previous games that we've seen with this Civ matchup. No knights whatsoever, no high mobility units whatsoever for Vortex. He's just gonna try to play with the spearmen. He's going to have a range out as well, I think, so he's going to go Archer Spear at the beginning. It actually means that Wham should be happy about this. If you don't encounter Rus Knights in Feudal Age, I think that's a win for the Chinese.
Yeah, especially, you know, considering they have their own little bonuses to their economy, and we can see it in the number at the top. It's not a 3 villager lead for Wham, it's a 3 IO lead for Wham that he has, that he's able to, you know, build up and supervise different things, make his economy a bit more efficient. Does lose a spear to some town center fire. They were chasing a little bit too far, but can try to cut off where these scouts are bringing back in the rest of those deer.
Eventually, Wham is going to drop the Barbican for the Song Dynasty, and that's where things will get interesting. That's where he's going to start inflating his villager count. But for now, there is no rush to do that, especially because it's not like any of his resources are critically exposed. He's not facing any terrifying force from Vortex that would push his eco right now.
Look at the gold he's starting to accrue up into the bank. It's not even that he's over onto the gold. It's just that he's starting to gather so many taxes for different things. So can start getting a few different economic upgrades. You see double products come in. You see the survival tech come into play, make that deer gathering a little bit more efficient because he's ferrying those back on home. And still just pumping that spear number up even after seeing the archers.
And now Wham is trying to mirror that with his own archers, but thankfully for him, he's playing Chinese, so he can supervise production. It allows him to mirror what Vortex is doing even if he's playing from a catch-up position, he can just quickly supervise production and catch up in the archer numbers or whatever unit numbers, really.
Another spear falls. Imperial examinations coming in, so even more tax gold gonna start flowing. But that is a lot of easy and free deer bringing home from Vortex. He's secured basically that whole northern pack. There's no contesting from Wham at all, and the whole southern pack is left as well.
Yeah, it's definitely a slow opening for a game. It's a bit of a change of pace compared to what we've seen in game number 1 and 2. For now, it's just archers, by the way, from Wham. He cannot go for Chugenu just yet. Looks like he is going to click up to Song Dynasty now, however, as we have a little skirmish here. Wham is going to pull back for the time being.
Yep. And Vortex's numbers starting to look pretty scary. We know that he is one to, you know, be that aggressive player, and they're scarier than Wham's because we see it now. The Barbican's finally going down. He'll be able to kind of bolster that economy with villagers over time. Also have like a little safety net for his gold vein. Vortex does throw away a few spears, but at the same time, snags a few more of deer from Wham's deer pack, not his own this time.
Yeah, it looks like Vortex is indeed going into Costalage, and I was really wondering if Wham was thinking Costalage and skipping the Barbican, because at some point it looked like he was just going to pile up the resources for Costal, but he first goes Barbican. This is going to delay his Costalage timing, however.
Yeah, I mean, this is where Wham did go with the Horseman, so he's got the ability to, you know, obviously snipe down the few spears that are left, the one spear that is left, and can continue to pressure. But High Trade House already on the way, a quarter of the way up. And meanwhile, Vortex also got the majority of the deer so far.
This is looking better and better for Vortex, and we're now getting to the stage where he's going to start leveraging the deer he brought in. He's going to start leveraging the high mobility units of the Rus. I would expect to see horse archers, knights potentially as well. And it's not like Wham can punish this Costalage. That is the big problem for him. Wham has a very small army. It's definitely not enough to punish an early Costal here.
Yeah, he just finished Wheelbarrow himself. He's actually starting to make some more chukes. And the Castle Age just finishes. Wham does have a little small mass over at Vortex's side, but really all Vortex needs to queue up is like a knight and some horse archers, and it should clear that on up. Mainly, I would say the knight would be the key, but instead it's triple horse archer for him. He's just going to run away from that archer mass, not take the engagement into that.
Yeah, this is a tricky spot for Wham, especially because his eco is a little unbalanced. Like, if he wants to Costal, at some point he was just not having enough food income, not having a good food bank, and he was floating a little gold. He is working his way towards Costalage, but he's actually getting some blacksmith techs as he goes up, so he's definitely not rushing up.
Yeah, he's also getting some good aggression, albeit, you know, maybe not damage, but he's getting information. He's getting a little bit of idle time. And so he knows that obviously Warrior Monks are coming out. That was expected, but Vortex is actually going with some men-at-arms moving forward, too.
Ooh. I don't hate the choice. It's a really good tanking unit in this fight. Look at this. Just one man-at-arms in there. It soaks up so much arrow fire. And remember, foot archers trade well against horse archers. So you need something that soaks up the arrow fire. If you're Wham, you're focusing the horse archers first and just ignore the men-at-arms.
Yeah, and that's the whole idea. Instead, he's letting the Chooks actually take down the men-at-arms, but that's... I hate that idea. If you just micro down all of the horse archers, it's just such a better value fight. And then when there's one men-at-arms left, you just kind of laugh in his face and you say, all right, now's the time to A-move that one back, kite it on away or whatnot. But instead, he keeps falling into the trap of attacking the men-at-arms. Every time he does, he loses a Chook. Every single time.
It's tricky because the Chugenu don't have a good range. It's not like the archers where you can just fire back at the horse archers immediately. The Chugenu actually have to be pretty close, and now he's getting cleaned up, and he's doubling down on feudal age. This is bad for Wham. He pushed up, and a moment ago he had enough resources for Costal Age. Now he's thinking twice about it, just cancels a bunch of units in queue. But now he's caught in no man's land, essentially. If he ages, he doesn't have an army. If he doesn't age, he's just gonna get overwhelmed by premium units.
And look at how many units are just slowly falling as he runs on away. It's like 5, 6, 7 chooks that he's now lost for nothing at all. And I mean, this is just really one where it feels so bad, especially knowing he has not dropped the castle yet. He has not started his age up. Wololo was attempted, does have some spears positioned there, so that is a huge feels good. And Vortex doesn't have enough men-at-arms to actually dive the Chinese base, especially with the Barbican, especially with hand cannon slits on you know, the TC that it shoots. And chooks, as the number climbs, can take that more efficiently. So Vortex doesn't have the numbers yet. Wham does have some timing, and now we'll start dropping castle.
Yeah, this is a nice catch up here by Wham. He killed a warrior monk with spearmen and then just hit the spearmen to the north. And the reason why this is huge is because, as you said, Wham was definitely slow to castle launch. But Vortex cannot just dive. And at this point, Wham is about to reach castle age. He's actually going up with the Imperial Palace. He is skipping the Nest of Beast production on the clock tower. He's gonna go Imperial Palace. Very valuable to have that extra line of sight on an open map like this. But when it's all said and done, Wham still has a respectable force. He does need a couple of crossbows to deal with the men-at-arms, but it's a decent army. He is completing walls on each flank. And most importantly, Vortex is only up to 2 relics. I think is there an opening here to the right of this forest? That could be a problem.
I can't tell if it's touching.
Okay, good.
He's good to go.
I've seen so many cases of someone not checking those little gaps and then ending up getting surprised.
3rd relic is being brought back. 4th relic is being brought back. So Vortex starting to get the last couple relics. And you know, when it's just 2, doesn't seem like that big of a deal. And now, seeing that it's about to be 4, that makes up for the 9 villager deficit so quick, especially as the game continues on, as gold veins get thinner, as you have to move to more vulnerable locations, and those relics just continue to bring in passive income.
And this map doesn't have a lot of gold. You have quite a few small deposits, but there is not a single large gold vein whatsoever, and a lot of these gold mines are in no man's land. So if this game were to go very long, relics have an amplified importance. And it looks like both players are now content of just digging trenches. I understand Wham's position. He's playing Chinese. He would be happy with the late game. It's going to be tricky for Vortex, though, because he's playing Horse Archers, and once the walls are complete, Horse Archers will just struggle so much to do anything, really.
Yeah, I feel like Horse Archers are so scary at first, and even when they get into bigger numbers, and then as walls finish, it's like, okay, so what do they do now? Like, oh, now they're just archers.
It's not a stand and fight unit. That's the thing. It can work as a backline unit if you have a very robust front line. But once we get to late game, they don't have crazy armor-piercing power. If your opponent starts bringing in Palace Guards per se, if they have, you know, hand cannoneers on the backline, hand cannoneer Palace Guard, for instance, that's not a composition that Horse Archers love to fight into. They're a good general-purpose unit. It's just that once the walls are complete, you kind of lose this element of mobility from them.
Yeah, the mobility diminishes. You can't really do anything with that mobility, and Wham's just doubling down into the immobility. He's going with more and more crossbows on his side to support his chooks, to support the few horsemen and spears that he has as well.
Where have I seen this kind of a game before?
How many nest of bees are?
Yeah.
No, he did not go with the clock tower,
0.
though. So yeah,
He didn't go clock tower, but yeah, I was gonna say we've seen this before today. Chinese player fully walled up, going for a slow-moving composition, and then a Rus player just going very heavy into cavalry, knights and horse archers, but have to face these walls out here. Big difference though. Wham doesn't have the clock tower, and he doesn't have a single nest of bees.
Yeah, also, Louis didn't really go for any crossbows during those fights. Didn't have that backline to actually just high base damage mass for the knights. And so he was just mainly all spears and nested bees. So that's the big difference between those two masses here. So little slight differences. And Wham, having a little bit of a spearman raid to deny some walls, picking up a villager kill potentially, but not a kill, but at the very least he denies those walls.
This could be dangerous for Wham here, though. He's got quite a few farmers in this little corner. Wham is thinking, Vortex is thinking twice about this one, but he could just go hit the villagers. Wham stayed out there for quite some time. At the same time, as you said, he's got crossbows, and the crossbows are just butchering all these knights and the men-at-arms. This is not a good fight for Vortex.
Yeah, just now gets the Warrior Monk attack off, so a little bit of a late buff there. Horseman able to circle around to the backside. Some of the Knights trying to pull back, but Wham still has the element of reinforcements. The front line of Knights are almost all gone, but it still seems like Vortex winning the fight, having enough of a mass here to take down Wham's just infantry mass. There's so many villagers out and about. This looks like a win for Vortex now.
It does. I've looked at the top, seen the crossbow numbers, and said, okay, this should be a cleanup, but the crossbows just weren't there. They were lagging behind whatsoever, but the last few men-at-arms and knights stayed alive for so long, and now the horse archers are detached and they're just slaughtering the villagers. What a swing! In just a blink of an eye, Vortex says, okay, I'm going to finish this fight here, stands and does fight, and he wins a big engagement here. 17 villager kills now.
Yeah, 17 villager kills. More should be following with that. And more importantly, the Horse Archer mass is still alive and healthy. It's not like in previous games that we've seen where all of a sudden the Horse Archer mass is all thrown away. Advantage. Has all that passive income behind this. Vortex is trying to take the lead on this series and get this game done by the 20-minute mark. You said it. It's like the Don Artie gameplay. It's like, if it hits 25 minutes, I'm winning or losing.
Boy. And now Vortex is pulling back. I actually love what he's doing right now. He knows fully well how big the damage he did was. He could stay. He could kill a couple more villagers and risk losing his horse archers in turn. But instead, he's saying, okay, now Wham needs to make something happen because I have done a lot of damage. Having said that, Wham is doing just that. He's re-rolling, he's getting a second TC up, and remember, 2 TC Song Dynasty is no joke, but he still needs to be careful about these exposed resources.
Yeah, exposed resources indeed. Having to fall back away from those front berries. Vortex doing everything he can, and both players dropping another TC now.
Vortex probably guessed what Wham was going to be doing here. And Vortex says, okay, if you want to build a villager lead, which is kind of what Wham needs to do in this position, then I will just not let you do it. If you're sitting behind your walls, I will do that as well. Vortex is about to start the Sacred Site timer. Well, he should. I don't know if he's got a Warrior Monk moving to the north, but he definitely should capture the other Sacred Site to force his opponent's hand. Indeed, he is going to do just that.
Wham's just trying to go anywhere and everywhere he can to get resources. We've seen this time and time again today from the player who's walling themselves in. They're trying to get resources from somewhere, but just military is surrounding them.
And the quality of this army is not good for Wham. 11 spear, 11 crossbow, 4 Jugenu. And horse archers are good against everything in there. Horse archers don't like fighting into foot archers simply because of cost efficiency reasons. But there are basically no foot archers in here. Crossbows are perfectly fine for horse archers to fight. And now, Vortex is saying, okay, you're stuck in your base, I will try to probe your walls, and if I see an opportunity, I will dive. But I don't expect Vortex to just try and go in here. I think he's going to probe around, see if there is any opening, see if he can get any freebies, but he might just sit behind, wait for a 9-minute countdown, and see where Wham goes.
Yeah, he is kind of just... I love this play from Vortex where it's actually not the all-in that we typically see. It's not the, okay, it's win or lose here. It's, even if I fail this push, he's going to have the extra economic, support behind it because he went second TC. He has the relics, he has the sacred sites, and walls as well, and a third TC to follow.
I think back in the old days, Vortex would have decided to dive this again and again. That was his play style. He wanted to finish games quick, very micro-heavy, very aggressive in general. I think one of the things that he improved in is that he's now understanding, okay, I still have this aggressive play style, but I need to make sure that I don't throw away games. Players are good at defending. If you keep slugging your army against enemy defenses, you might slip up and just lose the game there. he doesn't need to do that, so he's just going to play a little bit more conservative. I love how he's walling off the sacred site to the north, by the way. Like, he is definitely playing for the sacred site countdown here.
Yeah, and I love he breaks open the wall, he makes Wham react, and he only sends one knight through. He's like, look, I'll throw this guy away, but it's to get the information. Yeah, it should have been a scout probably. He doesn't have any of those, but he's like, look, I can potentially pick up a villager or two. He sees where the granaries are. He saw that, you know, it's not a full 3 granary transition boom behind this. He should be very, very happy after kind of spotting out that granary location.
He just keeps coming back, probes the berries. He didn't probe the gold mines to the north, by the way. That is where the juicy villager picks are at. But again, offense is the best defense. That's what Vortex says. He's probing these walls, but look at what he's doing behind it. Vortex has absolutely no intent of diving the enemy base. He's just using this highly mobile force probing the walls as a tool to distract the opponent while he's getting his ruse walls up. And those are fortified palisade walls. Those are difficult for Wham to break through.
Yeah, difficult indeed, and Wham is still on that just infantry, slow-moving mass. Vortex, the higher resource cost army, 22 knights, 35 horse archer. He can just constantly run around for the rest of this sacred site timer and not have a worry in the world.
And he's going Imperial. I wonder if it's Paskaya Tower by one of the sacred sites. He's also mining stone, so he's going to keep one of them. Looks like he is just going to go high armory, which is the more conservative and long-term choice. But if he was fully locked in on the sacred site victory condition, his Paskaya Tower on one of those two could have been justified.
Yeah, I mean, going high armory, though, against a full infantry mass, this allows him to get, you know, obviously just that siege pump going on. And if you go siege to defend, you know, a location, how is Wham going to burn through walls, tear down keeps if you have, you know, a couple mangonels with some Imperial Age upgrades in them?
And Vortex went for a third TC. So 3 TCs for him. On the other side, 2 TCs Song Dynasty. That's kind of the same villager production in there. Once again, Vortex is probing the walls a little. If he's given free real estate, he's going to take out some of the production buildings.
And no
Looking for the IO. He
yet.
sees no resistance.
Yeah, the Wham's army was just more protecting the backside near the granaries, and it's very, very slow moving, so it's just now arriving. It's just now getting there forward. New age begins for Vortex. 5.5 minutes left. Wham knows he needs to do something. A few of the knights split off into the backside and will actually get some villager picks here.
I don't know what Wham can do in this position. He's so far away from Imperial, but in 5 minutes he needs to find a way to decap one of the sacred sites. Both of those are tucked away behind walls. He's facing a premium composition, horse archers, knights. He's losing villagers left and right.
The spears ran away. What are they doing?
Everything is falling apart for Wham. He's going to clean this up, but the cost to pay is just massive. Population is neck and neck, but Vortex has a substantial army value lead. Vortex has 4 relics as opposed to just 1. Wham is down to 80 villagers.
Coming through as well.
Oh man. And Vortex is still mining stone. He is going to drop keeps by this by these sacred sites.
Some more wildlife aggression coming out. That has been a lot of the aggression against Vortex's villagers this game.
Yeah. The wildlife has been running amok.
But the walls have finished on up now. Wouldn't be surprised to see keeps being dropped behind this. I just see 900 stone in the bank for Vortex. Should be dropping 1 soon, probably more after that. But this is that free real estate you were talking about. Might as well start burning down some of the production, burning down some houses. Wham doesn't look like he wants to take this fight, even with the numbers, even with that all-infantry mass. And Vortex looks like he's happy to. He says, all right, let's go ahead and do this in your base.
I don't like this for Vortex. I think he can win this fight. I just feel like it's an unnecessary risk. Because if you send this army into a choke point against Spearmen and you end up losing somehow, you're going to be in big trouble. I think if Vortex just sits outside the enemy base, there's no way Wham is going to decap one of the sacred sites. But if you get trapped in here and get butchered by the Spearmen, it's a different story.
Well, A couple of those villagers on the gold mine got sniped over the wall. Vortex still taking the fight under the Barbican. He says, I'm fine with this. Horse archers sitting on the backside. Knights being that front line mass. They are nice and tanky, even though they are still fighting against spears and crossbows. A few split off and go onto the archers, go onto the crossbows. And Vortex, he might not have the numbers here. He might not have the best composition to fight against this, but it is still working for him. Numbers are still favoring him. Front line of spears has almost been completely diminished, and he still has a huge horse archer mass to kite back away.
Nice little job by the knights to tank the crossbow, and more important, the spearman fire. Normally, you don't want your knights to tank spearman damage no matter what. But in this case, it was critical that the knights stood their ground and they were the ones getting butchered. Because if the spearmen could close distance to the horse archers in the back line, it would have been a different story. Those horse archers were stuck behind the walls, or between the walls and the Barbican. So spearmen could have actually done a lot of damage there. Nice, I guess, execution from Vortex to keep these alive. And I get the feeling that he just wanted to trade armies to make sure that Wham doesn't have a single death ball to come out of his base and decap the sacred sites with.
Yeah, I mean, especially if you make that army thin and you have walls and keeps behind this, it makes it that much harder to burn through those, get through those, and Wham needs to, you know, spend his resources onto siege or onto rams that he does not have the ability to do so. It's all about massing up numbers to be able to actually take this fight, and a fight that he can't take, another fight that he's going to lose, and finally Vortex is going into some mangonels, and that's really where I think it's game over, even further than it already is.
Remember, Vortex knows that Wham's eco is weaker. So he was just saying, okay, let's trade here because I have an easier time rebuilding my army than you do. Now, Spearmen this time around do jump the Horse Archers. And as you can see, Horse Archers start falling very, very quick. This is not the kind of fight that Vortex wants. But because of the Sacred Sites, this is the fight he decided to go for. Because any moment that Wham spends fighting in his own base, he's not contesting the Sacred Sites.
I mean, even still at the end of that fight, there's no more spears on the front side. He's still sitting with 45 horse archers. It's still looking nice and clean for Vortex. I don't think Wham's going to even be able to break outside of those wooden walls that he has for the most part.
Yeah, and even if he did, he lost all his spearmen. He's got zero torching power to get through the enemy walls. Vortex has this. He's just been depleting the enemy force, making sure that Wham cannot just go all in, pull everything against the Sacred Sites. He has an age advantage in here, and he's going to move on to match point 8. Very slow game for Vortex's standards, 30 minutes. It's actually longer than the first 2 games combined.
Yeah, I mean, he changed it up. He decided not to all in and just end the game. Instead said, hey, I'm going to put the timer on. You got 10 minutes, but now you got 20 seconds left to move out and stop this. And so the timer seemed to be the correct play for him. Game number 3 is going over to the hands of Vortex. Wham pulling villagers. They're tanking fire from horse archers. The second layer of walls was about to finish. And Sacred Site victory complete. So now we've seen landmark snipes, we've seen Sacred Site victory, we've seen surrenders. All we have left is wonder now, right?
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see that today, though. When you look at this game, though, I think it's pretty clear that this wasn't even a Sacred Site story whatsoever. This came down to 2 things. First of all, Vortex was able to secure relics, which is always an advantage, but that raid at the 18-minute mark, just devastating for Wham. That was the one time Vortex broke into the enemy base. Initially, it looked like his crossbows, or Wham's crossbows, will just annihilate the men-at-arms and the knights, so the horse archers won't be able to stay for long. But then, the last couple of men-at-arms and knights survived long enough for the horse archers to clean up the crossbows. Horse archers started running around. They decimated Wham's eco, and then it was just a matter of time, you felt.
Yeah, it was quite the game number 3 there. Vortex able to get that lead up now. He's 2-1. And, you know, obviously when you got that lead up now, this is the point where you can feel a little bit more comfortable when it comes to the civ choices. Yeah, you might not have the most comfortable civs left, but you can try to plan, you know, maybe a throwaway civ here for a better matchup next game, or just try to have an all-in strategy, try to have a little different change of pace here for the game number 4, and don't feel as much pressure on your neck as you do if you're Wham on the other side.
Yeah, and I think that plays into Vortex's hand quite well, because he likes to play aggressive. He likes to play quick games here. And as a consequence, he can now afford to play a little bit riskier and just say, okay, let's see if I can finish this series right here. Again, the loser of this series is eliminated from the tournament, so this could be the final game that Wham plays here in EGC Masters Winter.
Yeah, and this is really where, like, that first highlight we just saw is when things kind of start to went downhill for Wham. He was stuck sniping men-at-arms down with archers, put more units into queue when he needed to just rush up to castle and probably just trade the best he could into the horse archers, into the spears on the other side. And then from there, Vortex able to dive the base. This was another big win where takes down the crossbows, takes down the mass, and then cleaned up a lot of villagers in the aftermath here, as we're seeing the horse archers split off, one on the east side, one on the north, and just villagers dying everywhere.
And again, I think part of this story is relics, and I know I'm talking a lot about relics today, but there's just so much value in getting early Castle Age map control. And that's actually a good thing to see. There is an incentive for players to play for the map. There is a punishment if someone is just walled and playing super defensive. And that's what we've seen throughout this day. Players moving out on the map, securing the early relics, and then just forcing the opponent to come out of his base for resources. It's so difficult to break out of your base once you're kind of confined in there.
And now, highlights now kind of coming to the conclude. At this point in the game, this was kind of all over. Vortex just trading back and forth, just throwing away resources because he had resources to throw away, and Wham was stuck in castle. But I'm hearing from the back end, we're probably already getting game 4 set up. We're going to see what map it is, see what civs it is in just a second, and then we'll be able to jump right into it in the near future.
Boy, it's going to be Lakeside. I understand the logic here for Wham. After Dry Arabia and after Himeyama, I don't think you want to go to Baldland here. But here's the trick. Assume Wham wins this game. The decider game would be played on Baldland, which, based on what we've seen so far, is going to be Vortex territory. First, if Wham wants to get to game number 5 and turn this around, he needs to win Lakeside. He's going to have the Japanese facing off against Vortex's Jeanne d'Arc. Vortex on match point, 1 game away from moving along and eliminating Wham.
Yep. Seen Japan picked a lot today on the hybrid map, so will it play out again? Only time will tell, as we're about to see these opening builds, see how the game's going to come and play out.
The calm before the storm, the suspense should be ready to go in just a matter of seconds. JD versus Japanese. Here we go. Wham versus Vortex. Wham with the color yellow and Vortex with the color red on the Lakeside. This is match point for Vortex. Wham needs a win to stay alive in the tournament.
All the nerves on the line. This is one where obviously both players moving out for their single deep sea fish to start off. There is some shoreline fish, but not as big of an importance. We saw earlier today, Beasty kind of just went for 3 fishing boats or so and just straight up into castle. So will we see that same sort of gameplay? Japanese, a civ, they wouldn't complain about doing something similar, but fishing boats a little bit cheaper. However, JD, we usually know them for a civ that likes to play in feudal, likes to pump the knight number up.
And we've seen this map being played out before. In that case, the Japanese faced off against the Order of the Dragon. This time around, one thing that I will try to pay attention to, I think we should pay attention to it, is Jeanne d'Arc being a tool of harassment on land. The initial part of this this map usually plays out on water. If you have a unit that is able to harass on land, you can throw off the water-based builds of your opponent, and that's exactly what you get with Jeanne d'Arc. You don't have to make a production building whatsoever. All you gotta do is walk over your level 2 Jeanne d'Arc, get the Archer variant, and harass those gold miners from outside the range of that town center.
Yep, exactly. But we will see if that is the choice from Vortex, Archer variant, or potentially the melee variant. It is one that, you know, they each have their pros and cons. That opportunity cost. Starting to move out onto the gold Vortex is now, so we'll be thinking about feudal in the next minute or two.
Yeah, I haven't seen whether it was Jeanne building the dock or not, but she is going to have the XP she needs to age up, or to get to level 2 by the time Vortex is up to feudal age. And the reason why that's critical is, again, you want to have that tool to put pressure on the opponent.
Yeah, it's JD wouldn't be building that dock because that would be a lot of walking time to come all the way back to then build the gold van and gold mine and whatnot. You want to just keep her nice and tight, and you know, maybe building some houses next to as you'll probably need a house now since the dock was the first one, mining camp house, things like that, and then obviously just gathering on at home. But Wham, it's not just 3 fishing boats, he's up to 4 and already going up to feudal age. It's the Cura storehouse with 7 villagers.
Cura storehouse, 7 villagers, strong commitment to rush feudal, but he is not going to have the shinobi, and most of the farm spots on that Cura storehouse are blocked. So really, this is more about a wood trickle rather than the actual farms. Wham placed it such that he blocks as many farm spots as possible so that he can get that wood trickle.
Yeah, it's also tucked up nice next to the wood line, saves himself that lumber camp as you always see, and there'll still be enough farms to, you know, make him have a nice old feeling, that little bit of food income, but you don't need as many here with having the support from the fishing.
He actually pulled off some of the villagers from the storehouse, so he's not going to rush it with 7 at the end, although a bit of a shuffling coming in here. He's now rushing it with 9. He still is trying to make it to feudal age as the first player, and on the other side, when you're Jeanne d'Arc, you have to consider the fact that under ideal circumstances on a normal land map, you just have Jeanne building the landmark and that's it, because that's how you get your XP. But here, you have a timer on you. You just gotta get the feudal age ASAP.
Yep. 4 villagers, pulls a few more after he hears the age up come through from Wham, knows he needs that defensive ship in queue as fast as possible because he is now delayed. First boat should be, it's the galleys in queue. It should be moving out and about in just a little bit, and that's where Vortex reacts with a Springald ship immediately.
And Vortex is gonna be the defender in this water engagement. Going to open with a Springald ship, so he should have that ready to go by the time the first galley arrives. I'm curious what he's going to do with Jeanne, though, because I think that's going to be the make or break here for Vortex. He's going to queue up a knight. This is expensive for Vortex to do. Make combat ships, make knights. That's not easy to do. Love the little body block here for Wham. He moves in so that the fishing boats cannot easily garrison.
And JD's starting to move across, but the body block that you just said you love from Wham actually proves to not be a good move as the Springald ship pops out. It's able to cut off the escape and gets taken down. One big pickup for Vortex so far.
And there's a demo coming in from Wham, but nothing else. Vortex has a galley already, so he can snipe that demo immediately. And now a knight is coming over.
Yes, the
Jeanne d'Arc is getting over, and now it's a tower being built. Vortex is going to be late, though. Wham anticipated such a move, and now Wham has a tower himself.
Yeah, and the big thing here is Wham canceled the demo and made a galley himself, which was necessary. He had to do so, and loses a fishing boat, though. It's distracted with JD on the tower. I'm not even sure if he's paying attention at all here. He's not. Has his own galley pop out, but there's a Springald ship there. There's nowhere for that to run. The fishing boats need to pop out to heal that up, but there's already a Springald ship and a galley. This is now all Wham on the back foot, and Vortex being the aggressor. The galley falls, water is lost for Wham, and the outpost looks to be going up with JD as well, with knights on the field and nothing to defend it.
A tower is going up here. It's going to harass the wood line. It's going to harass the gold. And Vortex found the magical angle on that gold mine. At the same time, he's getting some more knights rolling. And just look at the position that Wham is in. He's got absolutely no army. He's trying to get naval arrow slits up with no land-based army whatsoever. Now you have the archer variant of John, so you can get your, I guess, your magic arrows to one-shot villagers, basically. Bit of a mismicro here running into the TC fire. Loses a lot of HP, but still, Vortex is able to put so much pressure on the resource nodes of the opponent.
Yeah, and now once that second knight comes, he can constantly just dive and poke and prod at that gold vein, make Wham just be idled consistently in gold. And you can see what Wham's game plan was. He was trying. It looks like he was trying to go up to castle. He's got 600 gold in the bank already, and that's with gold being idled as well. 2 more villagers falling. Arrow slits upgrades coming on that outpost. Once arrow slits comes through, I don't know what Wham can do.
Yeah, and fishing boats are being pulled by Vortex. He's not messing around. He wants those repairs there. Arrow slits are up on the dock, but they are also up on the tower.
Oh, it doesn't have the vision behind the wood line, I don't think yet. Demo ship pops up, perfect demo! On top of the springwood ship and the fishing boat. Huge pickup for Wham. This is exactly what he needed. Doesn't yet have vision of that wood line with the scout or anything. If he was able to circle around with the scout, that would just fully take away that wood line, it looks like, from Wham.
Wham has got no lifeline with that fight on the water. And here's what he needs to do. He needs to fall back to that gold mine all the way at the back. That is a nice and safe gold mine. Wood is actually a bigger problem for Wham. There is a wood line in that very northern corner. But as things stand, if he falls back to those resources, Vortex doesn't have the tools to deny those. I think that has to be his go-to. For now, he's concerned about the gold.
Vortex with 3 knights, I just run past the TC with 3 knights to the gold vein to the wood line you're talking about. If I don't see any villagers on the initial wood line, you know.
I think you gotta wall more if you're Wham. He's trying to get to Castle, by the way. He doesn't need more gold because he has just what he needs for Castle Age. The walls are being built too slowly, however. He needs to commit more villagers to just re-wall this. And because of all these delays on the food and the gold, now Vortex is making a run for Castle Age himself.
And making a run for Castle Age with 4 knights, about to be 5 knights out. Floating gate just got queued up. 9 villagers on it. This is a huge now or never timing here. Wham needs to finish this up. He is moving on to that backside gold vein. He needs gold to be able to queue up any more mounted samurai, queue up any military units. He doesn't even have a stables down yet, though.
That's the problem. Wham barely has the resources for a stable. And the thing with the Yorishiro is that it allows you to produce those mounted samurai very quickly. But it doesn't matter if you don't have the gold. In fact, if you produce mounted samurai very quickly, you need a really strong and robust gold economy. Wham won't even have the gold to make 1 mounted samurai when he hits Castle Age, let alone spam them.
Oh, that is why I think he just moved out with 10, maybe 15 villagers to that north gold you mentioned earlier behind his base. The big problem for him, though, is this wall. It's at half health, and it's falling quick, and there's no repair that can be made with villagers, because JD, Archer variant, is just sitting there, ready to use her ability, ready to snipe down any villager that attempts that. The age up finishes for Wham. He does have Onimusha in queue.
Ooh. I don't see this. Onimusha are so fragile that the knights will just charge it, and it's gonna get taken out. And Onimusha aren't cheap. Those units also cost gold. It's either a unit that the knights will straight up ignore and just go for the gold miners, or it's a unit that's just going to get charged down by the knights.
And Vortex, he decides to just charge those Onimusha, just like you mentioned. 1 falls. He also splits one of the knights off to go deny the rest of the gold vein. Villagers did already escape that location. They're sitting out in the middle of nowhere, in between TC, in between the gold. Villagers can't move out to the wood line. They can't move out to anywhere, really.
I love the little details that Vortex is paying attention to. As you said, detach 1 knight, probe the gold mine. Now he's going for the sacred sites with Jeanne d'Arc. He fortified the outpost. So he is not even letting Wham potentially pull villagers and destroy it while the knights are gone. I think really he's maximizing the efficiency of every single piece of unit or building whatsoever he has.
Yeah, exactly. And this is one where that one outpost he has on Wham's side of the map has provided so much value for him. It's information, it's denial, it's damage, it's a little bit of everything. And if he can again get vision on the backside on that wood line, that front wood line essentially gets denied.
I just want to highlight one little detail here real quick, because of course part of this equation is that this golden wood is very exposed for Wham. This map is perfectly mirrored, basically. The same golden wood setup is there for Vortex as well. So this was just more about the fact that you did have this ability with Jeanne d'Arc to really pressure early on, and that is what Vortex has been leveraging.
Yeah, and I mean, that's one where that suits his gameplay. It suits his style. He wants to be the aggressor. He wants to be the one that puts his opponent on the back foot, doesn't have to react himself, but be proactive. Sacred Site
Onamusha
timer
count is
starting.
building up, and fair enough, Wham is able to get back on the gold now, so he can start getting some premium units going. But things are a little dicey still, because remember, Vortex is up in Castle Age. He's getting Castle Age Knights rolling now. I don't think he has Royal Bloodlines just yet. In fact, I think he aged with the Guild Hall, so there won't be Royal Bloodlines Knights here.
A little bit of more XP there for JD. Sacred Site victory approaching, but the big key here is that Vortex made the transition to archers, and Wham still only has one Mounted Samurai, about to be two, and Vortex has the numbers to just take the fight head on. He's got 8 knights compared to 2 Mounted Samurai. He's got 10 archers compared to the 7 Onamusha. If the Onamusha try to help the Mounted Samurai out at all, they will just get obliterated even by that small archer mass.
There is no front line for Wham, that's the problem. Those Onamushas have 80 baseline HP. So if you don't have Mounted Samurai to the front, you're not going to be able to stand and fight. And again, you're facing 10 Knights out there. Mounted Samurai are awesome, but you're not going to be able to win against 10 Knights. If Vortex started mixing some Arbaletria, things would get even dicier on the other side. And now, this little range that's exposed, if you take it out, you take out one of these buffed production buildings. Nice wrap.
Really good wrap indeed. JD is still staying alive for the time being, and another shot comes off. Mounted Samurai number is able to build up so quick, but just not fast enough. Too many veteran Royal Knights here, too many archers here. JD still here in support, and I mean, there's so many units falling here. I was about to say it. Wouldn't be surprised to see the level 3 come off, and sure enough, level 3 JD. Men-at-Arms, her champions are the ones chosen, and Vortex is keeping up the pressure as expected.
And he gets away with most of his knights. 3,000 destroyed value as opposed to 1,200. A lot of his knights were badly beaten up, and for a moment it seemed like he was going to overstay his welcome and get essentially cleaned up by the town center. At least some of the heavily damaged knights would be. But he pulled off just in time to keep all of these damaged knights alive, and now he's just waiting for the opportunity to loop back around again.
I don't know why he chose the champions instead of the riders, considering Wham's whole defense was mainly the Onamusha and Mounted Samurai. The riders just kind of play very, very well into that. The Onamusha do not trade well into them at all, and they can just run away from the Mounted Samurai. They can be that perfect gold rating unit, or the unit to just dive the backline. But doesn't matter. Instead, Vortex is still just solidifying everything for himself. We've seen the relics now going his way to compound with the sacred sites. More raids, more pressure, more army. He is ready to end this game 3, or in this series 3-1.
He's doing the same thing that he did in the previous game. He's being aggressive, but this is not his win condition. He's trying to win on the sacred sites. He's actually leveraging all that map control with the deer as well. But does take an engagement right here. Once again, Archer's looking to dive the Onamusha. This time around, you do have a lot more Mounted Samurai here, though.
Yeah, the Mounted Samurai, though, still just not numerous enough to deal with all of this. I don't think with JD here, but sure enough, maybe not. I speak too soon. Vortex decides to start running.
He's got Arbaletria coming, but those are lagging behind.
And so many of those Mounted Samurai are low health, though. It looked like such a bait. Then 3 fall in the blink of an eye. The Arbs are on the way. JD still level 3, and using her ability just does so well against sniping the low health, or even not even low health, like quarter health Mounted Samurai now.
Yeah, I think Vortex went a little too heavy into the archers because I think he anticipated more Onamusha, and then Wham completely stopped making Onamusha, so Vortex was left with an army of archers against Mounted Samurai. That's not going to work out. It takes quite some effort to take out this tower, by the way. I wonder if Vortex will concede this position or he's going to challenge this.
Oh, I think
It looks
he's
like he will
challenging
challenge
it.
this.
He's ready to go. Knights are ready to come charge. They immediately hit one of the lower health mounted samurai, snipe that one out, and then the Arbs are here to help support in just a second. More knights on the way. And the outpost
I think he
is
just
still
wants to
staying
make this
alive.
costly.
Another... JD just keeps sniping down these mounted samurais, and it's not even like they're that low of health. It's just, you know, they get under half, and then they just die.
And the crossbows will butcher them. Like, crossbows are no pushover. Jean is also there. A lot of these mounted samurai are heavily damaged. The bannerman is still alive, though.
Vortex, though, just taking this fight, kiting it out, and absolutely fine with it. Knight still alive, JD still alive, Arb mass is still healthy, and Wham's mounted samurai mass is down to 3, and we only see 1 in picture. Outpost is finally falling. The outpost is still up from Vortex, and that wood line isn't too much of it left.
There was no range defense upgrade for Wham. And I think we're now starting to see that deficit that all this pressure on the gold and the wood was caused. Desperation time.
The
Wham
army's right
needs
there. He
the
just
wood.
lost the fight. You can't do this. The army's still there.
He doesn't have gold. He needs to fight now or it's over. He needs that gold, but it's going to be too late, and he knows that too.
Over. Vortex able to take the series, take the final game 3-1, and yeah, it might not have been the as long and as crazy of a back and forth, but still a series indeed, still some tight games.
Wow, this was Vortex at its peak, and I don't know what happened against Marine Lord. I'm not surprised that Marine Lord is able to dominate series. That is something that we are used to. Vortex loses 3-0 to Marine Lord. But this Vortex we've seen in this series was one of the most powerful Vortexes I've ever seen. He is still on top of his micro. That was his staple. But I think he refined his gameplay, and he's a little bit more patient compared to what he used to be. And he's exploiting these timers so well. He knows that his opponent's on a timer for gold, the sacred sites, and he's just waiting for them to make that one critical mistake. He's just waiting for them to take a fight that's suboptimal, and we know Vortex is so good when it comes to getting the maximum out of these fights. He's just waiting for your opponent to force that fight.
Yeah. Really, really solid series, solid gameplay. This is where early on, Wham, you mentioned this ship positioning. It's like, oh yeah, he's cutting off the pathing back for the fishing boats. There was only one, or there wasn't enough room for all of them, but that is actually what cost him the galley as well. So this really is what started the pickup on the water, because once you lose that first boat, it's so hard to actually queue up another boat. What do you want to do? You can't queue up a demo because it gets one shot. He has to cancel the demo, queue up a galley, and then it's just he's a step behind from there.
Yeah, really. At the end of the day, this tower is the one that made things happen. That tower just destroyed so many... It really took away so many opportunities from Wham. You just got denied of the wood line. You were forced to go back all the way to that other gold mine. And when that gold mine ran out, all Wham could do is just pull villagers desperately. And I highlighted this throughout the game. The fact that Vortex fortified that tower had such a big impact. It was near impossible to take it out with just, villagers or a handful of mounted samurai. If that tower isn't fortified, this is a completely different game.
Yeah, I mean, that is absolutely the case. We saw where Wham did win some fights, especially there at the end with this mounted samurai mass. I think this is it right here, where there's just a bit more mounted samurai than expected. The archers, yeah, they do a great job at killing the 2 Onamusha that are left over, but that's where the rest of this mass gets cleaned up. And usually here, if the outpost isn't fortified, that outpost is gone. Wham can go quickly burn that down, pull villagers, kill it with the rest of his mounted samurai. It wasn't able to do so, and then Vortex is just able to still keep on the pressure, still keep on the aggression.
And that knocks Wham out of EGC Masters Winter. Vortex lives on, and he's going to be waiting his opponent tomorrow. But before we head into the final series of the day, let's hear what Vortex has to say.
Yeah, exactly. We see the finalized little maps and everything, but here is Vortex. Big congratulations, moving on, albeit in the losers bracket, but still final 6. Big congratulations. What was the kind of end all be all of the series? What do you think there?
Yeah, thank you. It was really tough series. I mean, Wham really drafted well. I think his picks were really scary. Like when I saw the draft, I was like, man, I don't know about this. But then I think I got in control of the games very early on every game, so that was really, really chill for me. I like those games.
I was about to say that is exactly what suits your gameplay. I think Lidicor said before one of the series, he's like, Vortex is like a pre-20-minute gameplay, and it's right in his wheelhouse. I'm not saying you can't play the late game. You just like the earlier game. You like the aggression, and that's where some of your picks kind of played into that as well. However, the one big loss, as obviously we got to pick on you a little bit here, was moving out, which is more of a meme map as well. What was going through your head during the gameplay there?
I mean, talking about this game is actually painful. So I thought he would land on the left side, and for some reason I thought it was a good idea to be close to him, which obviously isn't because he has the king, right? Like a free unit very early. But I thought my eco is gonna be better because I'm OTD, so let's just land on the bottom side close to him. I defend with 1 spear, and then I will push him hard on land. And
yeah, it was close. You were seconds away.
Yeah. So at some point, I don't know. I just brain farted, I guess, and I was like, oh, he has some ships there, but I'm sure I can cross. Probably the villagers will get there safely. And I don't know. It's one of those things that after you've done the movement, you are like, what the hell am I doing? Like, am I new to this game? Or I don't know. I don't know what was going through my head. Honestly, it got me really confused. I think he sent a Hulk to the top side, so I thought maybe he would transition there with like all his ships. And when I started moving the transport ship, I didn't have vision of his ship, so I was like, or maybe I did, but I didn't realize, right? So I thought it was a clever move, but apparently it was the worst possible thing I could have come up with.
Yeah, it was definitely the perfect storm that he did, because like you said, he sent a ship to the top side. He also hit with the king right as that was happening too, so it was just the perfect storm of everything together. But the good thing is you move past it. You said, all right, let's just forget about that frustrating game, and then again, just we're able to play right into your wheelhouse with the rest of the series. Going on to I always kind of like to talk about the match decider, because sometimes people are like, oh, I picked that, like Beasty, he was like, oh, I picked Mongols just because I was like, hey, maybe it's kind of a throwaway civ, I could get a good matchup, but it also leads maybe a game number 5 for a favorable matchup. Is that what you kind of picked, or was it one where you're like, I'm ending it in game 4 right here?
So I had 2 options. Realistically, I could play either Ottoman or JD, and my first thought was Ottoman because I think it's probably better on that map. But then I remembered that Papipo, and then I guess Wham as well, they like to play this fast arrow slit thing where they just play like 3 ships and they give up water. So I thought JD with a tower rush on his gold would be clever against that. And honestly, maybe it was, but I think if he had double tower, he would have held. But yeah, it was not like a throwaway pick. Like because of his style, I kind of thought that it would be a good idea to just go tower rush with JD there.
Yeah, and sure enough, the tower rush, you ended up getting one down. Maybe not in the first position you wanted. You started building the outpost right as his finish, and you go, oh no. But I think the spot you ended up finishing it up at might have been an even better location just because of the wood line pressure as well. So kind of maybe a blessing in disguise there for you.
Yeah, for sure. Actually, I don't even know why I wanted to place it on like the bottom side at first. Like that was for sure a much better one.
Oh, well, there you go. Any finalized moments you want to say before moving on to the next series, getting to watch from afar and prep for the rest of the tournament?
Not much. I mean, I just want to thank everyone that's supporting me, especially the Spanish community or the Spanish speaking, right? And also, I just want to say that I kind of derped against Marine Lord, but next time I play against him, I'm gonna get him for sure. I will get a decent draft, just a little bit, and then I will crush him for sure. He's really bad, actually. Yeah, those games were so lucky.
Yeah, I think that most people would agree with you on that, like, couple final statements there. Marine Lord being bad, and he's typically just lucky. Better to be lucky than good, though, is what they all say. But we'll be cheering you on from afar, especially I know this is with the Spanish community behind you. So look forward to seeing the rest of the series, the rest of the games. But we still got one more to cast today, so making sure the fans and everyone else will stick around for the series of Baltoon versus Louis MT.
Well, that just leaves one series to be settled today. We've already seen the opening round of the upper bracket, Marine Lord taking out Vortex 3-0, and then Vortex coming back strong against Wham, winning 3-1. Wham lost to Beasty and then got eliminated by Vortex in the lower bracket. Puppy Paw did take Baltoon out 3-0. And we've also witnessed an absolutely stunning series between Louis MT and Anatan. Anatan, after winning that series 3-2, now is facing off against Puppy Paw. And now we just have one more series to settle. It is Baltoon versus Louis MT, another elimination match coming up here. And tomorrow we will bring you the semifinals of the upper bracket and the quarterfinals of the lower bracket. Marine Lord versus Beasty, an absolute banger tomorrow, and then Puppy Paw versus Anatan. Only one of the two Canadian brothers are still alive, and then the losers of those matches will play Vortex, and the winner of Baltoon versus Louis MT. The tournament does wrap next weekend with the upper bracket finals, the lower bracket semifinals and finals, and lastly the grand finals. And of course, this is not the only event here at EGC TV. We already have some other events announced. Most importantly, for you AoE 4 fans, the Elite Classic 3 is coming. It is a classic tournament, one of the most beloved tournaments by the community at EGC TV. We're extremely hyped about that. And EGC Masters also continues with EGC Masters Summer later this year.
And lobby is prepped, ready for the last series of the day. And it's a matchup, it's a map, it's a series that I think we already saw. It seems like it's deja vu over here. It's going to be English versus Byzantines on Cliffside.
All right, English versus Biz. The Longbow Civ versus the Imposter Longbow Civ. We've seen this before. In fact, I gotta go back in my logs real quick. We've seen this exact matchup in Anatan versus Louis MT, but that time, Anatan had the Byzantines and Louis had the English, and Louis lost. So maybe, in hindsight, he had some time to think about this one. These two players were ready to go while Vortex versus Wham was going on, so both of these players had some time to do some theory crafting and some planning for this series, and Louis MT might have looked at that game and said, actually, I like Byzantines here more. He's going to play the same matchup that he played in the opening round versus Anatan, but this time around, he has the Byzantines against Baltoon's English.
Yeah. And the timer might be a little deceiving. Game is ready. Action is ready. So let's jump on into the first game of the final series of the day. We have Louis MT as the Byzantines against Baltoon as the English. And we even get a little bit of an extra skip right into feudal age. Exactly what we need. Exactly what we want.
Who cares about Dark Age here? In we go to feudal age, getting to the fun part of things. Council Hall just now finishing for Baltoon. Louis MT with the Grand Vinery, and Louis MT went for a wall in the middle right away, so he's going to block that most obvious passage towards his base.
Yeah, and we saw that from the exact gameplay from Anatan earlier, actually, with the English side. It was, actually, no, it was the Byzantine side, where he dropped some early walls down and did the exact same thing on Cliffside. And it's one that if you're able to get the mid-map control, and it just makes it that much harder for any aggression to come out, if there is any. English going with a different gameplay, though. Louis went for Abbey of the Kings when we saw this matchup. Baltoon says, no, I can outproduce you on this longbow.
And he's right. If it's flat-out longbows from the English versus the longbows of the Byzantines, the problem the Byzantines face is that they are limited on production. Byzantine longbows are a great auxiliary unit, but it's not enough to just play one-on-one. Now, Louis MT is going to open Horsemen, but it means that he has yet to get his first unit out. His berry villagers will be harassed. But I don't know if Baltoon anticipated Horsemen so early, because he's got absolutely no spearmen out here defending these longbows.
Yeah, and the key is there's no range damage either. Scout does tank up a shot. Horseman's down to half health. Good micro by Baltoon, pulling back the lower health longbow, and actually cleans up the first horseman before a longbow even falls. He's just going to double down on the longbows. It feels like another horseman comes out. You cannot take this if you're Louis, though, but it might be forced to. He wants those berries. He wants that olive oil. He's so close to that first contract. Yeah, and there's the 500 olive oil. He needs to be able to do the contract and have enough for it.
Yeah. Sending that one horseman, it wasn't a good setup for Louis. He had to do it to protect the berry villagers, but looks like Baltoon isn't messing around. This is day one Age of Empires after release, English longbow rush. He's getting a tower up here. It's going to have that buff as well from Network of Castles, and Louis needs to be careful. He does have his scout, so he does have vision on this. And he's opening javelin throwers here, so he's not going to go longbows, he's going javelins.
I actually don't like this blow. Like, while yes, it is the counter unit to longbows, the big problem here is you just don't get as many numbers as you would expect. Yeah, you have 4 pop on out, but the longbows, if they're so numerous, they can snipe down those javelins before they even get into range, before they actually get to utilize their effectiveness.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think if you have horsemen plus the longbows you get from your olive oil, I think that's a fine setup for you. I actually love this little gate and this whole setup that Louis MT had here. I wonder if Louis MT anticipated the longbow rush right away, and that's why he went for these Dark Age walls. Because now this is an interesting setup where he can just run through the middle, but Baltoon cannot, so Baltoon has to pull all his forces back. And I think that Louis MT is starting to stretch out the defenses here a little. Baltoon's slow-moving army is just slow to catch up.
Yeah, and this is always the problem at the high elo with longbows. It's like, yeah, they're great, especially when you mass up this number. I mean, 16 longbows at the 7.5 minute mark, it's a ton. But they can't attack anything. They're so immobile. These high APM players, they're so good at just constantly poking and prodding at your reinforcing line, so then the longbows get stuck forward and you have to pull them back.
That's a lot of longbows from Baltoon, but nothing else. I feel like this could easily get disastrous for him. Louis MT is gonna get to Castle Age, and if he starts getting some cataphracts out, those will just absolutely butcher all these longbows.
Indeed, it will. He's going ahead getting ranged damage, and Baltoon is, but is this going to be enough? Louis is just trying to stay out of vision.
Look at how careful that micro is.
He's just barely revealing himself, though.
I wonder if this is deliberate, though. Because he wants to go to Castle, and he doesn't want to fight this. So I think this might just be a game where he's like, okay, I'm going to pretend I am trying to sneak, but I'm intentionally revealing myself, so you know I'm still back at home. And that means that Baltoon needs to keep all his longbows here. Baltoon is just now moving up. By the time he's going to arrive, the Golden Horn Tower is complete.
Yeah, he did drop a barracks right next to that gold mine, so his idea is to queue up a couple spears, defend himself, allow him to move forward with those longbows, but right as he finishes the barracks and looks away, the horsemen decide to dive.
It's problematic for Baltoon for so many reasons. This composition, or, well, I don't know if I can really call this composition, longbows alone, to be fair. This is something that can work in late game once the map has been sectioned off, but that is not the case right now. And Louis MT doesn't have a lot of troops. He made 3 horsemen, that was it, plus the javelins. But those horsemen are able to put so much pressure on Baltoon, and I don't know, Baltoon might have overreacted a little because he kept his longbows back at home all day, all night. maybe it would have been better to go early spearmen and just keep 2 spearmen back at home, keep up the pressure with the longbows.
And now this allows Louis to go ahead and get the contract upgrade. He can also queue up some cataphracts if he so desires, which could just decimate a longbow army. There are spears there now to have a little bit of extra support, but as production buildings are attempted to be built, they are immediately getting canceled. There's so many villagers trying to do this production, and Baltoon, he can still deny those under the town center if he moves forward and does this quick ram being dropped. If he focuses the production, Louis will have a hard time coming up and matching this, even with the Varangian guards, even with units that are, you know, the castle age variety. Baltoon, though, first focusing the Merc House, it looks like.
I like the Varangian pick here. There is nothing that the English can do in feudal age against the Varangians. At the same time, you need some numbers, and I think the reason why Louis is committing the javelins is to thin out those longbows. If you have a large clump of longbows like that, they can actually grind down Varangians if you only have 1 or 2 of them. Nice little flank by the horsemen. It's all about just taking out some of these longbows so that your Varangians can get out in numbers. And now the villagers take out the ram. I think everything is falling apart for Baltoon.
Yep. Javelin throwers are slowly closing down the distance. He's going to be stuck in feudal age. Doesn't have the rest of his reinforcing mass there. Even as it gets there, the Varangians are already on top of the longbows, already on top of the spears, the infantry mass. Baltoon doing what he can, but now he's not denying any resources. He's not actually causing any pressure. Louis is feeling safe and secured. Ranged armor on its way.
The problem is, as you said, for Baltoon, sure, he might even win a fight and push his opponent back to the base, but next time around, you're going to have a bunch more Varangians coming in. Now, range defense was missing from Louis MP, so he's just now getting the feudal age tech for that. And fair enough, if you're Baltoon, you will need to find your way up the castle edge. The question is, can you stall this game until you do? I don't think that's the case, but he needs to do just the thing that he's doing right now. Pressure the gold mine and see what kind of a distraction he can cause while he's going castle. He's
Look
just so
at the
far away
difference
from
that
castle
the
edge
ranged
there.
armor provides, though. He just a second ago he was 2-shotting those javelins. When he had about 16 or so, he was just about 1-shotting them, I think. Now it's like 5 or 6 volleys for the longbows. That was all that he needed, and that's only the first ranged armor. If Louis is able to get enough gold, those Varangians, those javelin throwers, they're going to be untouchable.
I just don't know where Baltoon is going with this. He's queuing more spearmen, queuing more longbows, but his army is totally useless against what Louis MT has out there. Louis MT has the direct counter plus an age up advantage, and I don't see Baltoon piling up resources for castle. Granted, he's doing the right thing. He's trying to pressure the gold mine, trying to create a distraction, but we've gotten to the stage where Louis MT doesn't care, because Louis MT is going to do the same thing. Now, this could be interesting. If you can pick off a couple of villagers here, then maybe there's a super slim chance. But as long as Baltoon is in feudal age, he doesn't really have a chance of winning this game.
And he's going to be stuck in feudal age. The Varangians that moved over his side of the map, I honestly thought Louis was just going to sit under the town center, but I guess maybe waiting for the second set of ranged armor to do so. But you can already see it here. Like, as these units stop and try to fight, the fights... with Baltoon's doubling the numbers during these fights and still losing them.
And longbows are slow. They're slower than normal archers. It's easy for the Varangians to catch up. It's easy for the javelins to catch up. And most importantly, the Varangians are still pushing Baltoon's base. Quick game number 1 here. It feels like Louis MT had Baltoon's number. Baltoon tried a very old school English longbow push. It simply didn't come together.
Yeah, and I mean, that's one where just the thing of the early walls that Louis dropped, I think was the key difference. If Baltoon had had the ability to just rally down the center, move back and forth, attack the different sides of Louis' eco just from that central point, it would have been a whole different game. Instead, he had to run a full circle all the way around. It allowed the horsemen a free cutoff, a free just stopping of any of the reinforcing mass, and sure enough, gave Louis just enough breathing room.
Rough game here for Baltoon, and that military graph is very, very deceiving, by the way. Like, you had a gigantic lead in army value, sure enough, but the moment those first Castle Age units started coming out for low EMT, there was just no comeback for Baltoon. And I think the worrisome detail here for Baltoon is that the map pool looks fairly standard. I don't see anything chaotic, no moving out whatsoever. And it's going to be difficult for him to take out low EMT on these more classic-looking maps. Lakeside might be a bit of a difference. Order of the Dragon versus Japanese, it's a matchup that we've seen before. In that case, the Japanese won, but it wasn't because of this early mid-game. It was a late-game setup that we've seen on 4 Lakes. In early game, you get the feeling that the Order of the Dragon actually have a decent matchup against the Japanese.
Yeah, I mean, this is one where I honestly wouldn't even be too surprised to see both civilizations kind of play the similar game plan, you know, kind of play this maybe 1-2 military ships, not too much of a fishing boom, and then trying to get up to Castle Age. Both of the civs like to do that quite a bit. That's when you usually see, you know, mounted samurai versus the gilded knights and things of that sort. And both of the civs have their own kind of prowesses on the water, so I, you know, wouldn't be too surprised to see this game be a tight one, be an even one, but that's one where any of these early water trades could tilt that very, very fast.
Into game number 2 we go. Lakeside Louis MT with a 1-0 lead. Baltoon fighting for this tournament alive here. It is the Japanese for Baltoon with red, and on the other side, the Order of the Dragon with Louis MT in yellow. And we are going into Lakeside here for a somewhat hybrid map, although from what we've seen, it's actually a pretty chaotic map in many ways. You do have a little naval combat, but oftentimes things come down to what you can do on land.
Indeed. But yet again, getting to jump on a little bit further past the boring start of the game, back into where the action's not necessarily going to start, but we're getting closer to the action. Fishing boats are already out, scouting already done for the most part. And on both sides, we've seen, you know, what is it, 3-4 fishing boats, and that's it so far.
That's kind of what you're expecting right here. No surprise on that front. I'm curious how Louis MT is going to play OOTD here, though. We could just see a straight rush to Castle Age. Of course, you could have some naval combat, but I get the feeling that Baltoon's go-to is going to be Mounted Samurai here. Question is how Louis MT is going to deal with them. Is he just going to go Dragon Spearman, or is he potentially thinking about Gilded Knight? He is opening with a Minework Palace, though, which is a change-up from what we've seen in the previous Japanese versus OOTD matchups.
And that is definitely a change indeed. Usually you'll see that, you know, Chapel, you'll see that just a little bit of extra eco bonus that you got, especially being a macro player like Louis is. He usually plays for that late game. Baltoon going for the Cura Storehouse. That has been the choice every single time on this map. Shinobi, they're all about that early timing, and there's nowhere really to punish with early timing with Shinobi on this map.
This is a weird one. Because, frankly, you're absolutely right. Like, Shinobi is just weird. Well, actually, never mind. For a moment, I thought we are actually going for Shinobi here, but you're right. Shinobi just make little sense here. It is the Cura Storehouse. I was gonna say Shinobi could have been interesting if your opponent goes super heavy into infantry with the mine work, because Shinobi do get bonus damage against melee units. But I do agree. I think Cura Storehouse just makes more sense here.
Yeah, absolutely. And here we are now. We're Feudal Ages finishing up in the next couple seconds. And that's one where I would expect Galley immediately in queue, honestly, on both sides.
Interesting choice that it's I don't think it's gonna be galleys on both sides. I think one of the players has to go for a Hawk immediately. And that is going to be the defending player. Nothing from Baltoon yet. I wonder if Baltoon is completely skipping water and saying, okay, it's a rush to Castle Age, and I'm willing to concede my fishing eco if that is what it takes. And Louis is moving on to stone, probably just some emplacements. I wonder if he's going to try to get a tower up in front of the enemy base.
No, I think this would be more for just a couple long drop-offs, get emplacements on your dock, and just play your own game. Both players are going to want to go to Castle, I think.
Yeah, you're right. Louis is actually getting the resources for Castle. I'm just curious because I'm trying to think of the way he would play this with mine work. Is it mine work into Burgrave and then indeed weapon emplacements on the dock? That seems to be the go-to for him.
And still so far, I mean, we've seen one galley come out, but it is exactly kind of what I was assuming, though. It is Castle Age. I think both players want to play the mobile knight game. Gilded Knights and Mounted Samurai.
Yeah, when you match your opponent in Castle Age timing, you could actually do that because you still have a legitimate chance of getting relics, and maybe you go Ragnets. I still think it's going to be a Burgrave Palace build here from Louis. And I wonder if he's going to open with Spearmen initially. Because you know that the opponent is going to go for Mounted Samurai, and Gilded Spearmen are still a really good answer to them.
Indeed, they are, and sometimes you'll see that little bit of a combo out of both units, where it'll be the spears initially, kind of take the map control, be able to move out a little bit, and then be able to do some raiding. It is galley versus galley, though, from Louis and Baltoon, so that's usually the first ship chosen by both players. You can be defensive with it if it's just the galley coming from your opponent. You can be offensive with it and take down, you know, the AoE fire on the fishing boats. And there is the Burgrave indeed coming from Louis, but Baltoon a couple seconds away from aging himself.
Yeah, there's going to be no surprise there with the floating gate. It's big for the Louis MT that he's got a head start going into Castle Age, though. For now, it's just junk v-junk, bit of a spin micro, but nothing too crazy. This is just a sideshow at this point. For now, it's just some harassment. Once Louis MT is low HP, he's going to fall back. There's a floating gate. So I'm curious, because if you go Burgrave and mine work, I don't think you commit a lot to cavalry. You're basically wasting your two landmarks if you do. And you don't really have the economy to make infantry and cavalry at the same time, at least not initially.
Yeah, and I mean, you can see the resources in the bank as these landmarks are finishing. You got enough for a couple units, but it is not this constant spam going on, especially if some of the eco starts getting idle, starts getting focused a little bit.
There it is. It's going to be Spearman opening. If you're Louis, you do want to pick up relics, though. We've seen this over and over again. If you miss out on 4 out of 5 relics, you're going to be in a very troublesome spot.
That is absolutely the case. Obviously, you got your one easy secured relic, but it's all about the line of 3 in the center of the map. And not only that, it's the sacred sites to follow after. It's that constant extra trickle of gold. Barracks being dropped from Baltoon. And 3 Mounted Samurai already in queue as well. Meanwhile, it's just the spears moving across for Louis so far.
I wonder if it's Onabu Geisha or Foot Samurai. For now, it's Onabu Geisha. Interesting choice, because they won't really fare well against these rather tanky Order of the Dragon troops. But they do stack really well. Once you have a flood of Onabu Geisha, you can just use 2 layers of them and still do a lot of damage to these OOTD troops. But for now, Louis MT has Baltoon's number. The initial Dragon Spearman will push away the Mounted Samurai. Of course, you do get a freebie. If you're Baltoon, you can get away from 1 hit with the deflective armor. But once those spearmen start beating you up, it's going to get nasty.
Yeah, and Baltoon was asking for a little bit of help from that wolf. A little bit of damage went down onto the spear, but not enough to make it too big of a difference. And the good thing about Baltoon's composition is he can utilize the mobility to try to catch off the reinforcing prelates as they are not grouped with the army. And that's where Louis obviously needs to make sure he's constantly escorting the prelate, as we just see it at the top of the screen. Spearman moving back to do exactly that, cut off where those Mounted Samurai could potentially try to circle for a kill.
Love the wars from Louis MT here. I think he learned the lesson from the series against Anathan. He cannot afford cavalry to run circles around him. He almost... Essentially, that series was lost on the fact that Anathan was always able to get behind him and hit the eco because the walls weren't complete.
Reflective armor able to be utilized. Baltoon turns back with the other knights and does as much damage on that single spear as possible. is securing up one relic for himself. Meanwhile, Louis already has one into the bank, and then the last one sitting on it with his, what is it, 6 or so spears there probably.
Looks like Louis is actually securing the majority of the relics. He's taking back relic number 2, and he still has one back at home all the way behind his base. And this is huge. This is not something that you very commonly see against a Japanese mounted samurai opening. The Japanese player losing out on the majority of the relics.
I mean, that is just what happens when your opponent has a couple seconds ahead of you on the timing and able to get some spears pumping out before you can take the control that you need. Baltoon, though, still has some extra fishing to support his eco. And remember, Louis, he went with the mine work. He went with the bird rape. He doesn't have that typical, you know, extra bit of umph in the eco that the Order of the Dragon usually do.
Yeah, it's. I think it comes down to the fact that Louis MT knew exactly that it's going to be mounted samurai, and Gilded Spearmen are threatening. Baltoon did respect Gilded Spearmen, but by respecting them, he also conceded a lot of ground and allowed Louis MT to get the majority of the relics. Now it's going to be quite a lot of Onabugation, though, and I don't think Louis has seen any of that just yet. So there might be a bit of an element of surprise here for Baltoon, coming out with 20 or so Onabugation.
Yeah, that is not any number to joke around about. I think a few of them did get spotted out, but don't know if Louis knows the full scale, the full scope of the situation right now.
Yeah, it's a Bannerman buffing it on a Bugeisha, no joke. There's Gilded Knight, now 400 HP. That's an actual tank. A lot of melee defense upgrades coming in for Louis MT, though, and that could be worrisome for Baltoon. Onabugeisha are nice, but they're fairly fragile, and they don't really have an insane amount of base damage. So against all these tanky men-at-arms and spearmen that have 2 layers of melee defense, it might actually be difficult to really do a lot of damage.
And Louis is back to the game we saw that he was playing against Anadar. Wall yourself in, sit behind your walls, sit in your own corner,
And wait.
And wait. Your opponent will make the mistake. He's on the, you know, the mobile units. He's basically saying, all right, now your mobile units aren't getting to be utilized to the fullest effect. The owners have been spotted out. They each get a swing on that Gilded Knight, and he's still not even at half health.
Yeah, I was gonna say that when you have a dozen units surround you, they all hit you once and you're still like 70% HP, then you know that it's a tanky unit we're talking about.
And doesn't have a worry about that. Just runs on home laughing and not too worried. He says, all right, boys, we got some owners to worry about.
Yeah, that's a big piece of information for Louis. But I don't think he needs to worry anymore. He's got men-at-arms, and men-at-arms will be perfectly fine. They're super tanky. And again, Onabugeisha are fairly fragile, so these Gilded Men-at-Arms can kill those reasonably quick.
Louis still does have this outpost with the Spruill placement, now with fortifications as well. Baltoon immediately deterred away, and right as Louis is moving out to the berries over there, it still is already seen, or seen by Louis, but he already was proactively building an outpost on the berries as well, so no villagers in any worry. Meanwhile, Baltoon, he's going to play the Sacred Site game. He says, all right, I at least got a timer ticking in a second. I think he's moving out to that Western Sacred Site and capturing it now and saying, all right, 10 minutes is about to start ticking. You will have to come out of your walls.
Yeah, I think Baltoon is doing the right thing. Get the walls up and force Louis MT to make a move. This is a map where you can control the sacred sites, and if you can, then you should. Just say, okay, if you're sitting in your base, I'm going to move out. Now, here's the problem. Baltoon is distracted by this one Gilded Knight, and Louis MT is already moving out. So this might be the shortest-lived sacred site condition ever.
Well, the Mounted Samurai dive onto the spears, not the first engagement you want, but deflective armor at least getting a little bit of a use there. No Mounted Samurai have gone down yet, and Louis, he says, I can't take this fight. turns, tucks his tail, runs away, doesn't even attack at all, just basically just blinking away, not doing anything.
Yeah, I don't like this. I don't necessarily like this fight for either side. I don't like that Baltoon is now taking this fight here with not all of his troops being nearby. Louis does have a couple of Landsknechte in here, and the AoE damage against fragile units like Onabuge should really stack up. Looks like Baltoon is going to have to run away. It was a weird fight all around, because if you're Baltoon, I don't think you want to chase. You want to fight under your tower. If you're Louis, you either fight mid-map, or you just don't fight at all and fall back. So it was just such a weird choice to take that fight right there from either of those players.
Yeah, I feel like that was one of those situations that Baltoon kind of got baited into the fight. Louis like, no, I don't want to take the fight, and ran away. And Baltoon's like, oh, this is a winning fight for me. Clearly, he's not wanting to take the fight. I should take it. And then it was like, no, that he just wanted to take the fight in a better positioning for himself. And that's exactly what he did. Should be denying the sacred site, not only denying it, probably capturing it for himself if he desires. He's got the mass, he's got numbers, but just doesn't want to pull the trigger yet.
Onabugeisha aren't going to cut it here, and now Baltoon is he's pivoting back to Mounted Samurai, which is absolutely a horrendous choice here. Granted, Louis stopped making Gilded Spearmen, but Mounted Samurai get obliterated by Gilded Knight or Gilded Spearman. And sure, you get one freebie with your deflective armor, but that might actually be an arrow from one of these Gilded Archers and not the actual Spearman poke. So if Louis gets a couple more Spearmen, those Mounted Samurai aren't going to be any useful. And at the same time, I don't know, like Onamusha, maybe? I think Foot Samurai would be an intriguing choice here for Baltoon.
Yeah, the only problem with that is Louis, he's got a few gilded crossbows already, but he can just keep climbing those numbers and also climb his gilded knight numbers and just lean heavier and heavier into that. Another engagement looks like it is having to be taken or wanting to be taken by Baltoon. And Louis falls right back behind the walls, starts to take the fight. Archers on the backside, Spear's still here and happy to just start stabbing away at those Mounted Samurai, and Baltoon still having to fall back away. He is not looking to be in a good situation here, but is trying to do everything he can to make sure the timer keeps ticking. It is now or never, even though it's 7.5 minutes left.
And now the Spearmen close in. It's not a lot of spears here, though, and the Mounted Samurai do get a jump on the Archers. I think Baltoon couldn't have asked for a better fight, but it will still be insufficient. Simply the composition is not there for him.
Composition not there. Numbers definitely not there. He's turning tail. He's got 5 Mounted Samurai running away at the end of that. Meanwhile, we look back at Louis' mass, and he maybe lost 5 units there, if that.
It's 10,400 value destroyed against 4.4k. The difference in the efficiency of these fights is just staggering between the two players.
And it has just continued to tilt towards Louis further and further and further after that one big engagement Baltoon took. He just hasn't been able to come back from that. He's trying to do something. Looks like he's going to go for a raid with the Mounted Samurai. Walls were, I think, trying to be built. So, yeah, he might get a villager here, but he needs a lot more than just one villager.
And Louis learned the lesson from the previous series he played against Anatan. He's fully walled. He doesn't want to let these Mounted Samurai run in. And that's exactly, like, this is the only win condition for Baltoon. Run in, stretch out the defenses of Louis MT. Louis got this slow-moving death ball that you cannot fight head-on. But with all those walls up, there's just no way for Baltoon to break in. And now, the army count is starting to favor Louis MT massively here. That little bar is a little deceiving because each of these gilded units count as 2, but still, at the end of the day, the army value being double that of Baltoon's is something that tells you the whole story.
Yeah, and now this is where Mass is slowly starting to move forward and move forward. It's not the wall segment and move forward with Siege. He is just actually moving forward with the Mass. And I think when he sees Baltoon's army again, you kind of do that quick highlight box and like, oh, that's only how many units he has? All right, let's move.
Baltoon is trying to get some Onamusha going, but he's only got 6 of them. He's facing 20 Gilded Men-at-Arms. This is kind of this tank. It's just a wall of shields that will march up on you, and you don't really have the firepower to deal with these guys right now.
And that's
He
what
might
we've
join the
kinda
relic.
Yeah, and that's what we've also seen as like the outcome of the last couple fights. It's like, all right, it's been a fight that's lasted 45 seconds, and then all of a sudden it's like, and Louis all alive and healthy at the end of it.
Louis is just so cheeky when it comes to stealing these relics. He did that to Anathan, and now he's going to get away with another one right here. The Men-at-Arms are just way too tanky here. In fact, the Monk is going to get committed for a potential Wololo. It's not really in range though, but it doesn't matter because the OOTD army just stands strong, and that is it. Baltoon down in this game as well. Louis MT moves on to match point.
Down in the series, but not out yet. Can the reverse sweep happen? We see Louis coming out hot with a clean 2-0 start, but still has a third that he will have to finish on up. And this game really felt one that this is the...
Yeah, this is the previous game stats.
Okay.
It is the stats from the previous game.
It still is one that he came out from the very start and felt like he just never let up and off the gas. And so it was one that, you know, just kept that foothold forward. Both players went for castle. Louis' castle just was played out a little bit more effectively. Just the first couple seconds matters so much. He was able to get an extra relic, able to get a few extra trades, and then take some efficient fights.
Louis MT coming in strong into this one, and now he is on to match point here. We talked about his position in the scene right now. He has definitely been on the rising trend for a while, but he had top 3, top 5 performances in previous tournaments, so it would be a disappointment to say goodbye in the opening round of the playoffs. But as things stand, that is not going to be the case. He is leading 2-0 against Baltoon, and you know, it's always difficult to play in the lower bracket, but the fact that this is double elimination gives him an extra life, and he's going to have to leverage that if he wants to go all the way to the end. Whereas for Baltoon, he had a good tournament, but today hasn't been his day so far. He obviously has some tough opponents now that we've reached the playoffs. He got 3-0'd by Puppy Paw, and right now he's down 2-0 against Louis MT. I think, like, again, if you're Baltoon, you're looking for maybe a Hail Mary or something. I just don't think that playing conventional is going to work well against Louis MT. Louis MT seems to be very much in shape.
Yeah, and we just saw that initial fight right before this highlight where the numbers seemed so close. It was like 60 to 65 as far as the unit count, military count. And then at the end of the fight, it was all of a sudden 60 to 32 or something like that. So Louis just barely lost any units, and then that happened again and again. Just such efficient trades. The worker or the army value killed, the destroyed value killed, even though the statistics don't tell the full true story of the value killed. It still just shows how big of a difference there was in those military engagements.
Tough day so far for Baltoon, but let's see if he can turn this around. You know, it's never over until it's over. We've seen crazier things happen in Age of Empires. He's down 2-0. He's playing for pride to a certain extent. He's playing for a miracle to another extent. But if he wants to turn this around, he has to do it on the most classic map possible. He is going to have the Rus facing off against the French over here, a Pro Scout Knight Fiesta potentially, but Rus by no means is a pushover, and we've seen over and over again that Rus can easily take over games with Knights and Horse Archers.
Indeed, they can. So that is one where obviously, you know, if you just try to play French's game and play, hey, let's say I'm a feudal, I can play feudal, I have my own knights. Well, French has better knights. So you got to do something a little bit different. And a lot of times players will try to utilize, you know, whether it's the horse archer fast castle mobility, whether it's, you know, using the golden gate for some extra trades, getting some extra efficiencies. But a lot of it's going to be who ferries in more deers, who takes some of those earlier trades more efficiently and can kind of get that leg up earlier on, because both civs can be very snowbally.
I'm somewhat surprised that Baltoon didn't opt to go for something like Hill and Dale. I wonder if, you know, a change of pace would have been good for him, Game number 1 was a very aggro early game setup. Game number 2, kind of the same as well. A lot of early engagements, especially once you've gotten to Castle Age. I wonder if maybe going for Hill and Dale and saying, okay, how about we slow things down and play a long Imperial Age game? How about that? Can that actually help me? If he wins Dry Arabia, that option is still going to be there, but I just don't know if going Dry Arabia here is something that's going to be to the benefit of Baltoon.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing where I think Baltoon's trying to play his game. He doesn't want to play the macro boom game against Louis. He knows that's actually one of Louis' strong suits, even though Baltoon's a team game player himself. He also knows that, you know, maybe Louis got a little bit of a leg up in the long macro games and wants to say, hey, early game is the suit. Early game is the chance that he thinks is the better way that he can win the series, win some games. And so that's why I think he avoids Hill and Dale over there.
Yeah, it's a tough matchup for him nonetheless, because both of these players have the same background, this very team game heavy background that they come with, means that they are really adept when it comes to late game and these macro heavy games. But it's not a thing that you want to do against Louis MT. I kind of brought this up as an idea of, okay, if early game didn't work, let's see what we can do elsewhere. I'm just a little worried for Baltoon that Dry Arabia is going to look the exact same way that Cliffside and Lakeside did.
You know, let's hope not. I will say the one thing compared to Cliffside is Dry Arabia usually not as easy to wall off, especially not as early. You're not seeing a wall segment dropped at, you know, the 15-second mark. But let's see these spawns. Let's see these openings. Dry Arabia potential match well, it is the potential match decider over here, potential day ender over here between Baltoon and Louis.
And we go to game number 3 here. Baltoon down 2-0 against Louis MT. Baltoon does have the Ruse spawning in on the right side in pink, and to the left, Louis MT playing as the French in teal. So far, it has been a rather dominant set for Louis MT, but it's never over until it's over, and I've said this in the pregame. I think Ruse has a pretty decent matchup against the French here. In general, Ruse is a powerful civilization, and Baltoon is going to have all the tools he needs to just stretch the field and try to really cut into Louis MT's eco, something that hasn't really happened in the first 2 games.
Yeah, meanwhile, Baltoon does the double hunting cabin opening, and on the other side, Louis, he opts for early wheelbarrow, just mill right off the bat, going ahead and queuing it on up. It doesn't really actually delay French's age up too much at all, doesn't make, you know, it's not like you're having to sacrifice an early night timing, anything of that sort. So really, really solid choice here from Louis, especially knowing that you're not sacrificing too much. Baltoon, we know that Bruce, actually 90% of the civilizations right now, their openers are all revolved around professional scouts.
Yeah, it's going to be a professional scouts game here, which means that if things start out badly for Baltoon, it could easily slip out of control. Like, in a Pro Scouts race, if things start falling apart early, it's extremely difficult to recover. So he needs to really deliver his A game when it comes to securing map control and securing those deer for himself.
Yeah, it's not only securing the deer, the sheep also help in a matchup like this. It provides Roos obviously extra food, also extra bounty, but also will, if the deer don't go as far as you would have, you don't get the exact trades you want, well, you can make sure that French is hurting a little bit more on the food as well. And that's where 3 scouts can really help do this and gather your information as there's Royal Knights roaming the field, where you're going to have the vision to see where those Royal Knights are roaming and trying to do damage at. School of Cav on the way. Baltoon getting the Golden Gate. And this is what I was talking about with that early timing. It's like French, Louis already has Wheelbarrow finished, and he still dropped the School of Cavalry before Golden Gate got dropped.
Yeah, it's It looks like feudal ages will be somewhat similar, but keep in mind, School of Cavalry can start producing units immediately, whereas Baltoon is going to have to wait out until that stable comes online. Pretty much means that Louis MT is going to be able to get a knight out before Baltoon gets any other units out.
Yeah, and Baltoon doesn't want to just match that with one knight, as knight-on-knight trades are never that efficient. So what is the game plan gonna be for Baltoon? Is it gonna be wall defensive with some spears, or trying to get up to castle in a quicker way? Still, I would say spears would probably be needed, at least a few.
I think you gotta open knights. I don't know if you want to go spears at any point in this matchup. It feels like it's sunken cost. This is going to be a high mobility matchup. It's an open map, despite the fact that the map is reasonably well rollable with how the trees have spawned. I think for either of these players, you want to maintain that mobility, especially if you're the Rus. You want to get to Castle Age, with stables and ranges up so you can go knights and horse archers. And this is interesting here from Louis MT, though. Looks like this is not going to be a Pro Scouts play here. Kind of off meta based on what we've seen recently with how many players are going for Pro Scouts. He's going for the Deer Pack directly. Now, what is the plan here then?
And 3 of Baltoon's 4 scouts are just burning down the mining camp, trying to cause some annoyance, make one villager go idle, and you'd be surprised at how much this actually will mess up some people's timings. With these high level build orders, they will literally have it to where drop-offs time together exactly where, all right, knight and queue. Well, now one villager's idle, and it's not just idle repairing the camp, it's also using up some wood repairing.
Now, here's the thing. If Baltoon just moves on to that back of deer to the south, he could yoink the deer away from Louis MT. At the same time, Baltoon doesn't have a knight, so he cannot really go very far. So I wonder if part of the equation here for Louis is simply saying, okay, if you want to try yoinking the deer, be my guest, but the moment you do, I will see it and I will send my knights.
And speaking of knights being sent, they decided to go deny these scouts from being annoying on that mining camp any longer. Baltoon, it's not spears, it's just scouts, and more scouts.
This is so weird. I wonder if Baltoon just anticipated Pro Scouts all along from the other side. And now it's getting interesting because, sure, as the French, you do get a discount on Pro Scouts, so it's not that big of an investment. But the fact that Louis MT instead went out for both of those deer packs just means that he's immediately getting the food gathering buff from the hunt. And at the same time, he didn't have to invest into Pro Scouts, so he's just committing everything into knights. He already has 4 knights on the field before the first spearman even arrives.
Yeah, not only before this first spear arrives, but also before Baltoon's able to start securing any of his opponent's deer. I think he's maybe been able to bring back 1, 2, maybe 3 from his own side to give himself some extra food gathering.
Ooh,
How
he's
is that
trapped.
possible? How did he just get stuck there? That logically shouldn't work, right?
It's Age of Empires, okay?
It is what it is.
Well, he's got some more scouts, that's the good news. The bad news is that, he's very slow bringing back the carcasses because he's being denied of his own. And one of the previous games that we've seen, the idea behind the Pro Scouts build when knights were roaming the map was that you make so many scouts that you just go to 3 or 4 deer packs and you're bound to have at least a couple of carcasses come in. But that doesn't work here. Louis MT has vision on both of his own deer packs, and he's committing every single knight he has to the enemy's deer. So Baltoon isn't really able to leverage the Pro Scouts just yet. And remember, Baltoon is paying full price for the technology.
Yeah, and I mean, this is one that it has not paid off at all, and he just feels so far behind when it comes to the military count. The numbers, yeah, it's 8 to 8. You have 4 scouts and 4 spears versus 6 royal knights. You'll take that in each day, every single day, no questions asked. And another scout looks like it's about to fall very close. The 5 spears are ready to try to help, but this is not looking too good again for Baltoon. Another scout falls. As those spears start to move further and further out, I was about to say it actually allows knights to kill some of the other spears that are split off that are lower health, but they also run into archers, and when you have your spear number outnumbered by knights on the other side and there's archers there, you lose all of them without killing anything.
There was a rule back in the days when you had a lot of French versus French, Rus versus French style setups, and everybody was just going knights versus knights and knights and knights in feudal. The rule was that the first to go to spearman loses, and that's kind of the theme still. You lose out on the mobility, you're losing out on premium units, and it's a snowball effect. This time around, Baltoon didn't even go for a single knight, he just went for spearman. Now, he is gonna try to rush up to Castle Age, but here's the problem. He doesn't have an awful lot of safe resources. I assume he wants to go horse archers here, but I'm not even sure if he's got multiple ranges down to work with.
And even still, I don't know if he's going to be able to get the landmark up. There's still some spears here, and they will actually just deter the knight mass away. I guess Louis doesn't want to take the fight under town center and against spears. But even still, he knows the exact timing that Royal Institute's finishing. He knows exactly what to expect. A boar is now being snagged by Louis MT, and just more and more things just to lean into the favor of Louis MT's game plan as opposed to Baltoon.
Now, Castle Age horse archers are actually pretty decent against knights. You do need a mass, and this is the problem for Baltoon. If he started pumping out horse archers the moment he arrives to Castle Age, I say, okay, he's got a shot. Because if he gets to 10, 12 horse archers, he can start picking off these knights, and Louis is still far away from Castle. The problem is that the ranges are just not being built. Veterancy on the spearmen, it's a good asset, but every second you delay towards horse archers, you make your life so much more difficult. If Louis MT gets to Castle Age with 10 plus knights, horse archers will not work initially.
Well, not only that, horse archers, they're so ineffective in smaller numbers against the knights, and you're not, you can't forget too that the upgrades are all favoring Louis MT as well. There's not one single blacksmith upgrade for Baltoon. He's going to want range damage and the second range damage as well, which is just resources that he doesn't have to sacrifice right now. He can't drop a blacksmith. He probably needs a third range first before a blacksmith as well, and it's just too many resources spread too thin.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that's the big problem here. Baltoon, realistically, would need to leverage this Castle Age advantage while Louis is stuck in feudal. But you see, Louis is almost ready to age up now. He actually has a really good set of techs researched as well. And only now you're getting the first couple of horse archers. And you need a cluster of horse archers to deal with knights.
Love that play
At least
from Louis
10, I
that
would
he does
say.
right there. It was a little bit too close to the scout. You saw him try it twice where it was just like kind of step to the side and get a little bit more distance so your charge can reset. And it worked on the third time, able to get the charge reset just enough distance away from the scout to then get the charge speed up and take it out. Louis starting to push forward, but at the same time, resources in the bank say he is pushing forward towards Castle Age. Going to wait for upgrades and probably just close the gap and end the game then.
Yeah, he's going to go Institute here. He's got a lot of knights on the field. I think Royal Bloodlines makes a lot of sense. It's going to click just now. He's actually going Guildhall, which is a bit of a surprise to me. When you have so many healthy knights, I feel like Royal Bloodlines is such an asset. You just make these knights super tanky, but instead, Louis MT opts for longevity, it seems.
That macro player leaning into his macro gameplay just says, all right, even if I, lose some of these knights, even if I lose this quote-unquote all-in, which it's not an all-in right now, he has an extra eco bonus, an extra eco boom behind this that his opponent will not. Horse archer numbers still not at double digits, so it just still feels so bad going against this composition.
It feels that way. And now Castle Age is in, so you see level 2 ranged upgrades just now coming in for Baltoon. Same for Louis MT. He's getting veterancy for the archers. He is getting veterancy for the knights as well. He could prioritize of course, the second layer of range defense. Once you have those, I think he's more than happy. And looks like Louis is just going to sit outside the enemy base and keep him boxed in, wait for him to break out.
Yeah, and no walls for Baltoon, so he is really boxed into just wherever Louis wants to roam. Louis has free reigns to circle and go anywhere he likes. Baltoon's trying to sneak out for a second relic, but scouted out by the knight and is chasing that warrior monk on down. The other knight grouping is diving towards the TC, but still not yet taking the fight. Just kind of kiting back and forth. Horse archers moving up, spears moving up. Looks like Baltoon is needing to move out here soon. Last couple deer might be running low under that town center.
Yeah, he's out of food inside his base. In fact, he dropped a couple of farms. And now the horse archers stank a charge from the cavalry. It's now veteran archers, veteran knights as well. Baltoon needs to make a move because he's starting to run out of food. The high trade house is going to help, but just look at how saturated those carcasses are with villagers. And I think Louis saw that. I think Louis knows fully well that his opponent is out of food.
And now it's just a waiting game. Louis just keep producing, just keep waiting. Baltoon has to make a move. He has to move out, but he doesn't have the army to do that. He doesn't have the composition, the value to do that right now. So Louis is just playing the slow, smart game.
I absolutely love as this monk should be picked off here. Here we go. I love how Louis MT is dropping towers all across the map. Because if you're Baltoon, your only shot is to create a diversion and just pick off a bunch of villagers, but it's so difficult to do when static defenses are all around. And again, Louis is just going to probe this position, see what the opponent has, and just keep doing it until your opponent runs out of food.
And Louis just posturing back and forth, spears. Every time they step up a little bit closer, they start to get sniped down by the archers on Louis' side, and then all of a sudden we look up, spear numbers down at 8, knight numbers at 16. This is the point where Louis should feel free and clear to now take the fight the next time. This has been the whole idea. Every single time Baltoon steps forward, there's a spear or two that falls, another spear or two that falls.
This Wallow is not going to come together, but at least it creates a small diversion. As you said, spearmen are slowly being picked apart, and now you have the second range defense upgrade in for Louis MT as well. He's bringing on foot archers. We talked about this multiple times today. Foot archers trade pretty well, at least in terms of cost efficiency against horse archers. And this is just a sad sight to see. When you have 20 or so Rus villagers on berries, you know that the Rus player is in a troublesome spot.
Yeah, it's that kind of same thing I always comment when I see the English move out onto the berries. It's just such a feels bad. You know they're in a bad position when they're moving and taking berries and not on farms, and more importantly, not onto the deer, which is where the Rus want to be the most.
And some of these villagers aren't even working. They cannot all access the carcass. You have 25 villagers in line to try and take food from that carcass. And now Louis MT is getting chivalry. Means that he is going to be able to heal these knights back up and just keep posturing around the enemy base. I love the wall from Baltoon to the north. I think that's a much needed wall. But he needs to find a way to secure more food. And if you're Louis...
It is going to be a much needed wall.
Yeah, if you're Louis, I'm surprised that you haven't taken a single relic yet. In fact, it's crazy to think that Baltoon does have a relic, but Louis doesn't. Still, it's going to be food, food, food. That's the name of the game right now for Baltoon.
It is indeed the name of the game. Louis is also in a food problem and situation himself. Moves on over to the berries at 2 different spots. Doesn't want to allow for any raiding. Hasn't even taken his own berries at home. But the key is that he ran out of the boar, ran out of the deer. But that's a deer that Baltoon did not take and secure for himself. And that is now the last line of food for Baltoon. He's sending 25 plus bills over to that. It's going to go real quick.
Yeah, the guild hall might have quite some resources on it. And I think if in this stage, usually you keep your guild hall on food, and you only pivot to other resources. Yeah, there we go, 800 food in there. You only pivot to other resources once you have your farm transition complete. You're right, Louis will need to make a farm transition. That might be the breathing room Baltoon needs, but this is a scary force of horse archers. No front line, though, and it might be difficult to fight into this mass of knights and foot archers.
And a couple arbs coming into play will help deal with the knights, the men-at-arms on the other side. Louis just not wanting to lose any of those knights, but he can take this fight. There's no line of defense for the Royal Knights that he has, and taking the fight he's choosing to now. Baltoon running on away, tucking tail, and Horse Archers trying to stay alive, trying to run on home.
He doesn't have Boyar's Fortitude, and that's a big loss here. He also doesn't have the melee defense upgrade, which actually would help quite a bit against these knights here. It wouldn't save this army, but it would definitely be a bit of a buff to these Horse Archers. And Louis MT is just more than happy trading and trading and trading, because this ball of Horse Archers is definitely shrinking.
It has been consistently shrinking, where it feels like that has not been the case for anything on Louis' side. And I know we were just commenting about the guild hall being on food. What you see a lot of times, and Louis might actually be prepping for this here soon, is you wait until you got 1,200 gold in the bank, and then you just age up to Imperial with guild hall food only.
Yeah,
I
was wondering.
You switch it to whatever you want, and then you are just, once you have the Red Palace, there's no diving your bases anymore. Cubes, TCs, everything is just impenetrable.
Yeah, it's the thing is, if you're Louis, you still need to be, you still need to consider a farm transition at some point. I think he might be doing it as we speak. He kind of slowed down military production. This would be a good window to do it. His opponent is still kind of stuck inside his own base. Louis, if he wants to play a longer game, he needs farms soon. And considering that he's got 1,000 wood per minute, I think he sent a bunch of wheels on wood so that he can start getting the farms down. Indeed, that's the plan.
Yeah, he has been slowly bolstering that food economy. Baltoon trying to do the same. He's moving out on the deer. He said, forget professional scouts. I'm just going to run out there and get it, build some walls, protect up that location for himself for the time being. But Louis is still posturing forward, still in between, closer to the side of Baltoon's base, and all Baltoon is relying on is Horse Archers for the defense for the most part.
Now, while Louis was making a farm transition, his military production did slow down. So I don't think you want to fight 40 Horse Archers against 40 Foot Archers, mostly because Horse Archers are expensive. But I don't think Louis MT is a dominant army now. I think if you're Baltoon, yeah, you can start becoming a little bit more aggressive and start looking for pocket ecos. I think this is where you should start splitting up your army into smaller groups of Horse Archers and seeing if you can hit the back line. Remember, Louis only has 10 knights. Most of his army is just archers, foot archers, and the map is wide open.
The ARB switch coming on through, those are a unit that, again, is one that they do have some quote-unquote counters, but not as hard of counters as are typical. And especially if we're going to see Imperial Age come through, Louis has been floating a lot of gold for a bit. I think he is just waiting for that guild hall to hit that 2,400 mark to where he can just age up immediately like we were talking earlier. And I think it's got to be getting close. I bet you it's right around 1,900 or so.
I think he might just pull it now. He's got 500, and it's probably at this point 2,000 or so in the guild hall. He's got 500, yeah, 2,500. He's going to pull it and aim. And he kind of needs to, because again, in terms of army value, Baltoon is closing distance.
He is slowly closing the distance in that army value. And there he goes. He pulls it. Red Palace is on the way.
Ooh, he's building a Red Palace in the middle of the map. Okay, there we go. He's got his army nearby. For a moment, I got just scared for Louis MT placing it in the middle of the map without any escort. That's a great way to throw a game, but he does have his units protecting it. It means that those units aren't protecting the starting base, though, and Baltoon is looking to pick up a couple of villagers here.
Yeah, it looks like some archers had moved a little bit further out than they should have. There is a keep at home, though, in between some production, like a good French player, like they all should have, especially at this stage in Castle Age. And the Red Palace is getting close to finishing. A few of those villas were a little bit later, so it's only halfway up, but does have that archer. Massive archer number just defending that location. Baltoon looks like he's starting to take this fight. There's some horsemen, there's some knights up on the front side, but there's another group from Louis that circles back around, and Louis still is up 30 military numbers, and Red Palace is finishing.
I don't know if Baltoon could have taken that fight. It was a little weird because he did sacrifice some of his horsemen and horse archers. And right now the problem is that he doesn't have a front line to this army, and now he's behind in tech. I think he needs to age as well, but he just doesn't have the gold income to do so with. Baltoon did go for a second town center, by the way. He is on 2 TCs, but he's an age behind, and he needs to find a way up. I just don't know if he's going to be able to. Louis is waiting for the elite upgrades before he engages.
Yeah, he's trying to, but at the same time, this is an engagement he's still fine with taking at this point in time. Any losses for Baltoon means those are numbers that he needs to either choose to remass or go up, and instead, he's just going to throw it all down the drain. He cannot come back from this. Louis takes the 3-0 victory in a clean last set, a clean last series of the day.
I mean, this was a tough matchup for Baltoon at the end of the day. Louis MT is definitely one of the more accomplished players at this point. This final game, I think it all started at the point where Louis just changed up the meta and said, okay, I'm not playing Pro Scouts. I'm just going to play full Knights, take all the resources, and Baltoon was just constantly confined into his own base. And because Louis MT dictated the tempo of the game all along, Baltoon was never really able to leverage the mobility of those horse archers.
No, not at all. He was able to, keep that number healthy, but just not able to take the fights that he wanted to, not able to get the unit picks that he needed throughout that game. But even still, that is the top 8 for him. You look at this a year ago, I think he'd be super ecstatic to hit top 8. And so it's one that, continue the improvement, continue the growth, and one that I'm sure he hates to see himself get knocked out in the 0-3, but, He's got another tournament, another couple tournaments to look forward to ahead. Even though this tournament isn't quite finished up yet, it is for him though.
Yeah, that's a great point you bring up, though. There is nothing to be ashamed of or be sad about for Baltoon. Things didn't go his way, but he is really facing playoff opponents. Poppy Paw, Louis MT, these are tough opponents to face. And at the end of the day, Baltoon did make it all the way into the top 8. This is one of his best ever performances in a tournament. He didn't just get into the main event, he survived the group stage, and he was actually in the same group as Marine Lord. In fact, I think this is, today was not his day. He lost 3-0, 3-0. But I think we do have to give a shout out to the fact that he opened the group stage, taking off 2 games versus Marine Lord. He lost 3-2 versus Marine Lord. And then he 3-0 scored, he 3-0 killed Jardy. So really, there were some really nice moments here for Baltoon in this tournament as well. I guess it's a bittersweet ending at the end. I think he probably hoped for more, but things just didn't go his way today. Regardless, he finishes in the top 8 and delivers one of his best ever tournament performances.
Yeah, and now there's still a lot to look forward to for the rest of the EGC Masters as we're looking at it now. The classic matchup of Marine Lord versus Beasty, albeit maybe a little bit earlier than we've seen them fight in the grand finals and the finals plenty of times. But this one, it's a semifinals matchup, so a very hype one indeed. And on the other semifinals, we got Puppy Paw versus Anatan down as well. Losers bracket still have some other couple matches. Vortex is going to be waiting as well as Louis MT.
Indeed. So we are going to eliminate 2 more players tomorrow, but that was it for the day. Some spectacular series left and right, really. We had some nail biters. We have some dogs apparently.
Yeah, he busted the door down in the middle of that game. He said he wanted to come in and hang out under my feet.
He was missing your golf clubs at the back.
That must have been what it was for sure.
Anyway, some spectacular series today. I think some of these series, the score doesn't do them justice, though. We've seen some really close matchups. Some big names getting eliminated today as well. Wham having to say goodbye to the tournament. But we move on with 6 more players remaining. It will come down to just 4 by the end of this weekend. Make sure you tune back in tomorrow at 15 GMT because we have an absolute banger of a matchup for you tomorrow. Not just 1, but 4 matchups. Beasty versus Marine Lord, Puppy Paw versus Anatan, the losers of these matches will face off Vortex and Louis MT in the lower bracket. Of course, it was a pleasure joining you as always. A wonderful day. And, you know, if you're watching back at home, make sure you follow the channel and make sure you come back tomorrow because we are very far from finishing this day.
Yeah,
Well,
for
we're,
sure.
we're not far from finishing this day. We're far from finishing this event. I must clarify yourself. We are definitely finishing this day over here. They're not paying me overtime.
Yeah, always a good time casting with you. Always a good time casting on EGC, as there are always exciting games, exciting series, and there's a lot left in store for this tourney. So make sure to stick around. Not today, but in the future days. Tomorrow, same timing as always.